We wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. We wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype.
Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench.
Hai, saya Icebox dari alter ego Celeste. Dulu saya bekerja di kantoran, tapi sekarang saya udah keluar dari kantoran untuk komitmen di kompetisi Valorant. Saya join Celeste sejak 4 tahun lalu, dari awal Celeste di CSGO. Sekarang saya bermain initiator di dalam tim. Napski, karena dia kalau ngomong di turnamen walaupun di scrim suka salah dan belibet. Hampir semua. Yang lainnya tuh bangunnya tuh pada pagi, kalau saya siangan dan kadang di telepon bangun. Ayumi, karena dia kalau lagi scream Discord nggak tahu ngapain tiba-tiba bisa nyanyi dan nge-mute. Awalnya mungkin kita agak struggle dengan banyaknya pergantian roster di tahun ini. Mungkin yang diketahui ada 3 member yang ganti. Itu membuat kita di tim juga membutuhkan waktu untuk adjustment, dan ditambah juga kita sekarang kedatangan coach baru, jadi kita butuh waktu untuk menyesuaikan dengan semuanya. Ya, terkadang pressure itu ada karena mungkin ekspektasi orang-orang ketika kita bermain itu termasuk tinggi, jadi ketika bermain tuh kita jadi ke pressure, takut salah gitu. Semoga saya bisa konsisten berikan performa terbaik untuk tim menjadi support yang baik. Saya berharap dengan perubahan roster ini kita masih bisa konsisten dan mempertahankan apa yang sudah kita capai sampai saat ini. Hampir semua, karena untuk bermain di Elite ini pastinya semua tim sudah mempersiapkan yang terbaik dan semuanya udah jago-jago. The best. Simple. Saya nggak ada lagu spesifik, tapi kebanyakan saya dengernya lagu-lagu lama, like Westlife something. Nonton series di kuliner, nyobain makanan-makanan yang baru. Saya sangat excited dengan perkembangan scene di APAC ini, karena perkembangan tim-tim yang ada itu sudah sangat berkembang dan mereka grindingnya gila-gilaan, sehingga tim-tim yang ada juga sangat sengit untuk sampai di saat ini.
สวัสดีค่ะชื่ออลิซาจากทีม X Tennis ค่ะเล่น Initiator ของทีมค่ะแล้วก็เล่นตัวที่ทีมไม่เล่นค่ะจินนี่ค่ะเพราะว่าเขาชอบเล่นมุกตลกค่ะแล้วเขาก็เล่นมุกแป๊กด้วยค่ะตลกดีมัฟฟินค่ะเพราะว่าแบบว่าอยากวัดคมจินนี่แอนมัฟฟินค่ะแอบแบบว่านอนดึกแล้วก็ตื่นสายอลิซาค่ะชอบร้องเพลงตอนเล่นกับเพื่อนค่ะทุกเพลงออซองที่ฟังอะค่ะร้องหมดเลยสำหรับการเปลี่ยนแปลงคือเปลี่ยนเยอะมากค่ะเพราะว่าตอนแรกเริ่มจากการที่แข่งแบบว่าไม่มีสังกัดแล้วก็แข่งแบบรวมตัวกันแข่งเฉยๆแบบไม่ได้จริงจังค่ะแต่ตอนนี้ก็คือจริงจังมากขึ้นเป็นอาชีพของเราแล้วอยากให้ตัวเองเล่นได้ผิดพลาดน้อยที่สุดค่ะแล้วก็เล่นได้ตามแผนของที่เราฝึกซ้อมมาค่ะอยากให้พวกเราชนะไปด้วยกันแล้วก็ไปแข่งแชมเปี้ยนด้วยกันค่ะก็มั่นใจมากค่ะว่าทีมเราจะไปแชมเปี้ยนด้วยกันทุกทีมค่ะไม่มีทีมใดทีมหนึ่งแต่คือทุกทีมเลยค่ะก็คือทุกทีมเป็นศัตรูของเราค่ะคมเพราะว่ายิงคมมากวัดคมจัดเล่นเกมอื่นค่ะหรือไม่ก็ฟังเพลงดูหนังค่ะก็รู้สึกดีใจค่ะที่มีรายการดีๆแบบนี้เป็นการสนับสนุนทัวร์หญิงด้วยค่ะแล้วก็จะสนับสนุนแบบนี้ต่อไปค่ะ
Last night, now you're lying in my bed. Must have been a dream last night, but I can hear what you're saying. You were shot to death last night. Where's my cup of coffee? I was dreaming something bad last night. Can't you hear what I'm saying? One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you. To look at you, to look at you. 2 gunshots and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you. We're not with you, we're not with you. You were shot to death last night, and I thought of someone else. Didn't care about your life last night, at least less than about his. All our dreams were shot to death last night. I see the clock stand still. Nightmares at your heart sometimes, but this is unbelievable. One gunshot, and I feel
Get money.
is the final day of VCT Game Changers APAC Elite today, and we will be crowning our new or our defending queens by the end of this day and find out who gets to represent the region in Berlin, Germany for VCT Game Changers Champions. My name is MikaFabs, and with me today on the panel is Zahk. This is a new combination. This is the first time this is happening, first here on VCT Game Changers APAC Elite. How are you doing, Zahk?
I am so excited to be here, and like you mentioned, Mika, this is going to be the deciding moment for everything these teams have been working on for like the past 2 years, in fact, because this is the first international event, and today's victor, they're going to represent APAC on that international stage. And of course, like you mentioned, it's going to come down to whether we're going to have our reigning queens keep it or have the new challengers step up and take it. And what a challenger it is, right? Ascent Sapphire.
Exactly. And I feel like, you know, for a lot of people, you wouldn't have had it any other way. These are two of the most powerful teams that we have here in the APAC region. So let's take a closer look at these teams and what they went through yesterday, because it was quite a surprise, I think, Zach. A lot of people thought that like Alter Ego Celeste would have a bit more of a stronger showing, especially since there were a lot of mistakes that were uncharacteristic for them.
Yeah, they definitely didn't look at quite their best yesterday. Especially on considering how close the first two maps were, because this series, it was very, very brutal. They did win the first map, but after that, on Fracture especially, that last round, it was one of the most depressing mistakes I've seen. Not really checking if the spike is being diffused. It happens, I know, but Extend, they just pulled it together, and once it got to Haven, the momentum was completely in their favor. They were coming off, they were ready to make that reverse sweep work, and they did it, but it was so close, Mika. Like, I genuinely felt like it could have gone either way yesterday.
Speaking of very, very close, we do have to give it up as well for Zolmeraki and Brent Victress. Zolmeraki having some of the most miraculous plays that I think that we've seen so far here in Game Changers APAC, and I will dub them as queens of the diffuse here. Whether they're the ones defending the diffuse or whether the ones that actually are diffusing, your jaws would just drop on the floor whenever they would do that. So hats off to them. Looking forward to seeing this team as we go into 2023. But before that, of course, we have a new champion to crown. And the interesting thing about Alter Ego Celeste and Extend Sapphire is we have seen this match over and over again. I believe first it was like the Open 1 earlier this year, and then the Open 3. It seems like, these two teams, they have this rivalry here, and they have so much history between them, Zach.
They definitely do, and this Exit also has a reputation of being the only team in the history of VCT APAC so far to have sent Alter Ego down to the lower bracket, to have defeated them at all in an official Game Changers event. So they have a lot riding for them. They've shown twice now that they are capable of taking down the reigning queens of APAC, and this is going to be the one for all the money, right? Sure, they've done it before, but this is going to be the third time. If they can do it, it's going to be the one that actually matters, that counts for everything. And I mean, the fact that they managed to win the upper bracket final yesterday, it's given them a lot of advantages heading into this final, such as them being able to really control how the map veto shapes up, since they do get that extra ban. And I think all the cards right now are in their favor, so as to speak. But Alter Ego, again, they've been in the situation before, like you mentioned. They've made that lower bracket run. They've made it to the grand finals in a less than ideal position where everything was stacked against them, against Exton in Open 3, and they managed to, in fact, dominate them in that particular final. It was a 3-0 sweep, if I'm not wrong, and I think that knowing Alter Ego and their mentality, they're looking to probably do the same again today.
For sure. I mean, I think everybody, of course, a sweep is a good thing, especially for production, especially with what happened yesterday, going a full match. But of course, we want the best kind of action. We want the best kind of Valorant action for today, especially since it's the grand final. And you know what? I think it's very fitting, of course, that we have Extend Sapphire and Alter Ego Celeste. These two teams have just so much history in VCT Game Changers APAC. But I also think that, there is a big question here, because we've seen Alter Ego Celeste bleed a little bit recently, and that's one, thanks to Extend Sapphire. You also don't want to be at the receiving end of an Alter Ego Celeste that kind of wants revenge. But I do think that now it's Extend Sapphire's actually roster stability that is coming into play, because Alter Ego Celeste, they still have some things to work on because of recent shuffles, Zach. And I'm wondering if you think that this is actually what is testing them right now, that synergy.
I mean, it might be, because like you mentioned, they lost their long-term controller player, Oreophilia. They had Aluka step in, and Ayumi and Aluka, they've been kind of managing around roles between themselves, shuffling things to make it work. We did see, of course, Aluka's first debut on Ascent yesterday against Zol, if I'm not wrong, on that duelist role. And man, she popped off on that raise. I never thought that anybody except Inari or Kohaibi could play raise better than those two on that particular map, but Aluka definitely showed look, Zahk, you forgot my name. But looking at the brackets today, looking at the journey that these teams have taken so far, Alter Ego, you look at them at the start, they get clean 2-0 victories, they move on to the upper finals, they have a very close match against Extend that they lose. They go to the lower bracket, and immediately, this is where the pressure starts sticking. And against Zoe, you see them struggle a little bit, but they eventually close it out. As for Extend, though, they've had that day to sort of watch Alter Ego play on these particular maps. I think that team comp that they did bring out on Ascent against Zoe was a relatively new one, so they've had more time to prep. They've had a little bit more VODs out there, and I think at this juncture, both teams they managed to take each other's measure. And in this finals, I think Ascent, I definitely do have the momentum going in because yeah, they definitely they managed to prove that they are capable of taking out Alter Ego. And in the past though, they've not been able to like really push across the finish line. I think that's going to be the biggest obstacle heading into today's game.
Yeah, I think that, you know, when it comes to Ascent Sapphire and Alter Ego Celeste, recently it's become kind of like a, you know, a coin toss. It's there was a time, I guess, where you would think that Alter Ego Celeste, you know, would definitely like, you know, clean sweep all the way. Right now, again, with all of the factors that we mentioned, it's becoming a little bit more of a 50-50, as we mentioned, just flip a coin, and it totally depends. So going into today, knowing that Ascent Sapphire managed to get like a bit of a longer break than Alter Ego Celeste, and they're coming off of, you know, that very, very long day yesterday, I think that, you know, there are pros and cons to this. Ascent Sapphire coming in with a little bit more rest, a little bit more refreshed, but Alter Ego Celeste still have some of that adrenaline from yesterday, and that can be a big factor as well, because it's like you're not coming in too cold, you know, from what happened yesterday. So I feel like it's a matter of how these two teams are going to balance that, especially since there's a lot of pressure. It's that seat, it's those tickets to Berlin to represent the region that's on the line here. So individually, it's gonna matter so much as well. We have very interesting plays as we saw yesterday. It's big question on the duelists though, because these two teams, they do like to shuffle around their duelists. The highlight of that being Aluka with her debut yesterday, Zach.
Oh yeah, definitely. On Ascent, she popped off. I think she was the MVP for the entire game, and she had about, let me get this straight, 350 ACS on the race. Being able to find so much of those first engagements creates so much space for the rest of the team, and it was a surprise as well, because, you know, usually we like I said, we're used to seeing Ineri on that duelist role and Ayumi on the chamber. You know, sometimes she goes in for, I believe she does go in for the Omen if Namsky is picking up that Killjoy, but most of the time this is what you expect. Ayumi and Ineri, they have been that duo for the longest time for Alter Ego to really step up on these two roles. But yesterday, Aluka proved that she is able to really like add, you know, extra spiciness into the mix, for lack of a better phrase. She was able to step up, and you know, it's the same with Ascent as well. I think we were discussing this before we really went on to the panel. They also do have that flexibility though, as they like to swap between Baby TZ as well as sorry about that, on Muffin, I believe, on that Neon.
Yeah.
So I think that might also lead to a little bit of contention here, because I know it's a very agent-based pick. You do see that it's the Neon that comes up when Muffin does play. But, you know, yesterday in particular, I felt like she didn't have the impact she really could have on, I believe it was Pearl. But now that map is, it's going to come onto question as well, whether Pearl is going to be in the pool at all, whether Exner are going to let it slip through, because it's a map that Alter Ego, over the course of this Elite, have proven that they are capable of utterly dominating. And if Exner let it through, well, I think it's going to be a little bit of a mistake.
It is, and it's going to be very exciting to see. Let's take a closer look at our teams for today: Ascent Sapphire and Alter Ego Celeste. Names, because they're gonna be on fire today. And as we were talking about before that team intro video, it's gonna be so interesting to see where the duelist, to whom the duelist role is going to go to, and how they're gonna play it. Because as we were talking about earlier, Zach, the duelist role is so crucial to both of these teams, because if say Inari is on the duelist role, then you'll have a totally different alter ego Celeste. If you put Muffin on the duelist role, that's a totally different Extend Sapphire. If you put Aluka on the duelist role, as we saw yesterday, that's totally different. I feel like, Inari on a more passive, like maybe the chamber or something, she also gives a little bit of an edge. So we're wondering what kind of alter ego Celeste are we seeing today? What kind of Extend Sapphire is going up against alter ego Celeste?
Yeah, that's a really good point that you made, Mika, because talking about how they like to play aggressively for the side of I believe X10 in particular, Muffin on Fracture, she has been one of those consistent game changers. If you see what I did there for their particular team. I think that the first time that they did play alter ego on this particular map, she was instrumental in like being able to really get that victory on Fracture, and I think that she's one of the most important pivotal parts of X10's Fracture comp. Like her and Polly, they're really able to work together on that controller and duelist duo, and able to just get so much information and space on that map, and just completely stall alter ego's pushes if they're going in the opposite direction. A lot of utility that they can really commit, and they've really shown, like, I think that these two teams are single-handedly responsible for elevating the level of Fracture gameplay that we see these days in Game Changers APAC. Maybe it's a little bit of an overstatement, but I don't think it is. I think that they started out playing it, and they've really like evolved how the map itself is played, the agent comps, everything. They just make it such a difficult battle. Like every time these two teams have played Fracture after that first type, it has been so close.
Yeah, and I love that you brought up agent comps, because like I feel like our Fade players have been doing so well this entire tournament. One of whom is, of course, Nabsky, and she will be going up, well, I guess her counterpart, because I know that the roles switch around and stuff. Against Ginny, it's going to be very, very interesting, because like, Ginny sometimes switches around to the controller role. Nabsky, though, yesterday, for example, her Fade was on point. I absolutely love how she was just dedicated to clearing out the corners and the information, because you had a second initiator coming in that would also act as a semi-controller too, especially when pushing onto the side. And going up against Ginny, this is going to be really interesting to see where the pushes and pulls when it comes to control of the sides is going to come in, because these two, I feel like this should be the more of a duo. It's like the Nabsky, Iceberg, and Polly Ginny duo that we have to look closely at, that's going to be able to enable their duelists.
Yeah, Polly in particular over the last few months, if I'm not wrong, has been phenomenal for the side of Extend. Ever since they played in the lower bracket LCQ, they played in the LCQ, they just blazed through the upper bracket, they blazed through the entire tournament. I don't think they dropped a single map, and a major part of that was Polly. She stepped up huge on that controller role, and Ginny as well. She's been looking more and more confident with that KO. I think that is her best agent, and any map that she gets to play it and she's feeling herself, I think that she might be a major threat for Alter Ego to watch out for. But for Nabsky, I don't know if anyone has brought this up yet over the broadcast, but fun fact, before she joined Alter Ego this year, I believe that she was a manager for the team, and she just saw all the girls playing and like, hey, I heard you guys needed a fifth, let me try it out. And she's been phenomenal over the course of the year, being able to really step into that Killjoy role. And like you mentioned, right now she's she's like pushing her skill set, she's going in for that initiator as well. And I think on Pearl in particular yesterday, combined with Inari, the duo on that Fade as well as that KO, they've just been so dynamic in being able to take control of that map, like sector by sector. You see both of them going in for the mid control. Inari controls art. There's a heavy pressure towards door, and they're just able to like sweep onto the side off that initial presence that both of these initiators are able to like create. The pressure that they have been putting together, it's just unbelievable for Alter Ego. Like they've gotten so good. Like they were always historically great at using utility, but in this particular tournament, I feel like they've really stepped it up, being able to pick up these high utility usage roles and just play them phenomenally. And I think a major part of that is Aluka, right? When you do bring her in on that controller role, especially on that Astra, she has so much utility, and she's just flawless at using it so far.
Yeah, I love the way she actually uses the Astra. It's like her smokes, like they're very disorienting, and I love the way that it comes out. It's a little different compared to other controllers, because it's instead of it being like a little bit defensive or used for a push or something, it's there to just cause chaos, which is what I love. It's such a duelist mindset also, so I absolutely love it. Wait, hold on. Nabsky used to be the manager. I just have to point that out. That's amazing. Oh my gosh, this girl's amazing. She used to be the manager, and then suddenly you're here, and you're like, you're on one of the best teams here. You could be flying over to Berlin to represent APAC. That's crazy. But yes, we did talk about Pearl quite a lot, but I don't think we're seeing it today, Zach. I think it would be crazy if X10 let this through after what happened yesterday, and given that Alter Ego Celeste has been one of the more memorable teams so far throughout this entire Game Changers year on Pearl.
Yeah, they've definitely, if you have 2 bans in a row, you definitely want to get that map out of there, and I think it's a great choice. But the second map that they've banned, that is very interesting to me, because they've gone for Bind, and it makes sense because it is honestly one of X10's weakest maps. We did see them defeat Bren on it, but aside from that, this is usually one of their perma bans, so as to speak, against teams like Alter Ego, and they've gone in for that. So they managed to get both Pearl as well as Bind out of the map pool, and all the other 5 maps that are left, every single map that's here, Mika, X10, they have more than a 75% win rate on every single map here. The only team that they've really lost to in the last few months has been Alter Ego on these particular maps, and maybe X10 or Bren. But for the purposes of this this particular tournament, I think that X10, they have a map pool that they're extremely comfortable with, and now that they managed to get Pearl out of there, they're gonna be breathing like a huge sigh of relief.
Yeah, I'm interested to see Fracture, just because that's been, against Alter Ego Celeste, it's been a bit of a comfort map for X10 Sapphire. I'm curious to see if Alter Ego Celeste has learned from their mistakes over the past year, and especially from yesterday. You did mention earlier that Alter Ego Celeste, they're not afraid to, like, oh my gosh, we did terribly on this map yesterday, let's ban it out because we don't want to do that. They're not the kind of team that actually does that. They're like, okay, yeah, sure. So, I hope that this means that all the mistakes from yesterday are absorbed, and we're seeing like Alter Ego Celeste start from like a blank slate, and who knows, maybe this time they get X10 on Fracture.
Maybe they will, because again, historically on Fracture, it's always been very close. Apart from that first time that X10 beat them like 13-6, it's always been very close. It's been into overtime, and yesterday in particular, we saw how close it went. It came down to the whole stratagem of Pro Zone fake, and despite just being stuck by X10. But
oh my gosh,
Fracture,
yeah,
I think that's gonna haunt them for a while. But they need to be over it by today, because it is the finals, and well, I think that's one mistake that we won't see them really doing. Hold my beer, they might do it, but you never know, because it's always so nerve-wracking when you're in that situation. You don't want to give them a free peek, but you also need to be sure that the spike is being diffused. But that's just minor detail. Looking at the entire veto so far, though, I mean, map number 1, that is going to be Breeze. And again, this is a map that both teams are pretty comfy on. I just think that X10 has a little bit of an edge on it, because they have been playing it more. They haven't played it over the course of this particular tournament. Alter Ego, though, they looked a little bit rusty on the Breeze when they played against W Streak. They did win it eventually, but Aneri in particular, she seemed like she was getting a little bit too overconfident. She was going in for a lot of these pushes on the jet, not being able to get traded out properly, and the map got way closer than it should have. It was 13-8 by the end of it. So I think, talking about mistakes that need to be fixed, right, I think Alter Ego, they've definitely gone back to the drawing board for that one, because X10, Sapphire, they're a whole entire beast that you can't really afford to be making those kind of minor errors against, because they will pounce on it and they will eat you.
Yeah, I totally agree, and I think it was Donut that mentioned this yesterday. Alter Ego Celeste sometimes does have this tendency to overheat a little bit, and then that's where the weird mistakes come out. That's where these annoying little kinks in the armor start coming out. And I feel like, if they can balance that out for today, it's just one best of 5. They can, if they can temper themselves for today, they're gonna be fine. They're gonna be the Alter Ego Celeste that we know. X10 Sapphire, I feel like they're a bit more balanced, and I think it is that stability as a team. I don't believe that they've had a roster shuffle since earlier this year, or not at all this year. So yeah, so they're not dealing with that extra factor of needing to be able to connect. They do have the luxury of just sitting back and letting that kind of experience really seep into their gameplay today. So I feel like Alter Ego Celeste, they do have this. They just need to not overheat. And I love that term, because you do see it with a very duelist heavy team, when you have Aneri on your team, when you have Alaka on your team, even Ayumi a little bit. So there are 3 potential factors here that can kind of get the train off of the rails. So they got to keep it there. And I'm sure they're going to be good.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting that you brought up this overheating topic, and I think that at some point I had to speak to the coach for Alter Ego. They also do have that coach buff coming in for this particular tournament. They did manage to pick up Redco, who was coaching TSMX all the way back in NA, and he moved back here. He's working with Alter Ego right now, and he's been doing a great job with them, as we've seen. Like, he's been completely innovating their team comps, really flexing things around. Because when Aluka joined, there was always that huge question mark, because it's a controller player who left, but it's a duelist who's joining. So who is going to pick up that controller role? And initially, everybody, once we saw Aluka on the Astra, we were like, interesting. But now we're just like, oh my god, it's Aluka on the Astra. Run for the hills. Because, you know, the one thing about Aluka is that she's so unpredictable. We've seen that especially on Haven over the course of these last few days. You just do not know where she's going to pop out of. Is she going to be lurking in your spawn or her own spawn? Or is she going to be towards the middle of the map? She just pops up at the worst times and she manages to catch these rotations completely off guard. We've seen it against almost every single team that Alter Ego have played on Haven, and I think that she is going to be that X factor, so as to speak. But you know, map number 1, it's going to be Breeze, and it is agent selection right now, and I'm interested to see what kind of players are, which agents are going to be picked up in particular, because like you mentioned, we do see that flexibility between Baby TZ and Muffin on this particular map. So I'm interested to see who's going to pick up the duelist, and it is going to be Muffin this time on the Jet.
Ooh, okay, so Muffin having the duelist role on the side of X10 Sapphire, and we have Inari this time. Aluka is gonna be on the controller role, and Navsky, oh yes, big fan of the KO. This is slightly different from when they went up against each other last time. This is a slightly different composition. I do love the way Navsky uses, like, again, the initiator roles, but on the KO, I think this is gonna be the, you know, the ace, I guess, for Alter Ego Celeste, because this is what they didn't have last time. They did have the Sova, and I brought it up yesterday as well, that like the Sova seems to be falling a little bit out of relevance, especially on certain maps. Breeze is one of those maps. I feel like the KO just has a lot more utility. So Zach, really quick prediction, which way is this map gonna go?
I think this map, it could go either way, but I think X10, they are just a little bit better on Breeze. I'm not going to bet against Alter Ego. I would never bet against Alter Ego, but at least on paper, I think that X10, they have a shot at taking it away. But, you know, I think that we can make all the predictions we like, but it's going to be our casters for today, Donut and Quack, who are going to take it away. So, guys, let's go.
Thank you so much, Zach and Mika. It all comes down to this right now. Alter Ego Celeste versus X10 Sapphire. Heyimquack. This is Donut. They were talking about predictions. They didn't quite get into it. I'm a little bit disappointed. What do you think, Donut?
No, you put me in this position again. Of course, when we talk about predictions, we don't want to curse anything. But I'm pretty excited to see Baby TZ on the Cypher. We've never really seen a Cypher on Breeze for such a long time, but they're going back to their roots. And I'm pretty sure that I want to root for them just because they're going back to how they beat AECL in the past, right? We've seen them be so aggressive, take control against them. So I'm pretty excited to see the Cypher, in particular for Baby TZ.
I mean, here's my thing. I was taking a look at how XNS has been playing so far. They have not so far in this APAC Elite, they haven't played Breeze, not once. Meanwhile, Alter Ego Celeste have actually played it against Winstreak Female, and that's going to be something that I think gives them an advantage. X10S, they are probably going to try to counter ACL somehow, and that's why they have that Cypher. It's something that might just be able to deny Inari from getting easy entries, and that's a little bit terrifying.
Yeah, I mean, even Alyssa here at the Sky, that's a perfect counter to the aggression that Nabsky can offer for the team, right? And this early push towards mid, X10S, they want to take control. They know the solution. It's mid control, but they're taking it so slow.
They have a lot of it, though. Poison Cloud just gives them a bit of an edge, a bit of cover as they push up towards Nest. And now that's where they meet Navsky. Information gathered for ACL now, but look at where the players are still positioned. You got Inari towards Halls too. There's so much moving around.
Yeah, and if they dash in now, it's a little bit too late. Nabsky gets the first kill against Muffin, and they're still taking control. Nabsky gets a double. With that flash, though, I don't know if she is able to get another one. But, you know, Aluka strikes back.
Oh, and that leaves Polly alone. She's still going to try to do whatever she can, though, but her back is a little bit exposed. I'm sure she's afraid and considering it, but she needs that spike as well. Moves up front, picks it up. 40 seconds, but look at how Alter Ego Celeste are just surrounding her. They're waiting for that one tap on the spike. And Polly's trying to be careful about it as well.
Small
Toxic
mistake.
screen goes up, but no.
A small mistake from her can be your demise, and Alaka is just waiting for her in that corner. She gets a 3 there. What a wonderful defense for AE Celeste. They just bide their time. They wait. Because X10S was playing so slow, of course we take it slow as well. And when the perfect time is there to strike, there they are. And both Nabsky and Alaka get the doubles. That's what's good about this team, AE Celeste. During the pistol round, you would have to think, okay, the sprays will get you 2Ks. No, or pistols as well.
Pistols, especially at that range with the classic. But I gotta say, Nabsky, she did so much just positioning herself towards the back of the site. It gave her information towards the middle. And I think that's a tell because of the poison cloud towards mid doors as well. But here we go. Back in the second round, X10S pulling off... I don't know, this is a bit of a default, right? They don't have the spike committed towards a single site. They're kind of holding, expecting ACL to push out, but that's not what they're doing at all.
Yeah, the expectations is really just for information, and information gathered as Nabsky is there. Nabsky as well wants that info, but is denied just by destroying that piece of utility in Iceberg as well here. She's already exhausted too of her info gathering utility, but they're striking back. They took back the spike, and it looks like it's going to be an A hit here, Quack.
I mean, we're down to 50 seconds, and you have no other option. AECL, with the positioning that they have, it's just so oppressing. Iceberg, a bit of an off angle. She's not even using her recon. That's how confident she is. Here's the footsteps now, and all she has to do is spray. Gets the first, gets the second, and Neri to support. Narrowly whiffing the second one as well, but she finally collects onto it. Baby TZ approaching from mid doors. They kind of know where she is as well. She's been suppressed. Able to take down a Neri though, so a bit of damage, but not before Nabsky closes the door.
Just as we expected for AE Celeste's defense to take down X10S one by one, but I'm pretty sure with the amount of information they weren't able to gather with the utility, it just left them guessing. That's why, as you can see here, Ineri was also in the prime of rotating just because they had a guess. They thought it was B, but apparently it was A, and it's just that Iceberg was ready for the spray. They just let through Muffin onto the site, and that's why they were able to take 2.
Really smart ways to adapt to the situation at hand. But at the same time, you can see that this is the style that ACL are going for. And now all of a sudden, they're pushing down for elbow control. They hear the footsteps towards middle. They're calling this out, but it's X10S with the firepower.
Yep, the firepower is there, and Muffin missed the shot there as the dash comes in, but Alyssa doesn't miss. She takes down Ineri, but through the wall, Ayumi responds, takes down Alyssa. You get my friend, I get you too.
Triangulating through that one little spot. She actually got the wall bang, and that is big value. Now X10S, quick adaptation straight towards A. Alaka knows this. The wall is up. She's trying to shoot down the recon drone, but still has to give herself an advantageous position because they are going to wrap in around onto this. Unfortunately, the wall drops and Ginny takes her out. And that leaves 3 versus 4. All towards the backside of bridge. This does not look good, Donut. They don't have the range right now. It's only Nabsky, perhaps. Maybe a Yumi with the headhunter. But they have to make a move as well, and look at how Muffin's holding this off angle. As soon as Iceberg swings, the Spectre actually does the job. Ayumi gets ahead as well, but then Baby TZ answers back in full. Nabsky spraying through the cage actually finds her too, and that leaves Ginny alone. 1-on-1 now, 30 HP, not much left in the magazine, and Iceberg is going behind her. She knows this, sends out the recon, spots her. Got it halfway though, and she's not faking it, but no, the back still exposed, the cape flowing in the wind. Ginny saw the head and capitalized on that opportunity.
Alter Ego wanted to give them the taste of their own medicine. I'm gonna just defuse this and probably get the win, but the luck wasn't there for AE Celeste. It was Iceberg in that perfect position just to throw off that recon bolt. So shit. If she is really defusing the spike, and well, Jenny does confirm, but as we expected, right, with a gun diff, it's gonna be there. Positioning wasn't really good for AE Celeste and as well as the firepower, but now it's equal, but they still take it slow.
Yeah. I mean, that's just the tension building between these two teams. Gotta say that perhaps Muffin, with her rifle playing such a close and forward position against ACL, might not have been the best call considering the fact that there was a Spectre on their side. But whatever it is, now we're back. Full buys on both. A Yuumi with an operator. No one moving at all. I'm not sure if there might be a technical issue. Because you don't normally leave yourself exposed like that. Yep, definitely some kind of technicalities going on.
Yeah, we have to recall the round, though. Definitely. Well, it is a difficulty, at least in terms of the technical. It seems to be an X10S pause, as we've seen them not moving at all in the map.
Yeah, that's a little bit strange. I mean, you can't have an APAC tournament without some, APAC internet issues here and there. Sometimes it happens. But the thing is, you start to see how both teams really play. And Alter Ego Celeste are really surprising right now. In the past, we would have seen perhaps a Neri, a Yuumi just pushing out a lot. But this time, they've got so much discipline.
Yeah, I mean, the discipline is there. X10S, we're not used to them playing it slow on mid. Usually, you would see a recon bolt sent or probably a guiding light sent over towards mid or elbow and then them dashing in. But this time, they're really picking up the pieces. They learned from their past mistakes, and I feel like they maybe took some sense of inspiration from the rest of the teams that played all throughout the series, right? Sometimes if you play it slow and steady, it gets you the win. So probably let's just take inspiration from that and apply this in this best of 3. That will define their fate if they go to Berlin.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Both teams really want that spot to Berlin, and that's why they're playing it extra safe today as well. I mean, you lose the first map, and that could put you behind for the next one, and that's really what matters right now. You start behind the 8 ball, you never get in front, and that's the thing. They have to be so careful about this that sometimes I think it kind of causes X10S to overthink some decisions. But thankfully, the previous round that we just saw, Ginny just went in for that jugular, saw Iceberg just try to stick that defuse. Who do you think you are? We did that yesterday. You're not going to do the same thing to us.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you can't do that to us, right? We are the masters of the defusal for the ninjas, right? But I think we're gonna get into a short break. As we sort this out, of course, we want to give you a good time, so a good time will be in your screens right after this quick break.
Oh boy.
This is the battle I choose, and I'm gonna win. I ain't gonna lose. Sticks and stones won't break my bones. stop. See me fall. You ain't never, ever gonna see me crawl. You can try and shoot me with a million lies. You can try and cut me with a sharpened eyes. Like the dust and like the tide. Still I rise. Ain't nobody who will ever bring me down. Ain't nobody who can take away my crown. Like the dust and like the tide. Still I
Welcome back to VCT Game Changers APAC Elite, guys. So we are just working through a few technical issues, and we will get right back into Breeze, where we previously saw Alter Ego Celeste was leading by just a bit, though. Very, very early still in the round, though, Zach. So it's a lot of things can happen. But I think for Alter Ego Celeste, they're looking pretty confident so far on Breeze.
Yeah, I mean, if that last bonus round for them was any indicator, I like how she just goes for the stick, doesn't care. The recon is in Iceberg space, so everything is being thrown at her. She doesn't care. She just goes for the stick. Unfortunately, like Quack mentioned, just the cape. That's all it took for, Ascent to close out that round, but it got really close. And I think that if this is any indication of what we're up for, looking at how these full buys are shaping up for these teams, I think it's going to be an insanely close match. Unless, of course, one of the teams really finds the momentum. But yeah, I'm sure that all of our audience, despite how amazing we look today, Mika, they are going to be a little bit disappointed to be thrown back to us so soon instead of, towards halftime. So apologies for that, but we have an update from production. We will be heading back into game pretty soon, so don't worry about it, guys.
That is absolutely right. Actually, pretty soon it's going to be right now. We're going to toss you back to your casters, Quack and Donut.
That was pretty fast. It just happens right now. We're back in the game. This is what we want. Finally, the caster start game button works, don't it?
Yeah, I mean, we pushed the button. We actually spammed it. That's why it's here and it's back. And earlier on, we were talking about how AE Celeste did lose a couple of rifles during that round, right? It was so close when XNS was just able to deliver one rifle onto this round. And Baby TZ is already walking up here, but there's an iceberg waiting for her at the back of the door.
Oh my gosh. Am I watching the Titanic right now? Iceberg? She's tapping away too. I think she might have seen something, or maybe just trying to bait out a peek. But what I'm focused on is what we have at the middle. Inari with her operator outside of mid doors. However, X10S, they are just split up across the whole map.
Yeah, just one Trailblazer that forced a rotation to come in for Iceberg. But what they don't know is somehow Baby TZ hears some of these rotations, and that's why she's gonna take a call. And the spike is nowhere near. Just one piece of utility. You can see how Iceberg has left her post.
Back towards A. Iceberg gets to return as well. It's not too bad. She's hovering around mid, trying to get some information towards halls. I think the call from X10S is the fact that if Viper's holding B, let's just go straight into A. We don't have to deal with that toxic screen. Instead, they use their own toxic screen to push in.
Yeah. And that's going to be double anchor ship, right? And Baby TZ has slipped through the doors, gets Iceberg out of the way. But what they have to worry about is mid. There's an operator there for Inari. And that's going to be a nuisance for them before they plant out the spike. But successfully planted here. Inari's just waiting. She is going to get damaged from all of that shock bolts thrown at her. Perfect flash doesn't really come through. It's AECL getting the kills.
And it's all thanks to that toxic screen as well. However, the round's not over yet. It's still damage that's possible to come out from X10S. Muffin up by stairs. Tailwind activated as well. She gets another and then goes in up front and close. Ayumi sticks it to half, but unfortunately cannot deal with two targets at once. It's the 4K in the round for Muffin and the second win for X10S.
Yeah, they did not expect the rotation towards the map, right? The movement of both Muffin towards Pyramid, going at the back of the site just to reposition because they know that they've already lost mid. So the best possible scenario is to hold it from the back of the site. It might not be planted for them, but all of the duels went in their favor, and this is how X10S is responding. While they might have lost map control, they just regain back whatever space they can take.
And I gotta say, like, one of the biggest factors was Baby TZ with that lurk towards halls as well. Even though Iceberg was around that spot the whole time, she had no idea that Baby TZ was in that deep. It's something that's similar to what I saw before from Team Liquid and Yampy doing the same exact thing, but this time back to it. X10S. Another default, but look at your minimap. They're pushing up ACL.
Muffin gets the first kill and Habsky is down. There was an intention to try and catch them off guard, but they were the ones who were caught. Maybe TZ is just waiting for another one to push up, but because of the Blade Storm, that's high value, and Neri wants to keep that for herself so that she can take another kill. A late trade for Neri.
She hears that reload as well. Creeps up front. But they know she's going in for it too. Muffin strikes at the right time. A triple kill in the round, and already the B site open right for the taking.
Left.
Yep, and it's just down to the two anchors. I love the setup here of AE Celeste, wherein they push in B, but leave the anchor ship to the Viper and the Chamber, but it doesn't really work so well for them because X and S are playing it so careful. They expected Inari to be pushing up mid because she has the Blade Storm, so they were so wary about this, and X and S goes in for the punish, but Alaka here is just waiting for a peek out. A little bit of a mistake from AE Celeste, but they're not giving it. Oh, sorry, for X and S, but they're not giving it to AE.
Really,
One
not
enemy
at
remaining.
all. Zero control granted, and Ayumi has no choice but to back off. The best she can hope for right now is just exits and maybe to hold on to her bulldog of all things. She runs towards them, but this might not be the right call. She has to stay hidden because there's three on the other side. She's still able to get the tag, but no, not the frag. Polly unfortunately snuffs out her life. It's 3-2 now, and X10S are countering AECL.
Yeah, a great counter here. Expectation to move forward while the rest of the members here, I think it was Polly just waiting for her to push out. Sorry, that was Baby TZ to push out towards elbow. So if it's not going to be elbow, then her only way out is going to be through mid. And I love the control of X and Sapphire here in this map. They play it slow. It's a different look for them.
Incredibly different, and I think what it is perhaps their coach Obi or Ginny, their IGL, calling out to read the tendencies of ACL. They got to be careful about this elbow position though, because you know, Ayumi's gotten wallbang before. Not this time though. She does have her operator, and they know that X10S are trying to make a move around mid.
There's going to be a flash though, but that just displaces her and moves back towards elbow. With how they are positioned in the map, I'm not too sure if they're going to go and take B instead, but they want to take the picks first.
Got Muffin with the Blade Storm as well. Uses the Cyber Cage to sneak past, but the trademark spots her instead. Hunters here will be able to give them a little bit more coverage though. Not before Ayumi swings out, but unfortunately it's a whiff. Baby TZ strikes back, and then the Viper's Pit gets deployed. And Neri, she's on a big flank, but with that Viper's Pit, I'm not sure if she can actually find anything. There's just so much coverage right now that the entire site, or at least 20-30% of it, is being blocked off. She still comes back in from behind though, able to get out one, but not before XNS enters back as well. A second flanker is going to be Iceberg. But you still have so many targets. Recon bolt, and they instantly know where to lurk. Instantly know where to turn. Polly comes back in as well, and that is just X10S not slowing down whatsoever.
I love the response for X10S because they had one advantage. It was the Viper Spit. And because of the null command that was poured onto here by X10S, they had no cloud bursts to use, no cages to give them additional cover, so that's why they just played to their strength, right? That Viper Spit gave them coverage, allowed Eneri to not see anything else. She had to push forward. She gets one, at least, one that was facing back, but an immediate response. Quick trade for X10S just to gather control back.
Interesting. I mean, it just looks as if ACL has no tools to deal against these obstacles, and even right now, trying out different options, using the toxic screen aggressively to push in towards cave. It doesn't do all that much, but Iceberg, a quick double with the Hunter's Fury. However, you still don't have sight control. That's a big issue. You don't have firepower as well. Eneri on a bit of a flank, but then that Neural Theft comes in. They know exactly where they are. Muffin able to take out a Yuumi so quickly because of it. Eneri and Iceberg now trying to outduel them, but to no avail. The guns just will not do that much. Perhaps a kill with the Shock Dart.
Yeah, a possible
But no.
one, but no, it doesn't connect. He's already gotten two with the Hunter's Fury, but that's a tall task to clutch it out against 3 rifles of X10S. And as expected, X10, they bring another point to their favor. But it was a good response for AECL. They just used the Hunter's Fury, probably let them think that, okay, a 3v3 is going to be an advantage, but the Neural Theft instantly comes in. And then the information gathered, action taken by by Muffin to take the kills, and Ginny as well. The crossfires that are set up here for X10S are very much vital to try and take AECL one by one. And I love how they are able to isolate themselves while they are set up for the crossfire.
It's especially their positions when they hold post plant. It really denies any possible retake from AECL, especially because they had that information from the Neural Theft. But Donut, I'm really not used to this. Watching yesterday and then today, I have never seen Alter Ego Celeste this vulnerable before. And that is why they're calling a timeout this early. Redco discussing something with them, but hopefully it changes things around. They have the Viper's Pit, they have the Tour de Force available, but I don't know if those tools are enough, because so far the problem isn't really that they are not able to get map control, they're not able to defend sites. It's more that X10S are able to sneak in. X10S are able to break up their formation.
Probably it's also proactivity for the side of AE Celeste, because if 2 anchors are just watching one site, right, you just have to let X10S in one. So the proactivity is seen now with a Viper's Pit deployed here in A, but
oh god,
instant response, double information gathered, but even a tag there by the drone, and then Muffin strikes, gets Alika out of the way.
They instantly knew that was completely planned. This is a perfect anti-strat coming in from XNS. And one of your biggest anchors at the start of the round completely deleted like that. You have 0 sight control again. You have to retake with force, with numbers, but I don't know if that's going to be enough. They've opened up the door just to get a little bit more information, and Eri finds one to help her out, but Baby TZ goes up the hole at such a weird timing. Able to take out one, but then Alter Ego Celeste, I'm not letting go. They're not letting up. They're pushing in a Yuumi with a second frag on the Tour de Force that leaves Baby TZ alone. She has to duel all of them on her own. She goes in, counter strafes, gets 1 shot, but not 2. Eneri gets the 3rd as well, and the 3rd win for her team.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned retaking it by force, and the Tour de Force come into play there. Such a vital kill against X10S, because as we saw here, the crossfires are there, so then we take what is ours yet again, and Eneri just dashing in, taking information and passing it on to the rest of the team members, right? That's what we love about AECL. The retakes, it might be slow and steady, but once they are ready, they pounce. And
it's that pounce as well. I mean, Eneri, to start things off, really gave them a little bit more freedom on the site itself. So now, perhaps a tiny loss of confidence, just trying to get a little bit more information. X10S playing the default, and it's so far back as well. Using the recon to scout out mid right now, but that just gives away their position. Ayumi instantly knows how to peek out onto this.
Yeah, and that's the proactivity that probably Redco mentioned to them. You have to actually be the first ones to take the first kills, but Baby TZ an immediate response to take down Aluka yet again.
Of all players, your Viper's the one that falls. That could be an issue. That could be a crack in the door for X10S to slip in. That said, though, they're not just aggressing yet. This is still not that safe. Napsky could toss in a fragment grenade just to slow them down a little bit.
That could, actually, because there's no more of that toxin screen to really take... consider a problem, actually. And XNS are just gonna walk in.
They're gonna use that toxic screen to set up for a retake instead. That's kind of smart, but they have to be very careful about this. X10S positioning ever so careful. They're backing up into cave as well, setting up for some post plants, and then the pop flashes to go through. Baby TZ collecting on quick triple. Yumi makes it a trade, and now the sisters in arms, they have to pull this back. Unfortunately, they don't have that much time, and with the post plant coming in as well, and I don't know if they can actually do this. Alyssa, sharp as ever, takes off Anari's head, and then the recon. Oh my god, X10S. Donut, how are they so good?
I think it's also the micro adjustments that they were able to make for that round, because the previous one, they made a mistake by just pushing forward. It took so much space that they didn't really consider that AE Celeste can recover just by playing it slow and steady. So what they did was just played it back. They knew that they had the utilities, they had the recon bolt just in case there would be a sneak defuse from AECL, and XNS, they deliver it.
Yeah,
And,
it's unbelievable.
yeah, and
I
think,
mean,
yeah, go ahead.
yeah, sorry, you have to consider, like, Ayumi had an operator that round. It was such a heavy investment, and they still lost.
And now they're forced to use the headhunter yet again for Ayumi. Yes, she's been getting kills with this weapon, and it's very vital for them to use, especially for this round. That range is going to be a consideration, and range for Inari is there, but she falls back. Wants to get another kill, just does damage, but not a frag that they need. And Muffin just yeets out of there. She doesn't want anything to do with Inari's Blade Storm, but she gets punished.
Oh,
Alyssa
God.
is there to save the day.
It's gonna be a Neri that gets yeeted out instead. Yeeted out of the map, yeeted out of the round. And at 6-3, I cannot believe how prepared X10S look right now. Every single little movement that Alter Ego Celeste makes, they have a contingency. Look at how Polly is lurking inside of mid right now. The rest of them pushing up, and they're not afraid to deal with this as well. Who needs cover? Because ACL aren't going to duel us. They only have sheriffs. They said, I'm going to take the duel to them, says Muffin. Pushes up front, tailwinds to the other side of yellow, and tries to catch them off while their attention is drawn away. She goes in, she gets a quick second one, and then Ayumi takes her out. But of course, Baby TZ to support. Fire support is here and ready to strike. 7-3, Donut.
I am really surprised with how XNS is playing this map. They're playing it like they're turtles, and they're so comfortable in their shells, not even pouring out resource for the push, right? The toxin screen, we all know that piece of utility is going to be vital just for that plant to happen, but they don't use it anyway. They rely on each other now. And I love the quick response for Baby TZ. Once Muffin is down, I mean, the instant save there. Charades come in for X10S, and AECL, they're not as quick to respond to the kills that X&S are giving them.
We're nearing the end of the half now, and oh my god, it's the same read. This time, it's X10S that pushes up, though, with a pop flash that they just cannot react to. Remember, this is the new patch 506, and even then... Natsuki's gonna try to do whatever she can to anchor this down. Singing the prelude to chaos, she hides.
And this is not her
behind
song,
the back
though.
wall. You might just be right. That's it. Oh, and then the Seekers, yeah.
But she sings now as a choir together with two of her other members of the team. Great recon ball to try and figure out where they are. Baby TZ, a rare miss from her, but instantly fades away, and Neri takes one first.
Oh my
She gets
God.
the double. It's her song anyway, and Baby TZ, she has to get this recovery back, but Nabsky, she has the last laugh, and probably this is a great win for AECL to get fourth. And if they finish with a 5-7 quack, this isn't really bad because AECL, I think, with their composition and with how Aneri is playing, they can be ready for the opposing side.
I might even dare say 4-8. That's already good enough. AECL probably not too uncomfortable with this. And this is just a taste of what Aneri is capable of. When she's feeling it, and when she's pushing in along with Alika, she's got Napsky to watch her back. They are able to get those duels. They are able to take down those members of X10S, especially on a site like B, which is relatively smaller compared to A. It is nearing the end of the first half, though, so why not spend that time out? Let's see what X10S has in store for us. They've got all the economy, don't it?
Yeah, I mean, the economy is there for them. They have the advantage of the timeout. They want to take it further by getting an 8-4 scoreline, right? So that when they are on the defense, then it's going to be easier for them to pull that win closer to them. But at the same time, though, Muffin has the Blade Storm, so this is a great advantage for them. But for the defense, I feel like they're going to opt for the retake because Nabsky has that null command in her pocket, so she can just use that card whenever they are going to do the retake, because we all know them to be slow and steady when it comes to these retakes. But when they pounce, and probably that's going to be their trigger before they do.
Exactly. Just keep your finger on that trigger. Play it safe. Give yourself escape routes, and then go in for that retake. Even if Muffin goes in for the Blade Storm, that could be ultimately denied by that KO utility from Napsky. However, XNS, they're using halls. Look at how Muffin dashed in. Instantly taking control over the back of the site, and now Ayumi is pinned down. Easy way to push in to take her out, and Neri trying to hide behind Cobble, but no! Ginny just says, this is now my domain. You no longer have to stay here. You are evicted. The remaining two, again with a null command, they want to pry open up the site, but they have to do it together. Alika on her own, though, making it a little bit easier. But now that she's gone, Napsky with the null command, her position is just being given away. She has to pop flash. She has to find ways just to close in the distance. All of them now trying to play some sort of post plant, not to mention Baby TZ trying to swing off the tap. Natsuki knows this though, she pushes up front, but Baby TZ was prepared for it. You have activated my trap card.
And it's funny, when they had the null command on, it was just an immediate response from X10S. They had to pull away. They said, okay, I might be powerless only if I'm close to you, so I'll keep this distance. We have the ultimates online. I have Baby TZ covering mid for me, so Baby TZ instantly rotates to a more favorable position so that Nabsky can't really get that clutch done.
Oh, well, that said, we're going to let our panelists break down more of the action because there is so much to unpack right now. 4-8 is the score. Mika and Zach, what do you think?
Slow and steady seems to be the mantra for X10S today. I really love this kind of inchworm entry that they're doing. You know, it's like cutting little slices of the pie just bit by bit to secure, you know, great positions and to catch AECL off guard as well, Zach.
Yeah, definitely. Talking about catching off guards, baby TZ, you know, when I saw her pick up that Cypher initially, I was like, wait a minute, there's no chamber on Breeze, but she has been proving me wrong over the course of the entire game. Just being able to find these constant, you know, holes in the defense from Alter Ego. And again, you know, the discipline coming in from these Extend players, like you mentioned, so slow. They don't even make it execute until the last 30 to 45 seconds of the round. They get that pick, they decide where they want to go. And Alter Ego, they've been trying to play for the retake, but it's just not succeeding because either they're a player down or they just have no time. And Extend, they already have their post plan set up in place. You can't play retake when there's so much utility and so much you know, factors against you there.
Yeah, and I want to point out Muffin is having a really, really good day. And usually when you see somebody pick up the Jet, you are expecting, you know, okay, just dashing in onto the site and everything. I love that. Yeah, exactly. With the watch this and the Blade Storm and stuff. I love the way that she's playing Jet right now. It's very, very sneaky. So you're not actually going to expect the entry from the front. It's actually from behind or on the side. And then using the utilities to like get away quickly and sneak off to another place. It's so sneaky and it's a totally unexpected way to play Jet as well, and Muffin is using it to great success. I like the way this is looking for Extend Sapphire, especially now that they're going to switch to the defensive side.
Yeah, but you know, looking at the statistics, Extend, they're a team that's significantly stronger on attack on this particular map. So, you know, perhaps they've done their research, perhaps they've done their groundwork, but I think Alter Ego, especially considering how Aneri is playing, they are definitely capable of making this comeback on this particular map. Against W Streak, it was the same. It was a similar 8-4 half, but they ended the game 13-8. They didn't lose a single round when they switched over, when they switched sides. And I think that we might be seeing something similar today, but, you know, I think it could genuinely go either way at this point. But Extend, like you mentioned, Mika, they are looking great.
Yeah, well, we're going to see if Alter Ego Celeste can bounce back, especially since they're known as a more attack-heavy team. We're going to see if they can do that this time when they switch on over to the attacking side on Breeze. Back to our casters.
I thought the map was Breeze, but XNS just really wanted to start slow here, and they managed to really bring in their own pace. And as attackers, right, you want to be able to deliver that. And you want to leave AECL guessing. Of course, of all of the teams that you want to leave guessing, it's going to be Alter Ego Celeste, right? And this time now, AECL, they have the opportunity to now drive that rhythm back to their favor. But I'm not too sure with how they're gonna do it because the proactivity now for XNS is here. Instant flash in towards mid. But there's nobody there, nobody's home. But it's instead the B side that they want to take, and Muffin instantly gets the kill.
It's the trap wire from Baby TC. This is what I was talking about right before the map started. This is why XNS went in with this specific composition. Most optimally, you might see the chamber, but no, tripwire instead. Alyssa with the sky as well. This could give them an edge in the retake. So even though ACL's getting the spike down, I'd say they have to be very careful about this. Yumi, though, she's still holding around Pyramid. Meanwhile, the rest of them trying to lurk around middle, trying to play around Cave. I'm very curious about what Napski's about to do. Oh.
This might be a perfect timing for her, but Ginny spots her out first.
Damn.
And the diffuse is also coming in.
Are you serious?
There's also a smoke, but there's decay, but not much damage.
No!
It's a round one, and yet again, for the XNS AECL. They didn't learn from their lesson yesterday. And that should be at the top of their list. When you hear the diffuse, spam everything onto that spike to prevent XNS from diffusing it, and yet again, it happened. Quack.
Sorry, don't I keep going. I'm gonna need a second to pick my jaw up off the floor. That was... How? A second time! Oh my god.
Probably, I don't know. My jaw is also dropped here, Quack, and I've already picked it up, but I can't say anything. I guess it's also my tongue twisted at the moment, tongue-tied with what just happened here. In AECL, the mistakes were made, but it's all about recovery, right? And they want to try and recover by going here through A. Nabsky is already tagged down in Aloka here. That's a great pickoff. It's against Muffin.
Could be a potential bait and switch play up in halls as well. Iceberg now able to trade out against Alyssa. Unfortunately, site not quite clear yet. They're both trying to do something on both sides. A bit of an A split, but still XNS, they have that firepower, and that's what they're counting on. Teamwork as well, and each and every one of them covering all possible angles. Inari has to come up huge. She has to find remaining 2. Sheriff.
Inari, she's her own firepower, right? She has the Sheriff in hand, and it's a big possibility, but she is dagged down to 22 HP. And this must be frustrating for her because the spike is being guarded by 2. It's Polly and Baby TZ, 2 of the most consistent players of X10S. And once her ponytail is seen, she's gonna be dead. That's why Baby TZ confirms it. 10 now for X10S.
Good bit of damage. But that said, still, you have to admire and respect how XNS are delivering these rounds. You have Muffin going on the aggressive down middle, just getting extra information. You have the rest of them just covering down the entire site. The rotation was quick. And when it came down to the 1-on-2, they knew that she was relatively low. They knew that they should just stick together. They got 2 Spectres. Surely just spraying will do the trick. This time around again, though. AECL back in with the rifles. They have a little bit more information now, but Muffin just trying to back off. Unfortunately, Tailwind's into a wall, so a bit of an advantage to AECL this time.
Yeah, she bumped her head there. There was nothing else that she could do. Even if you have the ability and if you use it not at the right time, that's going to be a disadvantage. But Ginny's trying to look for more information. What they don't know is they're all clumped up here in the B site. And Alyssa is just watching mid at the moment, but the rotations are coming in. They know that X10S, Baby TZ, has all of those tripwires there, and they already tripped, right? And they don't want to trip yet again.
So it's towards the A side we go, but now Ginny, as well as Baby TZ peeking out, they know it's an A hit. They have the information. Ginny's suspicions were confirmed. If she peeks out at the right time, she could get them behind mid doors. Alyssa trying to block them off as well. The thrifty route, it's actually working. I mean, the bonus, excuse me. Just off that one little peek, just off the information gathered. Ginny's doing so much, and now Inari, Iceberg, they have to outduel everyone on the site itself. Unfortunately, though, the snake bite, the Sheriff, this is daylight robbery, Donut.
Yeah, the sun is out, and yet they're just very vigilant about the map. Each and every time AECL, that was the first pick going in their favor. But the Sheriffs, the Stingers, the Spectres, I would call it disrespecter at this point because they're robbing the kills from
I have to agree.
AE. I mean, that's just unfortunate for AE Celeste, but they have the chance to pick up the pieces. They should be the one changing up the pace, but it's still X10S defining it for them. And that I think those are the mistakes that AECL have to consider. And even Polly here, through the smoke! Double headshot against Inari and Nabsky. I don't know what I'm watching here, Quack.
Tell you what you're watching. This is just X10S telling them that you shall not pass. Well, Ayumi at the very least managed to go up towards the pyramid, but not the spike carrier. And with this information, X10S are now slowly starting to surround and constrict AECL around this site itself. Without any frags, without any possible weaponry or information, AECL just might get choked out here, Donut.
Yeah, I mean, the choke is being seen as well. And perfect
God.
Timing for that recon button reveals that there are 2 more there. That's why they get the kills. And Alyssa confirms match point for them. And it was also a flawless round. We all know that Sheriffs are menial weapons, but with AE Celeste wielding them, they can get the kills. But Polly said, yes, you shall not pass. And she's working magic. She's a wizard here for the team. Just predicting, okay, now that the toxin screen is laid out like a curtain, I'll count to 2. 1, 2.
Oh my gosh.
Gets 2 kills. My gosh.
And it's not match point. Polly's Gandalf. And this is XNS just basically telling the ACL, it's like, shh, just, it's alright, just go to sleep. We'll go to the next map, it's okay. You can try to push out mid, but you know what? Everyone's gonna watch down. Muffin able to get one. Navsky does pull off a trade though, so still back to even odds. AECL might be able to pull something back, but there is a huge obstacle in the Viper's pit on B.
I'm not too sure if AE Celeste would want to push forward here.
Oh god.
They send down the drone to try and figure out where Polly is, but
I guess
even the suppression blade doesn't really catch her. She's still there, intact, with a Viper's pit.
unbelievable. And you just spent your utility. Like, what other options do you have right now?
Uh-oh.
Going back into explore mid. Navsky able to outduel Alyssa. Maybe TZ still there though, so they have to be careful. But oh god, losing 2 players, not like that. Navsky 7 HP. They managed to use the advantage, the initiative, to go straight back into A, possibly trying to catch off X10S on timing, but Ginny's prepared for this as well. Guns are at the ready. Navsky holding the off angle, just trying to watch in for it. She heard the footsteps as well, but she has to nail that perfect shot. Ginny, thinking smarter of it though, goes straight up to the top of the door. And that's when your back just might be exposed. Navsky pushing up front. Oh, I like this. Still up by the top of bridge. Iceberg a little bit exposed. She jumps back around. Polly takes her out though. Navsky has to do it all on her own. She's gotten the 4th. She has to make it an ace. Timing is crucial as well now as Polly sticks it down. Null command activated to give her an extra life, but no! She just tries to deny the defuse, but she's still able to stick it, Polly! The first map stolen away by X10S.
This first map is a crime. X10S aren't supposed to be winning that this way. AE Celeste are the queens, right? But the kingdom, they don't know that there are spies, and the spies know their secrets, and they dig out the tunnel, they take it slow, they mine for what they want, and they finally get the win. X10S, I mean, I'm still speechless at this point because we did not expect this first map. Yes, Breeze was their selection, but with how they finished, a 13-4, it's not the AE Celeste that we expected.
I had a feeling about this, and I love that you brought up the whole thing on kingdoms and spies, because I feel this new X10S, after LCQ, now in APAC Elite, on towards Breeze, they're the spy family. And Ginny, she's that Esper. She's reading their minds. It is so good.
Yeah, and when it comes down to at least reading the minds, right, and also predicting the future, the characters of Spy Family are there. They're assassins. You also have the best spy in the world, and I would call it Baby TZ, right? Just sneaking up from behind, getting all of these kills, passing on the information, very important information for the rest of the teammates. That's why they got the win.
It's unbelievable how good they are, but you know what? ACL still has several more maps to come back in this. We're going to toss it back to our panel to break down exactly what just happened. Mika and Zach, take it away.
Well, those were exactly the words that I was gonna say. What just happened? Because Zach, I'm like kind of like every single round, like my eyes were getting wider and wider because I was like, how is this working? It's funny because like this wasn't an explosive map at all, and I actually mean that as a compliment to the side of X10. It's probably the only time I can say it as a compliment. This was a very quiet, precise, very well-read map from X10 on this against Alter Ego Celeste.
Yeah, they really have done their homework, and you know, again, that team comp switch up that's coming in between you know, that Chamber and that Cypher, Baby TZ just able to consistently anchor down a side, and especially, you know, considering that they were able to get so many rounds on attack, on defense, their job was just so much easier because Polly by herself with that Viper utility, she's able to hold down one side and Baby TZ has the other. We saw that right on that pistol when Inari tries to go in, gets caught by the trip and immediately gets shut down. And I feel like for the side of Alter Ego, especially on their attacking in that second half, despite them being able to get that first blood in so many of the rounds. Exton, they played that to perfection. Muffin was the player who went down. She got aggressive. She, maybe she got taken down, but she got so much information. She was able to spot out 2 or 3 players by herself. And off the back of that, Exton, they just held their ground, constantly just being able to not over-rotate and use utility to make the gunfights fairer when they were at a disadvantage. Just beautiful gameplay coming in from them.
Yeah, and I'm sorry to have to point this out. I'm sure it's a very, very sour, note for Alter Ego Celeste. I can't believe that the defuse, just sticking the defuse, worked against them again. This is, I mean, it happens so many times against Zomeraki, and then it happens again against X10S. This is it's very concerning. And I do have to agree with you as well with regards to the positioning that you mentioned. We talked earlier about Muffin with the inchworm entry on attack. On the defense, I have to give it to Polly and to Alyssa. Their reads, their ability to use, like Polly got through 2K through the smoke just on that intuition, and just because she knew how to read Alter Ego Celeste, followed up by Alyssa with 2 more kills because of the combination of a recon and through a toxic screen. I mean, that kind of teamwork just made this work by X10S so precise. And I think that the fact that it was, they barely even had to commit massive, expensive rounds to get this map. I did not see any, utility combinations too much. I didn't see any massive ultimates or anything because they didn't need that. And that's that's pretty remarkable.
Yeah, talking about expensive buys and utility commitment, I think that on defense in particular, we saw Ayumi invest in that operator multiple times, and she never found any value. One round with the Tour de Force, she was able to get the round for the side of Alter Ego. But aside from that, that operator buy just did not find any value at all. And again, that's the kind of patience that Extend they exhibited that got completely rewarded with, that they were able to just constantly outposition, outthink, and looking at the stats, honestly, outfrag Alter Ego as well. It's just amazing. But this is just map number 1, and we have 4 more ahead of us if Alter Ego have their way. So we'll be back after a short break.
Welcome back, guys. You're watching the grand finals of VCT Game Changers APAC Elite. My name is MikaFabs, and with me is Zahk. And map 1 was quite painful for Alter Ego Celeste, as X10 Sapphire won with a 13-4. That facepalm is real. It's all of us. Now, though, we're moving over to Alter Ego Celeste's map pick, Ascent. And I think the big question here that we all have our eyes on, Zahk, is whether or not Aluka will pick up the duelist role.
I definitely, I think that Ascent, this is the map that Alter Ego, they're in a sort of do or die position because if I'm not wrong, map number 3 is going to be Fracture, and so far in this tournament, Extent, they have the edge on them on that particular map, especially after yesterday and today's traumatizing Pro Zone fake moments. I don't know about you guys in the audience, but I definitely, every single time it happens, I'm just facepalming, you know. But talking about Ascent in particular, I think it's going to be interesting to see whether that's the case, because, you know, Extent, they did manage to get you know, the footage of that particular map, how Alter Ego like to play it, and perhaps they've had time to really counter-strat it heading into today's matchup. So I think that might be a major problem if they manage to do so. But, you know, I think we are going to be heading into Agent Select pretty soon. And for Alter Ego on Ascent, it is a map that they're pretty confident with. They've had... They might not have the best stats on it in particular, but they've definitely been able to hold their own against teams, especially Zoe, considering that Ascent is Zoe's best map. They were able to put up a show against them yesterday and really take it home in that best of 3 series. So they're definitely capable of being able to beat Extent on this particular map. However, though, Extent is no slouch on Ascent either. In fact, I think that while these two teams, they haven't really faced off on this particular map before, it's still going to be really close, especially if Alter Ego, they're having as much trouble as they did on Breeze being able to like really take those peaks. But on Ascent in particular, it's going to come down to really who can control mid better, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting that we haven't seen X10 Sapphire on Ascent in a while. So this could, you know, this potential for the team to evolve and really bring out something that maybe Alter Ego Celeste has never seen before. We have seen, you know, for example, Alter Ego Celeste, they did that as well on Pearl. They kept Pearl there, you know, and suddenly they came out with a strategy that really works well for them. So it could be the same on the side of, you know, X10 Sapphire, because I don't think Ascent is such a common map. I don't think they would have, you know, gone into this grand finals without preparing for something like this. So I think, like, you know, of course, based on what we saw from, you know, Breeze, I do think like I do like the slow and steady look from X10 Sapphire. I think though, when it comes to Ascent, they're gonna change things up. And I think they're going to meet Alter Ego Celeste where they are, where it's like that firepower and that massive, you know, very fast-paced entry. I think this is the map for that, especially if they want to continue that shake-up that they're causing with Alter Ego Celeste and wondering, who are we facing? Is this even X10 Sapphire that we actually know?
Yeah, you know, one more interesting thing is that, you know, I was going through the LCQ stats because Ascent, they're a team that made it through in the LCQ, so they're gonna have a lot of their games up. I don't think that they played Ascent in that particular tournament either. I was going through a lot of the matchups, and they just haven't really played Ascent in a while. So like you mentioned, it could be the ace up their sleeve, so as to speak, you know, on this particular map. Alter Ego, they're flying in blind here, and I think that it definitely, you know, talking about what we saw in the previous map as well, Extent, they're a team in the past, or even in the past few days, they've been known for their aggression. Muffin in particular, we did see her getting aggressive on Breeze, but the rest of the team, they managed to compensate for it particularly. I think that this was the biggest problem that Extent, they've been historically facing. You know, Muffin goes down, the rest of the team, they tend to like not know what to do exactly, or their positioning isn't great, and other teams manage to capitalize off the back of that. Well, it seems like they've gone back to the drawing board, and they've managed to fix that problem completely, because right now, Muffin, she either goes ham or she dies. But irrespective of what that outcome is, the rest of the team, they're able to leverage leverage that information that she gets perfectly and play off the back of it, as we saw on Breeze. And you know, on Breeze in particular, I feel like Baby TZ for the side, as well as Alyssa, both of these players, they've been having the most phenomenal impact for X10, especially Alyssa on that Sky. I think that Quack brought it up when he was casting. He did mention that the buffs coming in on the recent patch to Sky have made her like such a good agent. And we just saw how Alter Ego, they were constantly unable to turn that flash. They were not able to dodge it at all. They weren't prepared.
Yeah, and to add to that unpreparedness as well, there was a considerable lack of awareness as well on the side of Alter Ego Celeste, when even though there was so much time, yes, it was like 13-4, but there was so much time for them to adapt. And, you know, X10 Sapphire, when they saw that that kind of strategy was working, they just kept on pushing it and pushing it. And I feel like there were so many missed opportunities for Alter Ego Celeste to catch them on that. And they just didn't take that initiative. So that's where I'm looking at Alter Ego Celeste. Now the ball is in their court to try and ramp things up, especially on Ascent. It is their map pick. And right now, we're seeing Aluka pick up the duelist role once again. Our questions are answered. And we're seeing X10 Sapphire here with a rather unusual composition. Huh.
Yeah, I was just going crazy looking at it because they have a double Sentinel setup, which makes sense considering that they are starting off on defense. We've seen it before, and I think Muffin in particular on that chamber is more of a duelist. But this is really interesting for the side of X10 because now they're under a lot of pressure to make these defending rounds work considerably in their favor. They don't really have any huge space creating agents. They don't have that Jet or the Wraith that they can really push forward with. And Muffin in particular, switching over to the chamber, I mean, I believe that she can have an impact, but on attack, it might be very difficult for them if they don't exactly use utility perfectly. But you know, they do have Baby TZ on the Sky this time. The Sky and this Fade combo, I'm gonna be keeping my eyes peeled for that because that's a lot of information and a lot of really aggressive utility as well. So even if you don't have a duelist, you're gonna be able to push off the back of that. And I think that might be what they need heading into the second half here.
And you know, I'm just looking at the composition once again. It's like, okay, I'm very interested to see how this works out. Fortunately for us, our map is ready and our casters are ready as well. So let's get into Ascent with Donut and Quack.
Woo!
Will there be another rebellion against the kingdom? This is what we want to see here in the map of Ascent. The agent selection just really gives us context as to what the S for X10S stands for, and it's surprise because they're running a no duelist composition here. They're giving Baby TZ the support role, but I mean, self-sufficiency is also the S in X10S.
Exactly. We've seen this team prove themselves to be incredibly capable of taking the reins and just dictating how this map should be played. We saw that on Breeze. I don't know if it's going to be the same on Ascent. The duelist list thing is kind of interesting, but like Zach mentioned, you know, Chamber is, I guess, kind of filling in that role. But they do have to be careful about this because if we do see ACL play to their tune, play to their style, and you got Aluka just flying all over the place with her double satchel, your crosshair might be thrown off. You also have Iceberg not on the Sova, instead on a Fade. So both teams kind of trying new things now. And that's why I think it's going to be an even match. It's going to be a clash.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we saw the calm in Breeze, and now it's time to see the chaos. And AE Celeste, they're well and prepared. They already had the practice yesterday against Zolmeraki, and that's why Aluka is going to be yet again explosive here as the Raze. And I am looking forward to see another fast push here towards mid, just as we saw how they started off that round. And I'm assuming that there's going to be no holds barred here for AE Celeste as they start off on attack.
That's what we're expecting from them, but I have a feeling that X10S expect that too. They can't go in with just pure unbridled rage and aggression anymore. This X10S with that turtle style have nothing but supreme defenses. Taking down Polito definitely makes it better. And that leaves nothing but Alyssa and Ginny towards the back of the site to defend and hold. Aluka instantly goes in, but no, the damage has been done! Alter Ego Celeste have lost a couple of players in this process, and that's gonna be an easier retake for X10S.
Yeah, I
Spike
mean,
planted.
also bruised is Inari already. That's why there's gonna be a double stack here in towards Hell. And that Prowler doesn't really see anybody else. So this might be a retake that's good for Exton as Baby TZ takes the first one. Muffin as well with the delivery. And Iceberg gets one with the frenzy. But she throws in the haunt and doesn't really catch anybody else.
Oh, come on, again.
He's ready. Oh, it's gonna be the kill for Iceberg, delivering the 3K and a clutch for AECL.
Iceberg! This time, she crashes into the X10 ship. And just on her own with the haunt, I was kind of nervous about it because with such a close range duel at your heels, you don't really want to be caught out with utility in your hands, but she went in for it anyway, thinking or knowing that they would have fallen back instead. Using the box then for cover, she swings out and instantly takes out the diffuser, saving the round for her team. No more diffusing for you, X10S.
Yeah, you take me for a fool? Not really. But actually, if X10S actually pushed forward, that would have been a different situation. But Inari strikes back against the rebels here of X10S. Instant headshot with the Bulldog. And Jenny's gonna be another victim here of this weapon. Not unless Jenny predicts that there's gonna be a push out. And still, Inari delivers the kill.
And unfortunately, at that distance, right click not too effective. Not yet. You gotta be a little bit closer. She went in for the left clicks and they all whiffed. So that's gonna be AECL pretty much securing this round in the bag. That said, they are still playing it safe as well, getting additional information. A Yumi lurking towards the back tiles. Make it a flawless round, girls, because we want to bring this back. We do not want to let X10S get too confident after the previous map. Oh, swinging it out now. They find Polly. And that is the flawless win.
Yeah, great catch there by Yumi as well, because the information has been delivered. The door is being broken down. Yumi is so great with these alerts as well. You would expect that from a chamber, but even as an Astra, they still deliver all of those kills. What I would want to see now, Alter Ego, in terms of their explosion in B, is a similar approach, because against the guns of X10S, we saw them get all of these kills. And I feel like they're not going to hold back as well because they're moving forward. Prowler versus Prowler. Muffin delivers a kill, a headshot against Inari. And they're one down.
The Prowler spent two, and you just see Muffin instantly rendezvousing away. That's one way to make use of it. They pick up the Bulldog, though, but the fact is that they've lost one member of their team. That leaves them with less control, with less resources to find duels now. X10S holding down Garden. They're leaving their turret to take care, turret or the alarm bot to take care of A main. It's great coverage. There's so much real estate being taken up by X10S, either through players or utility alone.
Yeah.
Now even pushing into Pizza. That's going to get them spotted. Celeste has to be careful.
The care is there, and the haunt reveals their location. There's gonna be a flash thrown in, but no kills just yet. But they don't really know that X10S is holding this from the site. Muffin gets a kill against Aluka, and AECL with this still gets 2 out of the way. It's a 3v2 with X10S's members very happy and healthy. Prowler confirms there.
God.
Information comes in. Alyssa has to deliver this.
10 seconds though.
10 seconds left.
There's so much pressure for her, and even the C's comes in. Decayed is Iceberg, and X10S deliver their first round, a 1-2. Well, just as expected, right? It was their full buy. But AECL, a good job for taking away 3 rifles against them.
It's pretty good damage, but that said, the way that X10S came in with this, they surprised them with that early push in towards B main, I think, and that was something that really threw them off. When it came down to it, I'm pretty sure they suspected there were players holding the site from behind and around Boathouse itself, but unfortunately with the weapons that they had, they couldn't outduel them. That was the issue. This time around, though, full buys all across the board, and it's going to be AECL trying out to different things to break open sites. pushing towards A main now.
Yeah, the real big challenge here is that both of the Sentinels have each sights on a lockdown.
That's this composition.
Chamber here in B, the Killjoy there in A, they have nowhere else to go but mid, right? And earlier on, Ineri was the first one to fall down, and yesterday we saw them take so much space with just one trademark from Ineri. And they need more of those utility coverage. And it seems as if X and S has that more in terms of their advantage.
Hyper defensive composition is what this is. Interestingly enough, though, the Nebula allows Renner to sneak through. They send out the Nightfall. Cosmic Divide up as well. And it's just going to be a huge firefight on the other side now. Alka wants to push up front, get a little bit closer just to deal out damage. She takes out a quick double, but then Ginny trades right back. 2 on 3 as she rows back around guard, and the Cosmic Divide will drop. And Ineri was already prepared for that curtain to fall. Ginny able to heal another, but still 1 on 2, 20 HP. It's not going to be easy. She hears them underneath. She has a seize. Might be able to weaken their HP a little, but as soon as she falls, they will have the angle. So she's going to have to be very careful about this. Oh god, even the rendezvous away. Now where are you, Ineri? She turns around, but her back's exposed as well. Iceberg with the swing, with the snap to her head. It's 3-1 in favor of Alter Ego Celeste.
Great bait there for Ineri to just use the sound cue of the rendezvous to distract Ginny from clutching. She had great intention there. Just by throwing the C's, big decays can be her advantage, but immediate use of utility there for Ineri just made her so disoriented in that map. And that's when Iceberg struck back, actually. And ACL, now this is what we want to see. 3-1, now in their lead, and them picking up the pace. Although what they did there was exhaust 2 of their ultimates. One was the Nightfall, and the second was the Cosmic Divide. So that win in itself was very costly for them in terms of ultimate economy, but at least in exchange for that is Ineri's tour de force.
Ineri's tour de force, and also just breaking X10S's economy is something that will really give them a huge buff into the next round. It's looking a lot brighter for Alter Ego Celeste's future on this map, to say the least, because it definitely didn't look this way on Breeze. Now that they're feeling a little bit more comfortable, they're on attack, they are able to play the game the way that they want to. You can see that the way they really approach sites at times, they know how to kind of cause confusion. They know how to find the opening duels. They know how to get in onto sites, and that's the thing that really gives them the advantage that they have.
Given this technical pause, though, I hope they've sorted things out. A default play here. They're expecting a push from X10S because they're on an eco, but it's going to be a push there in B instead, not through mid. But confirmed is information guiding light. There's people behind that lobby. BBTZ has to be careful about this. They only have a headhunter and a stinger, but Muffin gets a headshot against Ineri. So sharp.
Headhunter still enough, and that is damage. However, pushing out into a main, Polly gets denied and punished. And that's the call for AECL now to rotate all the way over. They're thinking about it, but look at this. X10S are pushing out as well. They want to retrieve that weapon. I'm pretty sure that was heard, though. So Alka comes out with a swing now. Almost getting a second one, but Muffin manages to long jump away back in towards B main. She managed to pick up the Vandal as well. So this is somewhat winnable for X10S, but the question is, where exactly are AECL headed towards?
It's looking like it's B at the moment. They double peek, but no damage done as well. Null Command comes in just to make sure the tour de force isn't going to be active, nor the Headhunter, but they don't really know that the Phantom has been picked up. They have 12 seconds to push through, but Nabs keep taking the kill.
enemy
But
remaining.
Muffin still delivers the kill. It's just down to Yumi, who is taken down by Alyssa. A great job in delivering that thrifty. Just means we don't need to be suppressed. We just need our sheriffs.
The spies again. They just make use of their pistols. They just go in to gather information and then play off of it. I don't know if it was down to the countdown timer in the round that they knew it was going to be a B hit, but they instantly backed off. And they had this sort of relay system playing around Boathouse with one player on the site. As soon as ACL made a move, Muffin knew how to react. Muffin knew how to play around the drop on towards lane. And now she knows how to peek into A short, taking down a Neri.
Yeah, that was both tour de forces out. Muffin just had the advantage. A quick smoke there gave her that favor. And not really sure if the timing was right or just X&S is just delivering all of these kills. And AECL giving them these kills in a silver platter. But what they don't know is that they've already gathered up here in a lobby. 4 of them here. But the Killjoy, they have it on lockdown, and Polly is anchoring it as well at the back of the site.
Cover going out.
I mean, look at the timing of these dark covers as well. It's just, it denies so much information for ACL. That's why they might have been bunched up towards A main, but they have no idea what's waiting on the other side for them. The Seekers being deployed by Baby TZ as well just
30 seconds
confirms that ACL are all towards top mid, towards A lobby, A main. It's gonna be tough. 20 seconds is all that remains, and they have to make a move. Napsky now pushing in towards Garden, a bit of an A split. Paulie sends out Paranoia just to hold them even further back. Ginny with the Nightfall as well, because the Nightmare descends upon them. Unfortunately, your dreams are all consumed and engulfed by the chains from Alyssa's Vandal. 3-3, and X10S are not backing down.
Yeah, not at all. Alter Ego, if they could have sent everybody else through A main, it would have been more a winnable situation for them. A short was locked down by all of those nano swarms from Alyssa. So if they pushed forward, even with the Nightfall, that's Decay, that's also deafening. So, I mean, that was just perfect timing for all of the utilities to come off there in short. While all eyes were set on A main, they get all the kills. And now they are playing back. This is another default play for them. They want to go back short this time.
Oh my god. It's almost as if, like, with all of these setups from X10S, they are perfectly anti-stratting ACL every single round. The only way to deal with this is to push X10S back, and that's what they've done with the paint shells. Now, Alika, Showstopper in. She's looking for a frag. She saw the TP. Fortunately, a little bit whiff, but still able to collect on the spray. Now, Napsky, the rest of the squad, going in fast. They are able to seize the site. They are able to push Ginny back. They have to hold fast now, though, because the retake is hot on their heels.
Guiding Light also confirms there's nobody flanking them from mid. So they have an assumption that everybody else is here on the A site. It just all boils down to the timing. Napsy recovers the space. Baby TZ gets a kill, and there he gets a trade, though.
Teleport's ready.
And she is marked as well. 13 HP for her. She rendezvous away. But here's another possible ninja defuse. Not too sure.
No, come on. Again? No, wait. They have no idea that Napsky's coming in from heaven. She has to go in fast, though. They did not hear it. Muffin managed to stick yet another defuse. And once again, a round stolen by the thieves of X10S.
I mean, when it comes down to the pincer, AE Celeste had the right call. But what they didn't know is that Napsky on the flank did not have the right position. They could have just maintained the space on short, peeked out when it was needed, and then possibly stopped the defuse. But, yeah, that wasn't what happened, though. I mean, X&S, they're so good with these calls. It's just, oh well, I'll just defuse this. Objective wins, right?
it's unbelievable how confident, how brave they are in doing this as well. Here comes a Yuumi now, the perfect gravity well collects onto both of them. A bit of a stun too as she goes in for the third headshot. Goes in for the B take now because the site's been weakened with the rifles, with the firepower. Alter Ego Celeste claim the site.
Yeah, they're mad. They're mad. Okay, you got a diffuse against us. Now we just push forward. Go all together. Alyssa's the only one left, but she takes down Alika. And they recover all the vandals that X and S left on the ground. That's good for AECL. It might be the start of another win and also economy refreshed for them.
Exactly. Just a great bargain, a great deal. A little bit of damage onto it to Yuumi. You might have lost Alika as well. But off of that, 4 rifles and a round win. We're tied up 4-4. We're forcing Alyssa to save. It's a pretty good win in their books. But the fact is that they have to figure out how to repeat this sort of play. This round was won more as a result, perhaps, from XNS making a mistake, pushing up B main.
Yeah, they thought they could get away with it again, but AECL, they're so much prepared for these pushes from them. They play back. When it comes to A, what they all do is they're all clamped together. They're at the back near spawn. Same case for B, because they expect these explosive plays from X10S. And if X&S just continues to make these micro mistakes, it might be a macro impact for AECL.
Couldn't agree more. It goes from small to big. It compounds. And the impact is huge because you just lost 3 players in the blink of an eye. Leaving you with 2, it's not something that you want to have. I mean, Ginny was stunned. All of a sudden, she was alone and cold on the B site. And that's why we have a timeout being called as well. Perhaps the call is that they can no longer push out because every time that they do, if it's on the wrong site, if AECL are playing the right default, they get punished for it, and they get punished for it hard.
But at the same time, X10S, the timeout is also there because their economy... even though they've been stringing in these rounds, it's been shaky because AECL brings it down to a two player left type of situation. And at this point, right, when they got the win, 4 vandals left on the ground, and Alyssa only the one saving that one for this one round. I mean, they need to get this win, or else they have to be forced to an eco for the next.
That's why they're trying out a different setup this time as well. I mean, look at that one-way dark cover towards B main. It gives them so much control that it's almost as if they want to funnel Alter Ego Celeste towards A. The thing though is, I want to draw attention to Alka, who's been a pretty strong duelist for this team, despite being a new addition as well. As she goes in with the raise, with the double satchel, she's able to bypass quite a bit. So I think it comes down to her and how she actually breaks open these sites. Aided by a Yuumi, though. She just might be able to take quick control over Tree and Garden. They go straight in. They might be able to kill Alyssa as well. Nightfall gets sent out. The team is still holding back. Are they expecting a push from behind?
Probably, but the Cosmic Divide is giving Alyssa so much of this cover. This is her safe space, her curtain of comfort. And she still lives at the moment.
Oh, a hit spotted too.
Iceberg. Player standing.
Oh no, baby TZ finally gets her down. And Neri, though, with a kill. But a trade comes in. AECL, they might have done this before, right? Pulling in the Cosmic Divide and pushing that Nightfall on towards the site. But X10S, Alyssa, just knows how to play it cool there inside. As mentioned, right? Killjoy is cool as a cucumber. And she did not even get phased by any of the utilities sent her way.
Not even a flinch. And that's the making of a great player. Staying calm in stressful situations like that, you gotta find the comfort in the discomfort. They kind of knew that it was going to be a push towards Generator, and that's why they were prepared for it. She was crouched down, hunkered in, and now Muffin is as well on towards B main. With the operator sounded off, again, Alter Ego Celeste have to reconsider how they want to divert their resources to taking the map, because B main might not be an option any longer.
But another confirmation what they were stuck here. But baby TZ so ready for that push. And Ayumi's left here together with Iceberg, and they have to pull back. The spike is with them. And this operator is a threat. Each and every time there's a scoped weapon in B main, Muffin just gets the kills. But they're going back. The Prowler was sent though. Great cover for them.
Muffin has been landing her shots when it matters most as well. Now her position might be a little bit weakened, but it's not too bad because she still has the angle towards B main. And Neri pushing up, she tries to make it a bit of a B split. Denies that trademark, but that's her position given away now. Muffin goes in for the shot, falls back, dark cover. Uprooted now, and that's going to be AECL denied any form of entry. Round 10, and they have no choice but to save Donut. Oh, this is...
They immediately concede just one dark cover, and an operator waiting for them behind that smoke lets them decide, okay, let's just redo what we did here. They're probably just thinking to themselves, right, oh, why are we missing our shots here? Because baby TZ... she was initially looking at B main through market, but instantly because there was silence, she didn't let her guard down. She turned around and she killed Aneri. Now a timeout comes in, and this is a much needed timeout for them.
It is just undeniably admirable how X10S are able to be so aware, be so omniscient and like omnipresent across the entire map. A single movement, a single pin drop, and they instantly know where to look. And that's just what we saw coming in from Baby TZ. Muffin as well with her operator now, and it's you just have so many obstacles in front of you.
Yeah.
I mean, even have 3 ultimates.
Being omnipresent in the map is also Alyssa gaining a lot of presence there in A, and the chamber just anchored towards B. And the amount of information they're able to take makes them omniscient with anything that AECL has to offer, right? Whenever there's gonna be, it's like a game of chess. You take out the pawn, you extend a little bit further, even if X10S just pushes it forward one box.
Ooh.
It's still their advantage. And a rare miss though for Muffin for that operator.
There's a nice support from Polly to take out the Prowler though.
Yeah.
It really is like chess because the pawn gets taken out, but then you have the rook behind it to cover the additional flank. This time around, it's going to be AE Celeste trying to go in faster than before. Polly, though, suddenly able to anchor and hold her own. She takes out a quick double. Ayumi goes in for the trade and wants to pick up her fallen teammate. Can she actually do it, though? The Nebula allows her to do it, but Alyssa now goes in for the swing. We also have Baby TZ from behind. Iceberg has to spray and transfer, but no! Unfortunately, the bank has closed, and Baby TZ, the teller, tells you to go back home.
Yeah, and they did not withdraw anything valuable for that one. They didn't even get the plant down. And X and S, they're doing so well in terms of coverage here in the map. Anchorship for Polly. Even if she was blind, and that was already a weakness, and her strength still comes in with that spray. And the immediate response for BBTZ to come in from short,
you want
get
to
the
play?
kill,
Let's play.
not allow AECL much more space. That is so great from XNS.
It's just unbelievable. I mean, this is the strength of this double Sentinel setup. I do wonder how effective it's going to be once they swap sides, though. This is the last round of the first half. And clearly, going fast is not the answer for Alter Ego Celeste. They try to hold down towards middle, but then Muffin just gets a little bit cheeky. Takes off one.
They're so comfy in this map, and look at this. They're
come
pushing
on.
forward. Pop Flash comes in, but Yumi gets the kill against Quali. This is good. This is good for them because they're able to regain B main control. But Muffin is still lingering with that operator. And there he shuts her down, though. That's a great pickoff.
Look at the mini-map. We've got a little bit of a flank being set up. Baby TZ's the only one in front. Alter Ego Celeste, they have to know this. They have to go in fast. Or at least someone to watch their backs, because if not, it's gonna be the biggest backstab of their careers. Ginny, a quick double, and then Baby TZ back in from the front. You are completely surrounded, completely turned around. And it's an 8-4 at the end of the first half.
That was an explosive one. We expected AECL to be the one bringing us the bomb, but no, XNS keeps on stealing these rounds. And I just wonder what the desk has to say, because these are mistakes being made by AECL, but now they have the chance to do so. So, your thoughts there on the panel, MikaFabs and Zahk.
Well, you know what? I'm thinking it's an 8-4 in favor of X10 Sapphire. That is the exact same score that we saw in the previous map. It's happening again, Zach. And I have to say, X10S, I love this. There's so much information coming on the side of X10S. And suddenly, Alter Ego Celeste, even though they were successful for, a few rounds, suddenly they don't know what to do because they're paralyzed with all of these smokes, all of this different utility that they have in front of them.
Yeah, talking about how Exton played that defense, right? You have that B main aggression constantly coming in between Baby TZ and Muffin. They're able to get control of it almost for free. And them being able to, so many of these rounds, the first pick that went down for Alter Ego was Ineri. And her going down, like we saw the impact it had on that last round in particular. There's no more trademark to watch flank. You no longer have that chamber utility, that quick rendezvous away, that rotation coming in. And immediately it just paralyzes them. They have to watch every single angle, because if they don't, what happened in the last round is going to be repeated. So that's great coming in from the side of X10 here. And one more thing is just the way the X10 were playing. Despite being on defense, they constantly were keeping control of the major parts of the map. You saw them putting down the alarm bot for main and then rotating over to back up mid. They always knew what was happening on every single part of the map. And I think that that's great for them, because on defense, they really managed to shine. But heading into attack right now, this is really where Alter Ego, they have a chance to make things work, because Ascent is a map that's traditionally been very heavily defense-sided, and I think it starts with them getting this pistol.
Yeah, and I think that it's going to be interesting to see this comp from X10 on attack. How effective is it going to be, especially since, Alter Ego Celeste, they do have that KO. How are they going to be able to push when they don't exactly have somebody who can really have a strong entry? I do want to point out as well, Polly's dark cover is legendary this map. It's amazing how she's able to herd Alter Ego Celeste like sheep with just one smoke. It's amazing, herding them from B to A or the other way around. I'm eager to see more of that, but again, there's a big question mark here on how X10S is going to be able to attack now, and Alter Ego Celeste, the defense is all theirs. As we jump back into Ascent, let's toss it over to our casters, Donut and Quack.
Great question for the pistol round, because it's going to be harder for X and S to push forward with this composition. Yes, Dark Cover is able to gain them space, the amount of information that they can get from Ginny and as well as Baby TZ, but the entry is the gap that they have to fill. We all know Muffin to be so sharp with the Headhunter, so we expect her to be the pseudo-duelist for the team here in attack.
It really does fall to her shoulders, and that's why the precise gunplay comes in. X10S, that's the conundrum that they are faced with. If they can pull it off, though, that's going to be a 2-0 for them. And that's the thing that ACL really has to consider. How do we deal against a team that does not have a duelist? It's already a bit of a possible telling, a weakness, perhaps. Still, X10S, I think their whole plan is to expect pushes coming in from ACL. Dark cover just to smoke off A short, and it might allow them to slip in through the middle.
Yeah, but there's a crack here, and it's mid. The Prowler checks. And they hear that that's a chamber, so possibly no trademark there in mid. And they come in here. Ineri is smoked off as well, so no information, even if she jump peaks off of mid. And that stone pillar there. Everybody else for X and S is gathered here, though. The Prowler confirms that Ineri was there, but they can regain that space.
Regain it they will. X10S, they're suddenly making the mid-round adaptation to head towards A short instead. Perhaps just deleting that trademark. They think they're selling a bit of a fake. Alaka unfortunately turned around the other way. It's going to be down to Ineri to find something, and she does get one, but I don't know if that's going to be enough. The spike will be planted pretty soon. Her teammates a little bit slow to arrive.
Spike planted.
Yeah, they just have to take it slow and steady, just like the retakes that they were known for to win each and every time. Even if they're at a man disadvantage, they're still able to recover, right? They have all of the utilities that they need. They do have the stars from a Yumi. Iceberg, though, I'm not too sure if she has enough for this retake, so they just have to go and try. They have to peek out. They get the first kill against both. Muffin responds with 2, taking down Iceberg and Ineri. And that's the pistol round done. The questions now are answered. If it's not going to be a fast entry, then we take it slow.
Slow and steady definitely does win the race, Donut. And this, I mean, even apart from the take itself, even apart from the way that they were able to push in together as a squad, their post plants are still so good. We saw it on Breeze, and we're seeing it on Ascent again. Every single player, whoever is available, covering an open angle.
Now they're so proactive with taking these angles now. Ineri has pushed up so far onto mid, and these stars now align. The nebulas cover Alyssa's sights. So they expect, okay, there might be a push there. Give signal to the rest of the team members of X10S, but they fix their eyes on A yet again, this time through A main.
Curious about this. I mean, there was an early push down the middle, but then Ineri instantly went back towards defender spawn. Perhaps it's a way of baiting X10S to go in for the A hit so that they would run straight into this 5-stack on the A site.
Definitely a great bait. The haunt comes in, no information gathered. Alyssa takes the first kill against Ineri, but it's going to be a bait setup. It's a stack here in A. Ayumi does come in, gets a kill with this just one save. X and S delivers the kills. The Spectres disrespecting AE Celeste even on a pistol. Right? We've seen AECL uncover all of these wins with just these classics, but AECL, they're not fighting back. I don't know why they can't.
Despite this stack, I think it comes down to the positioning. Because it was so far back with these pistols, they just didn't have the range. Even if they, maybe it was some second thoughts or self-doubt, they were afraid to hold it on the site itself. They were thinking about possibly rotating over onto B. And when it came down to it, the firing squad from X10S just delivered. This is now 10-4. 2 rounds won in the second half for X10S. And then a timeout from Alter Ego Celeste, their last timeout for this map.
I think there's still a chance for Alter Ego, though, as long as they utilize Nabsky and Iceberg with all of the information that they gather. Nabsky has the ability to take space with all of those flashes, right? And even the fragment to stop X10 Sapphire from pushing forward. It's just that the utilities are expended at the wrong place at the wrong time, right? Even Alaka's pain shells in the pistol round, we saw that happen. She threw it in, but it was too late. The rest of X10 has already stepped foot on the site. Damage dealing utility, but damage is being done by X10.
Sometimes it just comes down to the off-timed pushes. It's a little bit of copium, but I'm with you, Donut. I do believe that ACL can bring this back off of pushes like those. Yeah. They're able to gain a little bit more A main control with Alka inside of Wine. Rest of X10S, though, going for the same A split. Napsky seemingly aware of this. Holds Garden. Oh, but they checked for info.
Yeah, even information there for the Prowler. It's good because Napsky is going to be proactive with this flash. It doesn't spot anybody else. The Haunt comes in, instantly destroyed, denying AECL further info. But that is not going to be denied at all. Suppression as well for Ginny. But they play back. They want to go back B instead.
30
and
seconds
there's
left.
just one defending it. It's an Airy though.
It's a good angle as well. They might not expect this. And she has a rendezvous at the ready. She's not blinded, so she sprays away, but no frag gathered. Instead, it's going to be 2 players from Alter Ego Celeste that fall. And all next NS, they have the initiative. They will be able to get the spike
10
planted.
seconds left.
They see a little
Spike
bit
planted.
slow on the rotation through. Napsky's the only one on site. She takes out the turret. Able to force that Nanostorm to be activated. Clears out B main as well. So they might be able to push in together from this point on.
Blinded.
And be able to give them a little bit more space as well. That time they can push in together. Fragment to block it off. The rest of them now only able to go through the lane. Spraying through the smokes though. Hiding inside of the smokes. X10S, ever so sneaky, still able to hold down the site.
And at that point, AECL had a great chance to recover. They had the rifles at hand, but X and S are just playing it so smart.
Oh my god.
If I have a Spectre, I'll play it close. I'll hide inside the Nebula and catch them off guard. And I feel like the Guiding Light, the first one that she threw, wasn't for a frag. It was just information if they were already close. So her position is going to be important. And for the rest, I mean, missed shots for AECL, probably the pressure coming in for them.
They are feeling it, to say the least. And Neri, though, still landing shots, able to tag Alyssa down to 50 HP. A little bit more mid-presence now, and it's a question for X10S. Do you want to peek this? Do you want to push this? Instead, they're holding the default and getting healed up instead. I mean, I'm totally with you, Donut, because it's so much disbelief in seeing this form of Alter Ego Celeste, but also just how incredibly sharp and smart X10S are about playing in these rounds. The Spectres from before are now upgraded into rifles. They have so much freedom. Yeah, maybe they don't want to peek mid, but they surely will be able to just push in together on a single site and overrun those defensive positions.
Yeah, and I love how they're just waltzing in, right? Just a Guiding Light, a Prowler as a follow-through, but
30
in Neri,
seconds left.
though, a great one because there's nobody watching the flank anymore. But the site has been lost. The plant is coming down. They don't really have the best weaponry. And take note, they actually force-bought this round. They're banking on the chance to win this, and then if match point comes in, they don't really have enough.
Match point comes in. The best they can hope for are what? Spectres, Sheriffs, Stingers, perhaps even. This is not going to be good unless they win out of this round. A perfect pop flash to start things off, and the dominoes will fall. The rest of them head in towards the site, leaving Ginny alone, hiding around the boxes now at 30 HP. They know she's there. They run in. They pre-fire, and they claim back the round. We are not done yet.
Not yet done. They placed their bets in purchasing all of the Sheriffs, the Stingers, and even the Spectres, right? For them to get a win. Marshall does get a tag. Even the Headhunter confirms a kill. And this is the proactivity that we want to see. And Neri, though, in terms of mobility, yes, she's good with all of these weapons, but we want to see those dashes in, so that X and S, they're caught off guard. In Alaka at the moment, she's playing so reserved. It's not the same way that we're seeing her play, like the game that they had against Zolmaraki. And in terms of, if it's not going to be proactive for AECL, X and S, they're just going to find pieces map control that they will take away from AE.
I mean, they definitely are able to take whatever AE gives them right now in the form of B main. Still at the top of mid. Similar to what we saw from before.
That works.
And also just ACL trying to tag them up or gather as much information as possible. It's always what Inari's trying to do towards middle that catches my attention, because she was the one who was able to get the first pick to delete that lurker from before. But this time she's been smoked off.
Yeah, once that smoke dissipates, she might have the timing. But they've already got your trail. They're already here in short. Alka sends over that boombot, but immediate Seeker sent her way to prevent her from throwing anything else towards short. The Iceberg even gets a lot of damage. Alyssa with the first kill against Inari. They did not expect a whole cavalry being sent through, but Ayumi is just here. Is she gonna wait for the TP to come in? This is great for AE Celeste. They just have to find the timing. Nabsky with the first kill against Polly, and now the smoke's gone. It is her time to shine. But Ayumi is missed the opportunity. She does still get the kill. And Muffin strikes, and the kills come in for X and S so quick. Now they have match point.
You can't see it, but I went from a smile watching Ayumi set up this crazy flank to just instantly going to a frown at the hands of X10S, absolutely executing every single player from Alter Ego Celeste, formerly the queens of VCT Game Changers APAC, but they've fallen now, and this is 12-5 at match point. Their economy not good whatsoever.
X and S, they're getting ready. They're unfolding the flag at the moment. And they're getting ready to bring that goal and wave it all together, because Ascent was supposedly AECL's map. They selected this for a reason, probably because they won against Zomeraki. But they did not expect this selection. They did not expect X10S to just be playing together like a team.
And it's such a cohesive team as well. Not a single gap. Not unless, you know, they get a little bit overconfident at times, but right now it's just such great reads at how the game is unfolding. Not peeking into A main, and Neri's gonna have to find a different angle for a tour de force to be effective. And this time, so many smokes. X10S are making use of these to set up for positions, to set up for split pushes in towards the B site. B main though, that's the one thing that they gotta consider, but now what? Mid-round adaptation again. They bait the rotations over, and then they hit over onto A.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, the good thing about this is Aluka pushed forward. She was so tempted to do that earlier on. Now the showstopper comes in. Even the tour de force for Inari catching him with ultimates giving impact. But Polly, the impact of this round is so great for her. She tries to retreat spike, but she doesn't do. Oh, she does.
But she doesn't have time to plant. Instead, they're just gonna hold and save and get some frags somewhat towards the exit, but you have to consider again, Donut, this is when Alter Ego Celeste doesn't have that much their economy's not that healthy.
Yeah. All of the ultimates there spent by AECL, the Tour de Force, just to keep their tournament life there. It's still healthy. It's still running. I mean, the lead is down to 6. But it's a big climb for AE Celeste. Now that their economy is kind of back at the moment, they have the Bulldogs. They won an almost thrifty round earlier, so I think they have what it takes to win this. It's just also the advantage of the first kills. AECL, they haven't really been proactive except for the last round, right? And that's why Aluka's pushing forward together with Ayumi here.
Going for a sudden push off the recovery of the star. They managed to catch Ginny off guard. And that's also a sudden decision from X10S to push straight through market. What they don't know is that Inari's inside of B main. She swings out for a quick triple kill. The hat trick pulled off, leaving Baby TZ alone. A bit of a swing though. And then she comes out both ways. What a trade. She has her Seekers. She is alone and she gets the spike down, but how does she deal with a 1-on-3? Can she really isolate these duels? Because they are very aware of how she's playing this. It's peeked outside the stairs, and that's going to be Icebox pushing her back down to where she came from.
But I am wanting to note, AECL, their rotations towards B, even if they know and they've confirmed that Baby TZ is there, they weren't so quick in terms of answering back to the kills that Baby TZ did on site. Just means that there's still respect for the players of XNS, even if they're the queens. Of course, there is a lead. They must be shaking right now. But Inari still delivers, and that's a great hold. Because the ultimate sacrifice for XNS was Alyssa there, being caught by Aluka. And once that kill came in, instantly X10 Sapphire just ran over there in B. The paranoia does not connect for Polly. And that's why Inari and I think it was Nabsky on site that really showed the great hold and signs of life for AE Celeste's defense.
It's always those anchors, especially when Alter Ego Celeste start to push out, start to feel a little bit more comfortable in gaining these positions that X10S don't really expect, because they've given up those positions to push elsewhere on the map instead. At the same time, it's just information being gathered when Alter Ego Celeste get proactive. But when it comes down to it, sometimes the question is, and one of the reasons why we don't see him do it this often anymore, if they push out, what if they get punished for it? You know, they don't want to have that happen. And that's why they have to be extra careful about how they maneuver around the map. Back into A main this time with the stars set up for it. But it's also X10S going back to their default.
And this might be the start of AECL's comeback, right? Because XNS forcing a buy with the Bulldog half armor. If AECL gets this win, then XNS is forced to be on eco again, and AEC Celeste, they have their economy refreshed. XNS gets punished there. Polly was so out in the open, and Inari was just so quick to rendezvous. No trades come in.
Got a single sound, the sun push. That's what Inari does best. That's it though. Muffin with her tour de force is very, very threatening right now. Alter Ego Celeste, they have to make use of utility instead to push her off. And that's what they've done with Ayumi and the stars. Nebula up, and it kind of herds X10S down towards Pizza. So this time, Alter Ego Celeste are the shepherds.
30 seconds
the other way around now, with just the smokes. And if they lead them in towards P, it's gonna be another nab
down mid.
and Iceberg hold. And they get the kills. Iceberg already gets one, but as deadly as Muffin can be with this turn of force, she is displaced. Alika comes in with the satchel play and delivers the 8.
I love that peak. That is a Ferrari peak if I've ever seen one. That's
Goes
one way to
zooming
go.
in.
And it really is this way that Alter Ego Celeste needs to play. They managed to keep and somewhat control X10S's economy, and it's also just them being able to push them around, funnel them in towards the positions that they want them to be in so that they are set up for these frags. Back into it again, and now Alter Ego Celeste, knowing that they're on an eco, they are getting aggressive. Neri, what are you doing pushing up cat like that, girl?
She says, it's okay having a Nebula here from Ayumi, so
Alright.
I got this covered. But, I mean, it's gonna be a false sense of comfort for her with just one smoke protecting her.
She's getting
yeah, I mean,
information
at
onto
least,
tiles.
yeah. But at least the confidence is there. We've only seen Inari push up mid 3 times on attack, when in fact she usually does this as a jet.
Yeah, in the past. Now with the new structure, she does have brilliant angle towards tiles. She gets one, instantly TPs away because of the player, Alyssa, towards top mid. This is great information for Alter Ego Celeste and a great setup for Ayumi to go in for that quick spray transfer. 2 headshots plus a third coming in from Napski to nab her victims. Alter Ego Celeste slowly but surely clawing their way back into the game.
Yeah, if it's gonna be slow and steady for X and S, then AECL, they can do the same. And they've already had these wins, right, that caused X and S to be on a save, to be on an eco, for them to get that advantage. And the mountain is getting less steep for them to climb because they're down to a 3-point lead. And X and S, according to the interview, right, their mental game wasn't as strong from before. That's why they have a new coach. They have these timeouts now to really discuss what's currently happening in the map. And I'm afraid that that might be another case of this happening to them again.
Oh, you might be right. It's one of those things where the wins and losses affect your momentum and your mentality. If you're on a losing streak, sometimes they start to feel down and they just cease communicating. And that's something that really hurts them in the long run, because communication and the passing of intel, that's what really gives them the presence that they have on the map. XNS on the attacking side, without the duelist, it's a little bit tougher for them. And with these losses, it compounds, it makes them feel worse. They have to go in together as a team, and that's what we're seeing from them, pushing through Garden this way. What they don't know, though, is that Neri's behind them. She does not miss the shot. She gets it and rendezvous to the top of heaven. The entire team is here to play as well, but Spike gets planted regardless. Alter Ego Celeste now. They have to work together as a team. Neri, her operator, is not that effective during a retake.
Yeah, definitely. And with the post plants that X and S have been pulling off, they're so quick when it comes to the trade. So this is going to be quite scary, not unless AECL are able to isolate. Yes, one is already isolated with that Nebula, but Polly also uses her eyes from behind, but Alka just jumps in. They get and string in the kills in their favor, and Trini has a cavalry waiting for her as she pushes forward through that cosmic divide, and now it's a flawless round for Alter Ego.
A cavalry, an entire stampede. I don't know what the group word for horses is. You know what I mean? Like School of Fish, Army of Ants. But it's like you just have so many players on the other side waiting for you. And it's also how fast Alter Ego Celeste went in for that retake together as a team. They were just completely overwhelmed, X10S. And it's thanks to plays like from Alika going in together with the satchels, the rest of the team pushing in off of heaven. So much to look out for that they can't help but be overwhelmed. This time around, though, it's back towards the A site. They're slowly creeping up onto it. But we also have Inari letting her presence be known, firing off a warning shot, if you will.
Yeah, and that caused X and S to pause for a minute here, because they need to figure out where is this shot coming from. But the Nightfall does come in, and Neri is not phased. She brings in another warning shot just to pose a threat. The Seekers come in, and it's going to be instantly destroyed.
Oh, wow. And this is how XNS claims the site. What's more interesting is that they have Alyssa lurking towards Catwalk. That's going to be a potential flank as they try to push in towards HR. But look at that coming in from Iceberg. She uses a Prowler to call it clear. And that pushes Alyssa all the way back towards A main. This is going to be a linear firefight now. Guns versus guns, and Alika's trying to gain a head start onto this, but Polly takes her out midair. And Neri and the rest of them push in together off of this now, spraying down the site, spraying down Generator, leaving Muffin alone towards B main. Pushed off the angle as well, thanks to the fragment grenade, allows for Neri to set up the perfect pin to knock them down. Back towards where you came from, 12 to 11, Alter Ego Celeste.
Yeah, I mean, Alter Ego. Now, this is the Alter Ego that we want to see just coming in towards the site. Yes, Alika was taken down, but all of the eyes were set on her. And what they didn't know is that the rest of the members, Iceberg, just rushing through short, making sure that there was no flag first, and then assisting the rest of the team during that fight. And did you know, I want to answer your question earlier on, a group of horses is also called a team.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Good to
That's
know.
so great.
It works just nice. It really is Alter Ego Celeste working together as a team now. But it's also X10S trying to play a little bit faster. We've never seen them push down mid this quick before. In a minute and 10 seconds, they're already down towards Pizza. And Alter Ego Celeste were not quite prepared for it.
Yeah.
A little bit of a shot from Ayumi, but she's gone now. And that means no more smokes for the rest of the round. This is still match point for X10S. They could still win this.
Yeah, and I think when they played slow, AECL just immediately had, a semblance of how they would want to counter this. But that fast take for Muffin there in mid, that wasn't expected at all. That's why they got the first kill. But now,
Great.
and Neri with that peak.
Where's Polly? Should TP towards Generator. Okay.
30 seconds
And all of a sudden, the Dark Cover just blocks an area off. She rendezvous to the top of heaven. Still has 2 rounds left for this tour de force, but they have to pull off the same style strategy. Look at the crossfire this time from X10S though. Showstopper is not effective. Natsuki going in, trying to spray out. The trades are going through, and Baby TC can't do all that much on her own. The storm is approaching, and Alter Ego Celeste will deny the win from X10S, pushing us into overtime.
They were just like angels falling from the heavens, ensuring that the
Switching
guard
sides.
is down.
Overtime.
And now it seems as if it was just a big climb. They managed to get to overtime.
Oh my god, how many rounds is that in a row?
That
The
was
comeback. 5 rounds in a row.
Six. It was a 12-6.
I can't even count anymore. But this is the Alter Ego Celeste. This is them rising from the ashes like a phoenix. And now, starting OT1, they call a timeout? That's interesting.
Because AECL had a lot of mistakes during their attacking rounds, and they have to form a strategy in order to counter the 2 Sentinels and the 2 proactive initiators of X10S. And the timeout here is very vital because they already have the momentum in their favor. They already are on fire. And it's just about outsmarting X10S during the defense.
That exactly is the whole thing. Outsmarting their opponents. But I do wonder if, like, what could the possible play be? On the start, when you have the momentum on your side, do you just rush in? Do you go in fast? Because that's how they've been winning these retakes. Can they do the same thing on the attacking side? With X10S's hyper-defensive double sentinel setup, is it possible?
It could be possible. They've been doing this with Alaka just rushing in with all of the satchels and timing for the smokes of Ayumi as well to give them cover. It just all boils down to the timing because at least when they were on attack, the timing wasn't in their favor. XNS just was more proactive in terms of finding that for them.
Oh, this is very
it's a
curious.
fast mid play though.
Really fast. But also relinquishing control over B main to XNS. 2 players now holding this. They might just be able to push in, but they've already lost 1 player in the form of Neri as well. That's going to be a big problem. Alka straight in towards Logs now, trying to hold, trying to bait out a peek. Not to mention, we still have Icebox holding Pizza as well. It's going to be very curious how Ginny thinks about this. The rest of them, it's just a little bit of control. It's not enough for them to actually go into sight. In fact, they are kind of pinned down because of this.
Yeah, the pincer might hurt more than the punch, right? Especially with how they're positioned. It's not entirely the best scenario for Alter Ego Celeste. But maybe them faking it out, Ginny working a little bit back here might be the strategy of AE Celeste
30
to now
seconds
to
left.
come in the B site.
30
They slowly
seconds.
do that.
Ooh. They have to go in together, clear boathouse, and they do it together. Spike trying to get planted pretty soon. Ayumi still on a huge lurk coming in from the side of tiles. Iceberg to watch Pizza Market, but unfortunately she gets taken out. Here comes Ayumi now. She has to time this very well. If not, she's going to peek straight into Alyssa's crosshairs. The rest of them trying to anchor down the site. Goes in, gets the strafe shot. Ginny all alone now. You might be the leader, but can you really clutch this all on your own? Able to take out one, but that's all she gets. As the rest of them work together,
Switching
double
sides.
peek, double stacked,
Match point.
just to burst her down. Alter Ego Celeste, they really want to prevent X10S from going to Berlin.
Yeah, I mean, if there should be something that will stop X and S, it's only the wall that is AE Celeste. I think the timeout called there by AE Celeste was very important because what they decided to do there was just to take it slow. They might have entered B already. You know where Alika's position was? It was at a disadvantage for Alter Ego. And it just all it took was a smoke for Ayumi, and and Ginny was pulled away from the B site. If Ginny had thrown a haunt or probably a prowler in, then that could have confirmed her. That could have empowered Polly to get the kills as she was at the backside. But
You're
they cut
right.
the noise.
There's just so many different layers that it kind of overwhelms X10S, and this time they didn't have to read. Exactly. They cut the noise, and it's almost as if X10S weren't able to hear anything. Their sensors were dulled. And now we're back to the side where Alter Ego Celeste really performed on. We might just see the end of this map.
They bring it back.
Oh, okay.
No shots fired, but no kills in conversion. But Alika here throws in the paint shells. But the paranoia comes in. Muffin delivers.
Oh!
Down
But
mid.
Alika,
The
the
blast-
Saxel kill. A rare sight to see, actually.
And it's this fast play that allows for X10S to get quick control over market and straight into the B site. Napsky has to anchor this. The pop flash
Spike
goes
down,
through, but
B.
it won't be enough because Alyssa is there to trade. Back to a 2-on-3 now. And Iceberg and
planted.
Inari have to do this together. Inari down to 50 HP though. 2 bullets and she's dead. She's got the operator, but not quite an angle. Look at how X10S are holding this. 1 in boathouse, 2 on site, watching both stairs as well as lane. It's gonna be tough. She has to be careful. She is, but no, still down to 1 HP. At that point, you're just so darn vulnerable. And as an operator as well, you are so stationary, scoped in. Iceberg kind of has to do this on her own, but unfortunately she gets deleted just by Muffin swinging out. The boathouse position is too strong, and we will go into OT2.
The second overtime
Switching
is what
sides.
we want to see, right? Because the
Overtime.
first map wasn't really as close as we expected. Now in Ascent, AE Celeste's map pick, they recover from a 12-6 match point already for X10S. But I'm quite happy to see X10 pick up the pieces yet again and find these cracks in the defenses of AE Celeste. It was just unfortunate that Inari went for kills there in mid as opposed to preferring to buy that rifle and just go ham, right? Because it was at a disadvantage. It might be a strong weapon, but for a retake, not so much.
Yeah. I feel like it's stronger when X10S are playing that slow push, but that time, X10S were going for the fast mid push, similar to what Alter Ego Celeste did, actually. So I might just prefer to see Inari on a rifle next round, but then again, it comes down to this one first. Alter Ego Celeste needing to find some kind of a safe entry. They're playing back to the previous style, a slow A-split push, because A-site is completely fortified by Killjoy utility.
And this has been the mistake of AECL for the past first half, right? They want to make sure. Quick entry. Ginny gets the first kill though. But immediately Alyssa here as the anchor. She is the elephant in the room, and thank God she's noted.
Completely addressed and completely welcomed. It's going to be Alter Ego Celeste claiming the site now.
30 seconds
Boombot
left.
gets additional information as well as Baby TC has to shoot it down. Sends in the guiding light though, and
One
Alka's
enemy
watching it. She goes in, able to take out the one, and then Natsuki comes up all the way from Catwalk just to welcome Baby TZ with an open arm.
Switching sides. Match point.
AECL was able to overwhelm X10S with that entry. The duo between Iceberg and Aluka,
enemy remaining.
they're just coordinated to take the site. They're like a SWAT team. Okay, you check Jen. Okay, I check main. And each and every time they closed in on towards the site. An immediate plant also. And how they've managed to collect their ultimates just in one round, right? It means an orb for Iceberg, 3 kills for Aluka.
It's been these attacking rounds, and it's great. But that said, overtime means they reset every single round, and now X10S trying to do the same thing that Alter Ego Celeste did to them previously. A split push, but this time it's information gathered and also getting proactive with the pushes. They seize the initiative to eliminate the possible push coming in from A short. That leaves A main, but also a 2-for-1 trade, meaning that X10S are a little bit less fortified now. They might have the site, they might have some post-plant positions, but they do not have the numbers.
Yeah, they don't. And they also have to expect all of the utility being thrown at them. Polly responds, Baby TZ as well, but it's just one! And a Yumi punishes Baby TZ for being so out in the open just to try and deliver the kills.
Classic.
But AECL signed, sealed, and delivered for Ascent.
And happy faces and celebrations as well. 15-13 in OT2. They actually managed to bring things back. It's a classic tale of just trading for kills, trading, and you have the numbers advantage. That leaves a Yumi as the last one left alive.
Yeah, I mean, the post plants were there, right? But they were at a disadvantage just given the sheer numbers on that map. Positioning was great for X10S. It's just that AECL, when they send through their team or a group of horses, then they just trample over X10S.
And that really is Alter Ego Celeste finding back their form. But of course, we will toss it back to our panel to break that down for us. How did they actually come back into the game this way?
Thank you, Donut and Quack. And patience is still the name of the game for X10S. It was working well until Alter Ego Celeste caught on and they decided we can beat X10S at that. And what a comeback it was, Zach. 2 overtimes and a massive comeback for Alter Ego Celeste.
Yeah, I think I was doing the math. It was 7 rounds in a row that they had to win to bring it to overtime, and they didn't even flinch, Mika. They just powered through all of it. And again, this is the Alter Ego that we're used to seeing. That we're used to seeing these comebacks if they're down. We're used to seeing them just playing as a team together. And like Quack highlighted, I think that it really came down to the trade game. You know, on Breeze, I think the biggest problem that they had on defense in these post-plant situations was that they just did not have the player advantage. They could not make the retake work. But you know, them finally being aggressive on their defense, being able to find those first picks constantly, I think that's what really propelled them over to this overtime, and they just kept that momentum going, and they were able to win 15-13. This is the most insane game I've seen in this entire tournament.
Yeah, definitely. And I almost thought that the overtime wouldn't end with the way they were playing. It just kept going back and forth and back and forth. I just say though, early on the bait and switch from X10S, I really liked it. It made Alter Ego Celeste expend so much energy second guessing and rotating. But I feel like after a while, X and Sapphire, they really exhausted their composition. It's like there wasn't much more they could do, especially when they were trying to attack. And that's when Alter Ego said, aha, okay, you guys have run out of ideas. Here's where we strike. And that's where the comeback happened. And when you think about it, that was a big question mark for us. How is this composition going to be able to push? And we saw how much they struggled, even though there were some good plays, especially from Polly. I really do have to hand it to her. Although Inari and Muffin were definitely, the Chamber show was definitely the highlight of this map. I do have to give it to Polly. The control, the omen, the smokes was just so amazing on this map.
Yeah, I think both controllers were insane. But talking about controllers, I think Ayumi was the clutch player in that last round, and in fact over the course of the second half, because when we went into overtime, they knew that X10, they like to go in for these aggressive V pushes on their defense. And Ayumi, you just saw the patience coming in from her, the way she was just waiting it out to be able to catch them off guard. I think that was what really clinched Alter Ego that win at the end. And again, this matchup was so close. Even after Alter Ego started making their comeback, even when they were losing, in fact, it was so neck and neck. Look at the stats. They tell the story, right? 14 first kills to either team, 1 clutch in total. Just the post plants coming in, it's insane. It's just that Alter Ego, they've managed to win most of the post plants that they've gotten down by the end of it. I think that's what's really the clincher. On their attack, they were just able to win every single post plant setup. Their post plant, the way their players played, the crossfires that they held were just so much more defensible than what X10 had going. And once Alter Ego had that numbers advantage, it was just over for X10.
Yeah, and I felt like there was a moment where an X10 Sapphire were kind of like, the security and the confidence that they had on Breeze. It suddenly, you could tell that it wobbled when Alter Ego Celeste was starting to make that comeback. Suddenly they were like, wait, should I be going? There was that hesitation, and those seconds are so precious, especially when in a map like this and a round like this and in a series like this rather, where it's so high stakes. You could tell that, as they wavered, they just kept going and going down. And unfortunately, it was a downward spiral. But for Alter Ego Celeste, it was all the way up, which is very fitting indeed, because I think it would have been bittersweet for Alter Ego Celeste that after so long, we can't have a 3-0, right?
Exactly.
We have to go all the way, right? But yes, it's gonna be very interesting. Map number 3 is Fracture, and we will be headed there. There is a lot of history there, Zach, so we're eager to discuss it when we come back after this quick break.
Wanna get it crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype.
Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down.
Welcome back to the grand finals of VCT Game Changers APAC Elite. You are back with MikaFabs, myself, and Zach on our panel. And now we are here at map number 3, Fracture X10's map pick. And Zach, we just saw this yesterday with X10S with a massive showing on attack on Fracture. But Alter Ego Celeste, they put up quite a fight on defense. But X10S did take the victory, though, and it's not the only time they did, actually. So they're expecting this map to be Alter Ego Celeste's bane.
Yeah, I mean, historically, these teams, they've always collided on Fracture. X10, they won the first engagement. Alter Ego, they struck back. And yesterday, again, I strongly believe that map could have gone either way, because the way it was won, I don't think any of us just expected, I believe it was Muffin, to just stick it in a 1v2. She just went for the spike, diffuse, and got it all the way. So I think we've seen several iterations of that today as well. I think that's one thing that Alter Ego, they really would want to try and prevent. But, you know, what a day we've had so far, Mika. Map number 1 was just stomp by X10. Ascent was shaping up to be the same, but Alter Ego, they win 6 or 7 rounds in a row to take it to overtime and close it out. And now they have the momentum. They're feeling themselves. Like we saw how the way they played completely shifted in that second half. Once they started winning rounds, they just got so much more confident. And off the back of those peaks, they were just able to constantly get that first kill for themselves.
Yeah, and you know, going into Fracture, I have a feeling Alter Ego Celeste here, they have like, okay, we have some unfinished business here. We don't want to be remembered as the team that did this or that missed this. We're going to clear our names here on this map, okay? So I feel like they have to do that. So I hope the same mistakes aren't going to be made on Fracture here for Alter Ego. There's a lot of opportunity for them to switch it around, especially since X10S, they have made this, you know, kind of like they want it to be their map. So there's a lot of material to work with here on the side of X10 Sapphire. However, I'm thinking that, you know, the compositions that they have are a little bit similar, so it might boil down to individual performance here. And now that Inari, as we saw in the previous map, has woken up and she's having a good day now, and the members of X10 Sapphire kind of took a little bit of a moral tumble, I have a feeling that momentum is actually here on the side of Alter Ego Celeste, especially when it comes to the players.
Yeah, you know, one thing that I've noticed about how Alter Ego they play this particular map, especially in this tournament, is a lot depends on Inari and Ayumi, because they are going to be the Chamber Neon combo. They're going to have to directly go up against Muffin and Baby TZ, who have consistently been the top of their game for this particular map. So they're going to have to be on point here. Also, I think that the other two roles that need to be considered are Aluka on the Brimstone as well as Iceberg on that Breach, because again, Breach is that agent, that initiator that creates so much value on Fracture in particular. Just the way his kit is pioneered to really set the Neon up for taking these aggressive fights. It's just so necessary for Iceberg to be on top of her game. And you know, I feel like on Ascent she was really able to bring a lot of value with the utility. So she'll need to step up huge on Fracture as well.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think that, you know, because both teams do have the Breach in their pocket. We might see Ginny, we might see Iceberg in that kind of show off, especially since Fracture is that type of map wherein once you have to go all in. Otherwise, the attack side could so easily become the defense and vice versa. I do think that there is room for a little bit of what Ascent Sapphire was doing a while ago, though, because you know that little bait and switch that they had, that you know that those mind games, those little bit of a peek in B and then running towards A. There's a lot of room for that on Fracture, but I think for Alter Ego Celeste, they're gonna catch on to that. They know that, okay, you guys did this already on Ascent, what more on Fracture? So I'm wondering how those mind games are gonna pan out now that the anticipation is high and now that both teams are very, very much aware of how the other likes to play this. So I'm also looking at a little bit of the lurks. You know, we did see actually all of the players have their own little spots for lurking. So I have a feeling that here on Fracture, there's gonna be a lot of those big surprises, big surprise moments here. And as you mentioned, actually, Aluka, the controllers, both of the Brimstones, actually, I think it's gonna be Aluka and Polly, if yesterday was any indication, they are primed for that, to be able to seal off those spots and provide cover for their team. And as I mentioned earlier, I really like how Aluka plays the controllers, just because she not only provides cover, but she causes a little bit of the chaos too, and disorients disorients their opponents so much.
Yeah, Aluka is that X factor. You know, we've seen her before on this particular map, just being so dangerous. But you know, one thing that is in X10's favor is that the last 5 times that they played this map, they've managed to win. And except for that last time against Alter Ego where it went into OT, it's been a pretty dominating show coming in from them so far. So they're on a 5x win streak, possibly looking to get the 6th one out as well. You know, this is their map pick, if I'm not wrong, heading into this. So I think that's going to make things pretty exciting, because again, this is a map where both teams have excelled prior, and just so far that in the head-to-head, it is Ascent Sapphire who are on a leg up. And of course, talking about the team comp which they were running, I believe yesterday when they played Alter Ego as well, the main difference between these two teams is one pick coming in, which is going to be the Sage. We did see Alyssa pick up that Sage yesterday. They opted to, you know, trade out that KO that they usually get in on Addition for that Sage instead, and she can prove to be so important, especially considering how the map has changed as well, right? We're playing on the new patch, the dish area has completely changed.
Yeah.
It's just so much more easier for attackers to really get in, because so many areas of the map have become more streamlined. And I think seeing that Xen are starting out on attack, it's going to be interesting to see what they're picking up. You do see the smoke, the controllers coming in, like you mentioned, Mika. Both Polly and Aluka are going to be on that Brimstone.
And it looks like there's not much changes from what we saw last time. Actually, if not, no changes at all. It is going to be the exact same composition that we saw just yesterday when these two teams went up against each other. So interesting though, what is going to be different? Well, certain mistakes shouldn't be made once again, because now they have all of the information that they need to make sure that that doesn't happen. So again, it is Alter Ego Celeste saying, we're going to clear our names here. We're going to do a redo, and we're going to retcon what happened yesterday. This is how we actually play on Fracture. So let's get right into the map. Let's toss it on over to our casters, Donut and Quack.
It's just like Mika and Zach said. Fracture for these two teams is the rematch of the century, because there's some unfinished business right here. Hey, I'm Quack. This is Donut. We're gonna cast this. I mean, we shall not mention whatever happened yesterday,
Nope.
But what's gonna happen today?
Well, a little bit of improvements as well for Alter Ego Celeste. We're not going to mention the mistake, but I'm just going to mention that I'm hoping that they learn from it, because earlier they pulled one off. I mean, X&S pulled one off of another one of those ninja diffuses, and they managed to take that away from Alter Ego Celeste yet again. Great comeback for AE though, and this might be another rematch, I would say. And probably Fracture, that was a broken heart for AE. And hopefully they're out and back again with revenge for Broken Bones against X10S. Because at this point, right, the big difference of this composition is going to be Alyssa on the Sage and Nabsky on the Fade. And we all know Nabsky to be so great on this Fade pick that it really has to give so much value to them. Just really all about the timing for the team of Alter Ego Celeste. And they're on the defense yet again in X10S. They might play it slow and steady yet again, but we all know them to be explosive.
Oh wow, and this is how they explode! They go in with the breach stun, fault line, and it hits a lot of them. Allows for ACL to just straight up push in, along with the frenzies, get some point-blank duels, leaving X10S down to 3 players. And now this is huge information as well, because we know where they are. I believe ACL knows as well.
Yep. Bruised is Baby TZ here. And without Alyssa, there's no heals coming in. And AECL, they're still not backing down. Still the same positions. Maybe ready with a flash. And the kill comes in for Icebox.
Down A. Last player
It also
standing.
tries to kick it to high gear just to sprint away, but unfortunately Navsky goes back in. Now the duel between Alika and Ginny, the frenzy will be able to reign supreme, and Alter Ego Celeste cleans up on the pistol.
Yeah, this is what we want to expect from Alter Ego Celeste. These explosive rounds, the stun comes in, allows AE to take down Alyssa, the player that we mentioned that could give them so much utility for the heals, for the slow orbs, and as well as the wall, to give them cover for when they want to take the site. Because we saw that in Pearl, right? Alyssa's walls, or at least in Pearl when they use the Sage, right? It gives them so much coverage. So we expect that same thing here for X10S, but they weren't able to do anything.
Yeah, not when you're taken out that early in the round, right? And yesterday went 12-14 in favor of X10S. So Alter Ego Celeste definitely out for blood right now. Playing a little bit more safe this time, though, because they have the guns. They don't want to give any one of those up to XNS.
Iceberg is ready yet again. Just one move from X10, and they're probably stunned.
Still, though, X10 instantly rushing in, looking for some deep positions, but they get denied through the doors. What's interesting is Muffin hiding inside of this sky smoke just to peep out from behind. But unfortunately, she gets taken out by the entire Alter Ego Celeste squad. Even the flashpoint will not save you at this point, Ginny, because Alika's got the Guardian, and she's here to defend her site.
Yeah, it was just unfortunate for them. The A main control for the team of AE Celeste is what made them win that round, because the rest of the members of X10, they came from Dish, right? And when they dropped, it was nobody from AECL guarding, so they didn't really get the kills. And AECL at this point, if there is a pincer coming in from them, X10S, the move for them to just push forward is great. It's just that, of course, you can't really defend the spike when you're already down that way. Although this is going to be a different round because X10S, they might be explosive here in B this time. We're in ACL, they have a great read. They're pushing forward as well.
Oh my god. A Yumi going in with the relay bolts now. Unfortunately, it kind of fires back and allows for X10S to push up together instead. They managed to use the aftershock just to block it off for a second. Gives them a little bit of safe coverage as they back off. Now the entire squad of X10S, they have the advantage here. They even have Tunnel.
Yeah, they have Tunnel, and they managed to use the ropes. But Tunnel is being recovered by AECL, but they don't know the Muffin is here. She gets the headshot.
Still with the angle as well, she bursts away. Iceberg now has to station herself in Tunnel or to rotate back around towards Arcade, where at that point, X10S already knows, look at what Baby TZ's doing. Previously the Sentinel or the Initiator, now the Duelist. She goes in hungry for the kills. And Iceberg has no choice but to wait. Patience, I don't know that that's going to help them now.
And this was such
Player
emotions for
standing.
them, right? Muffin gets one as Iceberg draws her eyes up top. And I don't really think Nabsky is able to get one with this range, right?
Oh,
the
yeah.
Spectre?
Yeah, just no range whatsoever. You peek out, they instantly know it. As soon as you make another move, it's more pre-fires just to keep you suppressed. She makes a move, she hears the sprint, but at this point she has to die to the spike, or, well, if Ginny can collect on that headshot, that's another alt point for her.
Yeah.
And 2-1.
Yeah, these are now the mid-round calls that we want Ginny to do more often, right? After that push forward here in Arcade, Baby TZ and Ginny just expected that to happen. And even Ayumi, right after that, there was just two expectations. It's either they go down the tunnel or they try to recover the site or reposition to the site. But immediately, I think this is great for Muffin because she's just vigilant about the movement for AECL. And AECL, they just have to also open their eyes as to where X and S might be.
I couldn't agree more. And this is also the handiwork of Ginny as their IGL, making all of these reads. This time around, they're playing it slow, sneaky beaky like, going all the way through tunnel. Alter Ego Celeste getting curious about it though, and they will be punished for it. And once again, it's that Sage coming back in just to top off Baby TZ. The wall previously.
Yeah, and the heals. That's gotta be annoying. Imagine just calling to your teammates, I've already done a lot of damage, but nope. Back to 100 for Alyssa.
So rotations have gone through, and Harry's the only one holding A main.
But it's an Airy though. And she's just holding this with the Phantom. She does have the rendezvous ready.
Yeah. Tries to get at least one.
Down A.
She managed to get two. And despite getting stunned, it's still good damage. 3-on-3 now. A bit of a recovery for Alter Ego Celeste as X10S goes in for the spike plant. It's a little bit obvious where they're coming from, but so they go in through its door instead. Deleting Polly, the back line now, means that X10S are only possibly located on site alone. Fortunately, the Rolling Thunder will hit Baby TZ as well, and that's why she had to be slowed down, allowing for Icebox to pick up on that kill. Now Ginny, the only one left. She used the Aftershock just to block out the one line, but then going into the second one towards the right, that's where she wasn't quite prepared. The animation being pulled out from the gun being drawn hit her in the back, and 3-1 will be the score.
I mean, Ginny might have miscalculated or Baby TZ moved forward at the wrong time. Because it was a great read for them to use the Rolling Thunder and Baby TZ using that overdrive to probably catch them off guard. But I think just miscommunication, these small mistakes in terms of their comms should be fixed. And Baby TZ at that point, yes, she used the overdrive, but no value came out of it.
It's the right idea, right? Because if there actually was a huge stun and Baby TZ went in with the overdrive just to laser beam everyone to death, it would have been so good, but unfortunately it's not. It's not today. And
We wanted to be entertained at that point. Just Neon singing forward and dancing around with those lightning fingers, but it wasn't the case. Just mistimed for X10S.
We need a hairbrush knife. But whatever it is, it's going to be the execute straight onto the side. Fast lanes up, and also Muffin again coming in from behind. Whatever Alter Ego Celeste thought they had, whatever A main control they thought they had was ultimately gone. And now going up the ropes, oh my god. Baby TZ slowed down. And Neri is trying to do something, but as soon as she drops down, Ginny's here to hug her. 2-3. X10S back into the game.
Yep, and they played it steady for that round, right? Yes, there was a risk there for Ayumi, sorry, for Baby TZ to pull up, but because of that sky smoke, it was Baby TZ the first one to see her through it. And XNS with these quick kills, if they pull this off, for momentum in the first few seconds of the round, then they can always catch AECL off guard. And this might be another case here because it's B this time.
Wow, but I guess ACL are reading it right. They haven't stacked up and they have the rotations here as well. But what they don't have are the guns. It's only shorties and classics. They're still able to do damage though, but only onto teammates. Alka, no. A little bit unfortunate. But we also do have 2 rifles picked up as a result of that. Ayumi has her overdrive as well, so that could be useful. But they have to watch out for the back. Muffin comes up the ropes and instantly deletes Ayumi off the roster. Gets a second as well. Napsky all alone on the site now, has to find a different approach. She goes back in towards Tree. She knows Ginny's there, goes in for the swing, but it's not good enough. It's a little bit too wide. Ginny was prepared for it and just fired at the right time to bring X10S back to 3-3.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening with X10S, but they always get these kills if they go through the ropes, right? It should be a little bit displacing for them as they go for the entry, but it's so clean for Muffin there. And she even gets a double there against Alka. It might be a high value for the team of AE getting these kills with the Sheriff, with the Classic, and even the Orbital Strike from Alka, but that wasn't the case. X10S just pause for a little bit, take a breather, make the game for their own again.
Yeah, strange as it might be, it really does feel like some of these frags should belong to members of Alter Ego Celeste. But that said, now they're back to the same strat as what we saw in the pistol round, going for that aiming control, and ultimately with the operator locking out Tree. So X10S, either they push straight into one of these angles or they take the zipline to the other side. This is what they're thinking about, though. Flashpoint straight into A main. 3 members from Alter Ego Celeste peek out the firing squad. All the bullets whizzing all over the place. And it hits 2 corpses. Now 3 left. And what do they want to do? It's going to be the zipline. Imagine if Icebox were waiting on the other side.
Muffin wants to go fast, but unfortunately Polly was holding down the line. And if they don't really go fast, rotations will come in. It's actually Iceberg here, already down for the rotation.
30 seconds left.
So they have to be careful about it. She's smoked at the moment, but once she uses that stun, it might be GG.
GG indeed. Aneri prepared for this, reading them like a book. She knew exactly where they would come from. Sky smokes this time as well, though, but Ginny trying to make a smart play, hiding inside of it. She goes for the first one, and Neri instantly hospital flicks over to the backside, 180 degrees, and still gets all the frags. Alter Ego Celeste. 4-3 now. You guys cannot do the same thing to us again and again.
Yeah. I mean, the push and pull now very much present in this map. The mistakes that AECL made in the previous rounds, they immediately have an answer. If it's gonna be action towards A, yes, let's just spray them down. And with those sprays, right, they only caught 1 in their sights. That was Alyssa. And after that, they also got 2. And I think it was also the reads for X10S. They did not expect another 3-stack hold there by A.
Let's play.
And they have to explore their options at this point because B is stacked right now with Ayumi, Iceberg, and as well as Alka.
I guess this is one option, though, to go in for a B split push with Muffin on the tour de force. It means that Alter Ego Celeste will be a little bit more careful about peeking, but instead they just use the flashpoint to counter whatever Muffin was holding. Now Bench is gone and Ginny's the only one left here. She uses a Rolling Thunder, though. And then Ayumi with a fast lane just to buy a little bit more time for herself. Unfortunately, that ultimate will be naught but wasted. The rest of the squad from X10S, though, managing to use that distraction to push up from Tree instead. They will be able to claim the site. And they get the spike planted.
But there are 3 behind them in the arcade. Actually, one's already down, and Mary taken down by Baby TZ, but immediate trade here for AE.
It's just AE kind of biding their time, trying to close in on the distance. Fault line to deny a little bit of area, but unfortunately it might not be enough. It's all down to Ayumi with her overdrive. It's a little bit too clear and obvious. As soon as she peeks out, they spray and burst. It's going to be Alyssa with a triple kill for this round to bring it back for X10S.
That's great in terms of options for X10. Yes, it was Muffin to go down against AE, but it's fine because there was a great call there. Although Jenny used most of her utilities just to get a kill against the Yumi, right? The rotations was just vital for X10S. Immediately, Jenny used the ropes to assist the rest of the team members of X10 Sapphire as they hold down that plant. And I guess this is also all about finding other options within the map, because what they usually do is use these main entrances as their one point of consideration. They don't really get to dish with just one lurk, right? Muffin was too forward during that time. And if they aren't ready for these types of pushes for AE Celeste as well, it might just really go and punish them. Because AE, I think the reason why they won Ascent was they had great reads. They saw the nuances of X10S for the defense. Sorry, for the attack. That's why they were able to gain 7 rounds in a row against them. So X&S, they don't really have to make the same mistake here in Fracture.
Yeah, it's all these different strats that are being pulled out. And Alter Ego Celeste trying to adapt to them. So that's why we see the timeout being called as well. They're trying something different. They know that they've got nothing but pistols, so it's a bit of an A-site stack. However, the utility being heard right off the bat, it signals to X10S that perhaps B is less fortified, and they would be right.
Yeah, but they don't push just yet. They want to make sure. They also don't have any info that AECL has stacked the A site. And this might be a risk that AECL had to take, but at least they're all together for the retake, right? And Ayumi, because the silence is deafening, she wants to peek out for any information, but Exxon has to take tunnel instead.
And this is just such a multi-layered attack. You leave some lurks, you take the tunnel. I mean, look at where Polly is just waiting. The rest of the squad pushing in now. Even using the overdrive. Also, Euro Celeste hears this, and they know they have to go in for a different
30
site.
seconds left.
Yeah, I love the patience game, though, for AE Celeste.
Planted.
They didn't move at all, but now they have to. Spotted out Polly. Narrowly avoiding the orbital strike. But how do you retake all from Tree Donut? Like, that's tough.
That's very tough, and they don't really have the right weapons for this. They only have frenzies. That's why Baby TZ is gonna spray them down. She is blind right now, but still able to get the kill. Damage done. But frenzy does come in. The chase is there, but at the end of the day, 3 remain. The diffuse comes in, only gets Iceberg.
Thrifty.
The Bucky is in favor, and it was a thrifty round. It was a question of how. The question is now for me, what? Make it happen.
I think I could try. Because you see a lot of these utilities being thrown in all together, even in a Yumi trying to catch Baby TZ. Even though she managed to slide away and to take a Yumi out, she was out of position because of that, and they were able to pick them off apart one by one. All those flashes, it kept them occupied for just a second, just enough for Alter Ego Celeste to come in. And ultimately, they were able to push the last player, Polly, all the way to the back of tower. And this time they were the ones who stuck the defuse. So that's pretty exciting.
Yeah. They learn from it, and they want to do it to X10S as well. There was an incendiary thrown, right? But it was already halved, so they had the time in the world. Maybe. They did? Did they body block it?
Possibly. Didn't quite catch it, but yeah. So now, it's so even, it's so back and forth. We might just see another overtime game, but both teams really want that championship slot.
And both teams really are adapting to each other each and every round, right? I think the call for X10S was to be more creative But AECL, their imagination is also so open. And look at this.
Oh,
They
wow.
get the read and they want to push out Dish as well.
This is a little bit of guesswork, but also just making the right calls and now setting up for it. The angle's being held. Again, this is 506, so it's the old fracture, not the one that we have now in the current patch, but it allows for Alter Ego Celeste to push out. A little bit of a mistake, though. So it wasn't well covered. Instead, it's X10S that held down the angles, managing to take off two. But Neri on her own so far has gone in with the double kill in this round. And it's not just any double kill either. Polly, the controller's one that's gone. What?
Muffin, a beast with a Vandal, expecting a repeat there for Inari. Because Inari already had two, right? She's on fire and she wants value out of that operator. But the timing here for Alaka as well. I don't know if she actually caught the ones rotating through tunnel. And she has this opportunity to get a lot of these kills. She takes down one.
That's so fast, and she smokes it off as well.
Player standing.
Baits in the footsteps, and Napsky knew, but unfortunately was not able to take that duel head on. Instead, used the orbital strike, but Ginny's smarter than that. She planted a different spot. Incendiary comes in, but only burns her for just a second, enough for her to peek out and take Alaka down.
Jenny, I mean, the orbital strike was there to also provide damage to the ones holding tower, right? But it was also a good call for Jenny to plant a spike behind that box because they knew where Alaka was coming from. And these calls from X and S are working wonders for them. And the stun as well, so precise to catch Alaka that way. And these ultimates wasted for AE Celeste, it might have been more valuable for them this round, but, you know, a desperate attempt to use everything just to clutch it out.
Really is seemingly desperate to go in for such plays and still buying up on the rifles. They will be able to buy back in the next round, and that's what matters most, but Alter Ego Celeste now.
Trap destroyed.
Just trying to make some moves. They went in for that A main to push out of it, and it's instantly read by X10S.
Yep, and I love how they're just utilizing tunnel here. Each and every round they take the space away.
Down.
They can go through arcade, but they feel like there's gonna be an advantage here. Kills come in for AE Celeste yet again. The thrifty rounds for them work so well.
This is so good, and it's again just the flashes, the utility, the support from Iceberg allows for them to come in close to make use of those shotguns at that range. Now they have the option to retrieve some weapons, and despite X10S rotating all the way over onto the other side, they only have 2 players remaining. Can they actually hold the post plant? Not entirely sure.
And there's also a resurrection available for Alyssa, but since all of the kills, look at the mini map, all of the X's were there, so it's really out of reach for Alyssa. Even if they want to equalize the situation, bring it back to a 3v3, it isn't possible because the map control of EE was also so good.
So no res. These X's and O's, they bring out the woes, and X10S trying so desperately to cling on to this round. The wall deployed, but all an area needs to go is go through ropes instead. She pushes up front now, and instantly the headhunter on towards Ginny. Alyssa, though, with the spray transfer, gets her down, but did not hear Neri coming in from the backside. She swung a little bit too late, and Neri just has enough time to stick the defuse, taking the lead now 6-5 for Alter Ego Celeste.
Whenever there would be these rounds that AE would be at a disadvantage, you doubt them. But immediately their calls here, the assistance, Alaka just bringing in kills, Iceberg with the stuns, it leaves X10S like very convolvulated during that round. And even this clutch from Inari, Alyssa did her best, right? But it would have been better if the rest of the members as well, if they had the rest available. They needed one more to make that round win.
That's a good spot.
Even holding from Dish, somehow Inari just took that out so quickly. But now, holding with the operator, instantly taking away one. Swaps to the tour de force. Might be blocked off by the sky smoke, but it's a-okay for now as the rest of them have already arrived onto site. Nightfall being sent out too. They might just set up for a quick retake right now. Inari marking tower, the rest of them pushing out. It's gonna have to be Arcade and Tree though. The fast lane allowing for them to entry onto site, and now Baby TZ not sure where to look. Iceberg able to take her down. And then going in for that shot on towards tower. Where is Inari in all of this though? She's looking down. Tree takes out another player, and all that's left is going to be Ginny, who cannot, and I repeat, cannot go in for the retake defense at this point. 7-5 at the end of the first half, don't it?
Yeah, this is the same case that we saw from them, right? The explosive retakes for AECL. Even if the plant has already come in, Inari takes down one. Maybe TZ though, it was just a peculiar position to be stuck in. And even if Polly had the chance to take down Aluka, that was just unfortunate for them missing their shots. And at the same time, AE just bringing in the storm. But, of course, the first half is going to be assessed by our panelists, MikaFabs and Zahk. What do you think?
Thank you so much for that, Donut and Quack. And I think that already looking at how Alter Ego played yesterday in the same defensive half on Fracture, they're looking so much better right now because it was a 3-9 scoreline yesterday, and now they're up 7-5. So I think that's definitely going to be an upgrade heading into this. This is the AECL where we're used to seeing, and it all starts with that strong A main control that they've had coming in almost every single round. Just so much information, right, Mika?
Yeah, absolutely. I was gonna point that out. I love how Alter Ego Celeste is really taking the aggression to X10S, because X10S, it looks like they were doing what they were doing on Ascent, which is the sneaky little pokey here and there, and then they go back, they retreat, they go back, and they try to do something else. Alter Ego Celeste, by I think that was like around round 7 or 8, they decided, you know what, stop doing that, just stop it, and they decided to take so much control early on in the rounds. Did you see, like, for example, round 10, there was a massive fight by Dish, which was so unexpected. Suddenly you have this massive, I think it was like a 4v5 or even a 5v5 at Dish, because they wanted to take that fight to them. By doing that, they actually put a stopper into X10's plans, all of those little pokes that they're doing, because suddenly, how are you going to poke when Alter Ego Celeste is rushing at you? I think Alter Ego Celeste have gotten on to all of the plans of X10 Sapphire now, so it's going to be interesting to see how they're going to do on attack, especially since they're already halfway there. They're already pushing all the way in before that barrier breaks.
Yeah, Alter Ego, they have the advantage, and I was doing some heat map analysis from their Fracture yesterday, and Alter Ego, they love to hit this B-side on attack. X10, they could not figure out a way to really deal with it yesterday. That's how they were able to win 9 wins in the half to take it to overtime in the first place. And if X10, they haven't figured out a way to really control their B main, I think that's going to be so much more difficult for them to really hold on to this particular map. Considering the Alter Ego, they have the momentum so far. We saw how they were on point today in those thrifty rounds, just constantly hitting shots left and right, especially with that utility. And of course, Inari, we always talk about her as such a dominant force, but man, today she's on a whole other level on that chamber. Ayumi as well, I'm not used to seeing her on that neon, but she's definitely popping off and doing work. And now that we're heading over to attack, I'm excited to see what this duo can really cook up. But for that, we're gonna have to throw it back to our casters. Donut and Quack, take it away.
Thank you, Mika and Zach. I mean, you guys said it all. Even on the defensive side, Alter Ego Celeste has already been pushing. They're not afraid of the barriers, and even with a heat map analysis as well, it's going to be tough at this point, and still so close. I still feel like anyone can take it home. What do you think, Donut?
Yeah, I think the possibility of X10S on the defense here, especially if they do want to be aggressive at some parts of the round, right? Just to be proactive in terms of taking that information away. Like this possible push here by AECL, but the immediate detour towards tunnel is what they would want to do. And there's a wall, yes. Set up there by Alyssa for Muffin.
But they're just bypassing everything. Just because they went through tunnel. Oh my god.
Detour for them, right? Okay, if it can't go a B main, then the tunnel is where we're going, and this is gonna be a highway for them.
Life is a highway, and sometimes you want to ride it all night long, and they are definitely riding all the way in towards the site itself. An area already in. Muffin, though, able to take a hit off a player in that process. She rendezvous away and gets away for free. Now, spike planted. How are Alter Ego Celeste holding this?
Yep, they're going to be holding this from far angles. It's Aluka trying to set her sights on the flank, and then probably Nabsky gonna throw in, but they managed to sneak past everything. There are utilities being thrown at them. Aftershock first comes in.
Oh no. Please, they have to know that it's stuck halfway. The firing squad is already on the site itself. The incendiary comes in to push them off, but unfortunately damage has been done. And now, thankfully... Wait, do they still have time? Yeah, they do. Come on. This happened again! This happened again, Tona.
I love how X10S are just waltzing on towards the site, not managing anybody at all. Yes, they're checking their corners, but at that point, they didn't really make a sound. And AECL, they were behind the smokes. They were fighting it from the back lines, right? That's why the aftershock was sent through. But it was just too late for them. When Nabsky was in, X and S were just waiting for them.
They truly were. Like, 4 players standing around the spike. You don't see that every day. And it's... I get what Alter Ego Celeste are trying to do. It's the right idea. They have all those post-plant utilities, but the timing on the peaks and everything else unfortunately bites them in the back. So here we go. They're trying to go for a different site this time, trying to make it fast. The fast lane, in fact, gives them the coverage that they need. And Alika going into the sky smoke. Oh no, Ginny did not expect that at all. It's going to be the Spectre picked up by now. And at that point, all they really got to do is to hold down these angles. X10 Sapphire trying to go in through this. Managed to push past the door. And Baby TZ down to 20 HP. Slides in, jumps up, but Shorty still able to connect, and it's going to be Paulie now, along with her teammates, still able to dish out the damage. Unfortunately, though, losing 3 players in that, they win the round. But how does their economy look for the next?
Yeah, it doesn't look too good here. AE Celeste, they did a lot of damage. The kills of Aluka, it made it happen for the punish of that economy. She was just waiting behind, and she's been doing this all throughout, playing with the sky smokes. She knows her own smoke, so she'll use it to her advantage, to her favor. And even Nabsky here getting a kill with that shorty, but eventually it was left down to Iceberg. They don't really want to make the same mistakes again, right? With that eco buy, they don't have enough for the aftershock, so they're going to protect it from the site itself. But this time it's going to be different. They have a full buy.
They have a full buy, but I'm more curious about what X10S are doing. They're pushing outside of Arcade. It's going to be Alter Ego Celeste, excuse me, who are trying to, I don't know, hold the default right now.
Yep, they tried knocking there, but nobody's home. But Muffin is the one, the gatekeeper of A. Oh, but the kills still go their way.
And they just completely surround and overwhelm Alter Ego Celeste. I don't know if this is a call or just happenstance, but they all run into each other. It's a huge clash, and with the numbers, X10S were better prepared for it. They will decimate Alter Ego Celeste.
There was a question on economy, but we didn't really know that it was all about utility for this round. That flash from Ginny and the spray downs. Aluka had her orbital strike ready during that time. That's why she was holding that position, but they did not expect X10S to push forward through Arcade and confirm that there's nobody else there. That's why they send everybody else running towards the A site. And AECL, they did not expect that much force against them.
Certainly not at all. And all of a sudden, it's just this unstoppable force right in front of them. Their economy now reset, and they have no choice but to, well, stingers and sheriffs. It's going to be X10S with the firepower now. And also the lead in terms of the rounds. Alter Ego Celeste might just lose this map if they're not careful, but going in for the jump peaks now, they are being careful. They want the site, And XNS wants to play a retake.
Yep, they want to be careful about this. They know that their ACL are on a save here, but Polly strikes back. Neri gets punished for that.
They were marking her teleporter. And now it's just trying to buy time, preventing X10S from getting in onto the site too safely. Incendiary Sky Smokes just to block it off, and maybe TZ with their overdrive. Maybe trying to push them back, trying to send a warning to them. Orbital Strike comes in as well right now, and the Relay Bolt, she runs right in towards Ayumi with the Stinger. Ooh, that hurts. It's gonna be Polly now on her own, aided by Ginny, but they don't have time anymore at this point. Rolling Thunder into their face. Ayumi with the Stinger, trying to hop all over the place. Ginny still able to get a headshot despite of that, but then the spike goes off. 8-8. Alter Ego Celeste with a thrifty win.
Yeah, we did not expect that at all for AE Celeste, but I think that the mistake there for X10 was to just let AE come into the site, plant down the spike, and hold this post plant with so much utility. I think there were a lot thrown in towards the site. There was a Sky Smoke for Alaka. There was also the Aftershock from the breach. Also the Rolling Thunder. And the Orbital Strike. You can't retake that at all. And I think that's a mistake of X10S. They miscalculated the number of ultimates that AECL had.
It's also just resetting the economy again back to back. Now it's X10S on a bit of a save. Perhaps Ginny with a Rolling Thunder and a Hero Vandal to win the round, but it's easy for Alter Ego Celeste just to come in to set up the site. Spike planted now, and they're all they gotta do is to hold post plant. Please be careful. The Sky Smoke kind of gives a little bit of an angle, but still holding it from nearer to tree, nearer to tower, they will be able to stand their ground. Sky Smoke set up, and Neri teleports away. Napsky trying to block them off, able to get down one, but then Polly comes in for the swing, and Ayumi just a classic trade to finish it off. 9-8.
Yep. Even the Nightfall did a lot of damage there just to make sure that they hold down the time. They wanted to waste a lot of the time because it was a save for X10S. Polly was able to take down one, and they were able to bring it down to two. But at that point, I think the management of utility for AECL are really the thing that's very most important here on attack. How they are able to string in the Sky Smokes, but still have one left for the post plant. I think that's what's amazing about Alaka's management of utility.
Saving all of them and having the lineups for it as well, and timing her own utility too.
Yeah.
It's absolutely crucial, and it works out incredibly well for Alter Ego Celeste. But now, hiding inside of A main, and 4 members of X10S outside of A itself. This could be a big clash.
Yeah, might be a good hold, but ACL, once the Prowler is down, then it's gonna be a chaos.
And she just slides in past the Relay Bolt, despite getting stunned, still able to beam down her counterpart, continuing to go in on the aggressive, not quite tracking down Ginny, but still, damage has been done. It's all but a distraction, though, as the rest of the team heads straight towards the B site, trying to call it clear, trying to be careful about it too, in case anyone was lurking here. They managed to play it safe and to get the spike planted without losing yet another player. Now, fast retakes coming from X10S. They try to fault line for it. They try to break down the site, and they will be able to do that, leaving 2 players coming in from tree. Post plant, we heard that incendiary falling from the skies. It will land, but not before Muffin gets it to halfway. Damage done, though. Alyssa gone. And all that's needed now to just prevent her from defusing it all the way through. Surely this is not too difficult. The tap goes through. She managed to get the shot, but unfortunately not the collateral. Napsky will be able to save the round for Alter Ego Celeste, putting them in the lead 10-8.
If she only pulled the trigger a split second early, that would have been a collateral. But at least now they're learning their lesson. They're not letting anybody else touch the spike. But I loved what Yumi did there in the A site. She was singing Entertain Me. She was singing and dancing
Ooh.
all around, letting the rest of XNS think that it was going to be an A hit. But 4 members of AE so quick to get to the B site, to take control yet again. And it was all a ruse, a distraction.
Brilliant
And-
fake.
Yeah, I mean, the mind games for AE Celeste, we saw that happen in Ascent, just as they were preparing for that comeback, right? And we're seeing it yet again here in Fracture. I mean, out of all of the maps, the mind games really can be evident here because of all of the entry points and how the map is structured. In AE Celeste, they're using this to their advantage.
And that's that chaos play. Ayumi just singing, you know, what do you take me for? I'm just a distraction. She was still able to kill off 2 players like that. Like sliding through the relay bolt. That was the one that really caught my eye.
Yeah.
So now it's the wall instantly up on towards B.
And they want to take Arcade, assuming that there will be people coming in, but the pincer, and they confirm that they're not here, and it might be either B main or A main. AECL, they're still playing this careful, of course. If you have Muffin with the Vandal here, but she's currently smoked off.
Yeah, and held up towards Dish. Surely Alter Ego Celeste will expect it. Then what they really want now is just get the spike planted, hold for the post plants. XNS are slowly surrounding them though.
I'll find you.
But they're caught by that taunt. Not gonna get destroyed. But
Whoa!
Alyssa still gets a headshot.
How do you... Ever so sharp. And even if one of her teammates falls, she has that res at the ready. Polu with the orbital strike as well. Now they just want to close in the distance. They saw the fast lane coming up from Yumi, but not quite able to land the shots with the Sheriff. It's going to be quick sprays coming in from the entire squad of Alter Ego Celeste. And the final tour de force bullet just to close it out, turning things into 11-8.
Yeah, the crossfire there set up for AE Celeste. Yes, Alyssa was able to take down one, but Alika, I think what saved Ayumi for that one was her own fast lane. She used it as cover for herself so that at least she won't go down to any of X10 Sapphire's members. That was so smart of her. I mean, she can be playing for the team, but self-sufficiency with that is so strong. And we've seen that in the previous round, right? When she was dancing, saying entertain me, just as a distraction.
And that's her being able to hold her own. When you have one player that can do all of that, it's just... It's a force multiplier. You have so much value from one player alone. Now they have the entrance coming in from Arcade, coming in from the tunnel, and then the Nightfall sent out. X10S have no choice but to just hold angles instead, and they cannot hear a single thing. So the spike basically gets planted for free, Donut.
For free, no contestation. But now the Nightfall has passed, and Neri takes down Baby Teasy, and they have to watch out for this flank.
Now they're aware of it too. So Iceberg holding the off angle in case someone tries to push up tree, which they inevitably will have to. So that's a free kill right there. Now the rest of them pushing through Link, pushing through Canteen. It's a little bit clearer. It's the same post-plant utilities all raining in, dropping from the skies. Muffin cannot even get onto the top of the platform. Has to find the duels, but at that point, time is running out. She goes in, gets the headshot, and then falls all the way back because she has no choice but to do so. Economy not looking great now.
So great from AE Celeste. I think their solution to their challenges yesterday was just to communicate about the utility. Just to make sure that it is going to be stacked on top of each other and not all at the same time. And I love that Alika's Incendiary is a solution for damage against the one trying to defuse.
Oh, yeah.
Before, they used to just throw it quite late, and then the one defusing it can tank it. at the last second. So I guess AE, they're learning. I'm loving this response from them.
It definitely is that lesson that they learned, right? I mean, took them a little while, don't it?
Tough lesson.
Honestly.
Tough
But
lesson to learn.
yes, instead of waiting for your opponents to like, get the defuse going, you just throw it first. Buy time because you just have so much post-plant utility. You got the Aftershock, you got the Molotov, you got the Orbital Strike, you got the Rolling Thunder.
Yeah.
And they can just do so much with it. They have those available to them right now. And this timeout at match point, it's nothing but a breather to them. They know they have this. It is match point and potentially series point for Alter Ego Celeste in this grand final, don't it? Oh my god.
Yeah, and this is their opportunity to get the lead back against X10S after the first map. That's going to be quite disappointing, but they will rise from the ashes, as you mentioned, like a phoenix. But they're taking it slow. The timeout called here was to be just very careful. Tread as slow as possible and move like a turtle. Just ensure the kills go their way. And as you mentioned, they do have the orbital strike. So once they get the plant down, it could also be supplemented by that rolling thunder.
I'm very curious about that sky smoke towards A main because it just blocked off so much vision. It was one that was deployed from Alika, so every little step through tunnel is a little bit of trepidation for the side of X10S. They had no idea the hit was coming towards B, and now they have the entire site. Muffin has no choice but to back off.
And they kept the plant down. Ooh, Ayumi is gonna get shot through that. She responds with a spray of her own. But as mentioned, the post-plant utility for them, it's still complete. It's still intact.
That's all they gotta do. X10S surely are aware of this, but it's gonna be tough for them to actually push into their position because they're so prepared to take those duels right now. Here comes the Aftershock, here comes the Incendiary, and Muffin gets barbecued, fried alive. Baby TC still pushing in though. They will be able to take out Natsuki and Ayumi, but then the Orbital Strike goes in. Baby TC trying to do her job, trying to take them out, but can't quite do it on her own. The duels just do not favor her at that point. And Aneri, the triple kill to secure the win. 13 reached for Alter Ego Celeste.
And this is what we want to see. Perfect use of utility stacked on top of each other. Incendiary to buy a lot of time. The Aftershock deals a lot of damage. And at the end of it, right, the cherry on top, not just the kill of Aneri, but the Rolling Thunder. And it seems to be an avalanche for AE Celeste. Looking kind of shaky during the first half, right? But during the attack, they learned their lesson to keep the post plants there, disciplined as they are. But Fracture, I thought it would go in the way of X10S just because they won yesterday. I was gonna say last time, as if it was a long time ago. But it was
it
just
feels
yesterday.
that way.
Yeah.
But yeah, finally they learned their lesson. I do wonder what their coach or what their team comps must be like, but it's all that post plant utility that won them the last round. So we're gonna toss it back to our hosts, our panelists, to break down exactly how did they learn their lesson. Mika and Zach, tell us.
I love it. I love that they did learn their lesson, Quack. You're back here with us on the panel, MikaFabs and Zach. And I am just so happy with Alter Ego Celeste. It just seems like they are so much more comfortable on attack. And then they have so much security, so much insurance on the post plan. You just can't count. I mean, like Zach Quack himself was losing count of what was coming into, what was coming into X10S. Was it the breach ult? Was it the post? Was it the mollies? Everything.
Yeah, I know you might look at the scoreboard and think that it's Aneri or Ayumi propelling I believe Alter Ego on this particular map, but I think the real MVP for them, the one from the smokes, I was gonna say from the shadows, but the smokes is more apt, is going to be Alika. Every single round that they got the spike down, she was just ready with the Molotov to go down, with the orbital striker she had it in her pocket, and of course backed up by the breach utility as well whenever Iceberg had it online. It was just so difficult for Exton once that spike got down to even like defuse it. Ascent, it seems like they learned their lesson and some, because, you know, they went from, you know, the spike being just diffused under their noses to completely like, you're not going to even touch the spike. It doesn't matter whether we're looking at it or not. So just phenomenal play coming in from them. But I think that it all started with, we were talking about this in the halftime very briefly, with that like strong control coming in towards A main on their defense. Like Alter Ego, they were consistently running 3 players down there, and most of the time it was the Brimstone, the Fade, and the Chamber. So one player can get a big TP away, that Sky Smoke comes down immediately to prevent further pushes, and of course with the help of that I believe it's called the Stim Beacon, they just managed to get so much control on A side before Extend they even know what hits them.
Yeah,
Insane.
and you mentioned like how are you gonna defuse if you can't even get near the spike? That was the plan for Alter Ego Celeste. That's how they ensured that nothing of that sort would happen again. And you're absolutely right. Alaka was just so crucial for the post plans. I lost count of how many times the Molly prevented the defuse, and then there was Iceberg to follow up as well. So you had this combination of on attack with Ayumi just running in and causing so much chaos, and drawing attention to herself, being the ultimate distraction, as we saw in one round where she was just wrecking havoc on A. Meanwhile, the rest of the team went over to B. That was her mission. And then you had Inari, whose first kills were so important to every round, because then they would shake the confidence of X10S. And then you had these post plant setups, and then you had the fade ults coming in, and you had the breach ults coming in. So this was so good on the side of Alter Ego Celeste, and I am so glad, because this seems like the teamwork that we were looking for yesterday, that fusion and that synergy that we were looking for yesterday. It seems like it is all okay from here on out for Alter Ego Celeste.
Yeah, it seems like once they managed to find their footing on Ascent, it was what they needed to really push forward into Fracture. Despite losing that bonus round, they make that Thrifty work, and that's another thing that we really need to talk about, right? Alter Ego, they managed to win, I think, three Thrifty rounds over the course of this entire map, and all of them were just such crucial rounds that were completely momentum shifting. In fact, I think after Alter Ego won that one Thrifty round in the second half, they didn't let X10 get a single round after that. So it's just phenomenal to see how much they've brought it forward, because losing 13-4 on Breeze to being able to win in overtime and just comfortably win on Fracture, it just shows that the Queens of APAC are back. But before we see map number 4, I think we are going to be heading into a short break, because I think we all need a break after that game.
We do.
last night. Now you're lying in my bed. Must have been a dream last night, but I can hear what you're saying. You were shot to death last night. Where's my cup of coffee? I was dreaming something bad last night. Can't you hear what I'm saying? One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. Two gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you. You were shot to death last night, and I thought of someone else. Didn't care about your life last night, at least less than about his. All our dreams were shot to death last night. I see the clock stand still. Nightmares at your heart sometimes, but this is unbelievable. One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. Two gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you.
Let's get the
Get money.
let's get the
Get money.
Welcome back, guys, to VCT Game Changers APAC Elite, the grand finals between X10 Sapphire and Alter Ego Celeste. MikaFabs with Zahk once again on our panel, and the score is currently 2-1 in favor of Alter Ego Celeste. Alter Ego Celeste looking really good on Fracture, by the way, and that's a statement because that was the map for X10 Sapphire. Definitely a morale boost for Alter Ego Celeste, but now we move over to Haven, Zahk, and I feel like this map, both teams actually do quite well on this map, but for Alter Ego Celeste, it always comes too close for comfort, I feel.
Yeah, every single time these teams face off against it, it's either overtime or, like we saw yesterday at 13-11, where X10 they managed to kick Alter Ego into the lower bracket. So a little bit of PTSD might be going on here, but this is, like you mentioned, Mika, one of both teams' more consistent maps here. I believe that for X10 they have about an 86% win rate. For Alter Ego, they have an 87. It's basically neck and neck here. So I think that for the side of Alter Ego, it's going to come down to how they can perform better, because like we saw yesterday, they seem to really struggle on their defense. In fact, I think X10 managed to win 6 consecutive rounds, like completely letting them the momentum for that game. So I think that considering they are going to be starting out on defense here, they're going to have to really fix those mistakes heading into this particular one. And we did see Inari picking up that duelist role as well, with Aluka going back to the controller. I mean, she had a little bit of an off game yesterday, at least for Inari. That was a bit of an off game.
Yeah, but I feel like, you know, X10 Sapphire, you mentioned that Alter Ego Celeste really need to work on the defense. Should Extend Sapphire pick that up on attack? They really need this momentum because we were talking about this, in that little bit of a break. They kind of look a little bit lost, especially when, for example, Inari gets those first picks. Suddenly they don't know what to do. Suddenly they're at a standstill and they're like, where do we go? I need to see that initiative, even when their plan A doesn't work out. They need to be able to go back to defaults and rotate quickly and everything. They don't seem to exactly know what to do, or there's a precious few seconds that tick by when their plan A just suddenly, comes to a stop. So I feel like when Alter Ego Celeste smells that, when they can smell that fear, that's when they strike. And that's what happened on Fracture, because they did have, Accent Sapphire wasn't exactly doing bad. It's just that when they started hitting that rock, they couldn't seem to get over it.
Yeah, I read this somewhere and it's like stuck in my head. Valorant, whichever team wins is the one that's able to adapt the best. And Alter Ego, over the course of this entire year, they've proven that they are great at an extent. They showed signs of greatness as well in that first map. But, after losing Ascent and heading into map number 3, it's just being so difficult for them to really bounce back, to find what else they can do to reconfigure in that mid-round. Their adaptation compared to Alter Ego is looking pretty weak. And, especially like you mentioned, Muffin has been that star today for Exton, and the moment she gets shut down, it seems like their entire attack just entirely falls apart. And on a map like Haven, which with its 3 sides is something that Exton Sapphire are good on both halves, if I believe it is going to be Muffin on that Neon, if we do see a repeat of that from yesterday, if again the same thing that happened on Fracture and Ascent goes through, it's going to make things very difficult for Exton, because this is Alter Ego are only 1 map away from winning this tournament, from winning this finals. And for this to go to map number 5, to that decider Icebox, Exton Sapphire, they're going to have to dig in deep and really pull out that perseverance, that mental strength that we've seen that they've struggled so much with before, I think, over the course of the year.
Especially since this is the map pick of Alter Ego Celeste. This is their map pick. So like Fracture, I feel like X10, they are dealing with that little bit of a hit to their morale because they lost Fracture, and now the pressure is on because this is series point. This could be it for Alter Ego Celeste. If they win this map, they're going to Berlin. They're going to Germany to represent the region at VCT Game Changers Champions. And now, as the agent selects are going in, it looks like X10 Sapphire are keeping the same lineup that they had yesterday. And on the side of Alter Ego Celeste, same thing as well.
I mean, again, it's the same case as Fracture, right? Why Fixwood isn't broken, and like we talked about, this map yesterday as well, it could have gone either way for both of these teams. 13-11, it could have easily slid into overtime. It's just that Exton were able to prevent it with the help of their strong first half on attack, I believe. So seeing that, I think they are going to be starting off on defense this time. They want to really keep up what they had going yesterday, because Alter Ego, they just could not find any entry into sites at all. Exton, they were playing such high information, high value plays with the help of both that KO and the Sky, that they knew exactly where Alter Ego were going most of the time. And on Fracture, we saw the fake outs coming in from Ayumi today. I think that if Exton, if they don't read the same things coming in from Alter Ego, it might be very difficult for them.
Yeah, it could be. But of course, she'll be on the chamber, so we're gonna see what kind of shenanigans Alter Ego Celeste will be up to, especially since they're going to have to deal with Exton Sapphire that's under a lot of pressure for this series. Series point for Alter Ego Celeste. Can Exton Sapphire bounce back? We'll find out as we go into Haven. Over to our casters.
Thank you so much, Mika and Zach. She said it all. Series point right now for Alter Ego Celeste. X10S really need to bounce this back, and whether or not they can do it, we're gonna have to see those shenanigans. Heyimquack, this is Donut. It's that Neon versus Raze for me.
Yeah, and the Neon versus Raze, it could bring us back, right, when it comes to the plays, these explosive rounds, as we've seen from X10S in the first map of Breeze. This is what we expect. More proactivity for the team, and as well as stepping up for the rest of the members of X10 Sapphire, because at least for the map of Fracture, we didn't really see Polly shine as she should be shining. And here, as the Astra, I think she has all the means to do so, because Polly is such a great player. She is so pristine with her aim, and she has to also step up this game for the team. Ginny with the calls, yes, so great, but they all have to piece it all together and weave it into a team strategy.
All right, it's gonna be Alter Ego Celeste on the attack with XNS defending, and I don't know.
it feels like they're already going to go in for a bit of that early mid-round push with Muffin readying to go straight into towards window.
And this is going to be the push here. Ayumi just guarding that double door side. But Muffin has already taken mid together with Alyssa. They're not going there. They're going to go A instead.
Hearing that boombot, though, definitely gives away a lot of information. So I believe XNS knows that this is going to be an A-split push. What you do have is Baby TZ perched up top with the rendezvous. Bit of an escape plan as well. It's a great linear angle for her to take. Question is, does Alter Ego Celeste actually want to continue off of this push?
Baby TZ anchored so solid on this box. It's gonna be an easy way out with the rendezvous. But they are wary of the flank. That's why they haven't really pushed forward just yet. But I guess it's gonna be a big bang here as the stuns come in.
Oh, the stun was intended for the other box, though. Not the one that Baby TZ was on top of, and it's gonna be 2 quick kills for XNS already. Make that a third with Ginny peeking out all of a sudden. Nasky's gonna have to land all perfect sharp shots in order to make this work, but no, not quite. Even a Yumi with a frenzy, only able to get out one, with Muffin cleaning it up. Pistol round 1 for XNS.
So quick for this defense, and that stun, if it just caught Baby TZ, then it would have been their round already. But XNS, Ginny as well, just being ready for that. I think that boombot just gave them away. That sound cue, and with the proactive retrieving of information for Muffin and Alyssa there in mid, it just confirmed that it's not going to be B, it's going to be A. That's why they're ready. And another proactivity here might be punished. But Alyssa gets the kill, the first one, and that's a perfect stun there. Relay bolt to displace them.
Wait, but they just pushed past Garage. They're already on site. So this is either going to be a big old pit serve for Alter Ego Celeste. You have to watch out for defender spawn as well as C-Long, or they can respond somehow. That'll make things a little bit easier. Unfortunately, it's going to be a Marshall that they have to deal against, though. And now Ginny with the classic landing her shots. Alter Ego Celeste managed to get the spike planted, I guess, and that's all that matters.
Yep, that's all that matters. At least extra credits for them. But the way that they sneaked past Garage is something concerning for me for X and S. If they do that the same time here, for this one and get a free plant yet again, but this time being wary of those C pushes from X and S. It was good effort for AE to bring down one. The Marshall is down, but Baby TC is gonna just repurchase this. So I guess X and S, what they have to really be concerned of is where the traps or the trademarks of Baby TZ should be placed. Because if it's not gonna stop AECL, then this is pretty much gonna be a round.
Could go
Changes
anywhere.
of utility.
Yeah, just a little bit of an exchange. If XNS are gonna push up, we're gonna contest it, and then they're gonna back off, assessing their other options as well. I mean, all Baby TZ has is a Marshall. Surely they can deal with that easily. Almost landing the headshot as well, but Rendezvous is a little bit faster. Now Polly, off angle being held with the Spectre, pushes out, but it's not going to be enough. And then the site granted to Alter Ego Celeste. A Neri on the lurk, though. She turns the other way, has to deal with 2, almost sprays them down, but Muffin makes it a trade. That's a free Vandal to pick up, a free upgrade. But Alika doubling back down on this flank. They might not expect this, and this round should be Alter Egos to win. As they slowly creep outside the garage, and Amy holds it, gets a perfect 1 tap. Flashpoint, Haunt, Muffin, completely overwhelmed, not sure where to look, and then Alika from behind. It's an easy headshot, it's an easy win. It's 1-2 for Alter Ego Celeste.
And this is the defense of X10S, proactive taking of A main. This is how they want to play, right? The combination of the Neon KO plus Alyssa I think that can catch AE Celeste off guard, but they have to just choose the right moment to do so. Because if they push forward and A is just gonna be let go of AE, then they take other parts of the map, they take Garage, they take C, then I think they couldn't really make anything happen at that point. Of course, at a disadvantage would be their firepower as well. But then again, A main control, XNS.
It's always just the simple read and simple adaptation by Alter Ego Celeste. If you're pushing A, alright, then some other part of the map is weaker, and that's where we're gonna go. This time around, they're just trying to keep them there. Satcheling all the way over into Garage makes it a quick cut and might just mess up the timings for XNS. Then again, they do have rifles this time though, so expecting them to push outside of Garage, they are holding the angles. A bit of a, not quite the crossfire, but backside of those boxes is what they have to look out for, and they are able to land those shots. Ginny arriving just on time as well, coming in from defender spawn, makes it a little bit better. Holly all the way behind the backside though has always been a thorn in the sides of AECL, and now Elika can't quite see her. Muffin picking up Ginny as well makes it so much more difficult, but she managed to use it to slip off to the left side, tries to pick up another weapon for more ammunition. Can't quite do it. Polly will be able to take her down just before the round is over. 3-2-1 in favor of XNS.
Yep. The immediate escape there for Inari was so smart because that poses a lot of threats for them. Immediately after the guiding light, they knew, okay, this is gonna be danger. Although the danger is still there in the C site. I love the setup of the rendezvous here, that instead of going back here to C Link, the rotations came in for the C site. And then that's an immediate backup there for Polly. And those are the team plays that we need. But Muffin, quick, on her feet, just runs in towards mid, gets the kills, and Ginny as well. And now it's down to Alika. She is there to save the day, but Muffin says, nope, not this time, and they get 4.
Oh my gosh, and it just happened so quickly as well. X10S repeatedly getting proactive on these rounds. And it, on a map like this, it really is so small and almost feels claustrophobic for Alter Ego Celeste, because when they don't have the buys, they're not quite sure where to position themselves, how to position themselves, that they just get pushed in and ultimately closed out on. 4-1 is the score, and now they get to buy back, but will they actually be able to bring the rounds back? It's a whole other thing.
Yeah, they have to protect the Rolling Thunder because this is of high value for them for this round, but you are so quick. If you take a main, I take your Neon.
And this time it's the defaults that make it work too. But look at this, Donut. Oh my gosh. They just keep pushing.
Yeah, sneaking past Baby TZ. We all know her to be a sufficient and proficient flanker. But there's no traps laid out for her, right? It's actually very deep, so she might catch this. Just as Nabsky is using her power. Oh no! And the Rolling Thunder is used in the A site and nobody's there!
And Elka can't really slow it down either, so while the A site might be free for AECL to take, you got 4 players on your heels, chasing you down, breathing down your necks. What do you do at that point? They rotate all the way over onto the other side of the map, onto C where they get the plant. XNS are waiting for this.
30 seconds left.
Around the world, indeed.
Yep, they're choosing though. It should be the C site, but at this point, XNS they're smelling this rotation. And they're going all together.
Oh, what? Well, giving the plant to, I believe, a Yumi, that's going to be the tour de force now, and they have to hold the angle all the way from defender spawn, all the way from C Link. It's going to be tough because of Nebula, and as soon as it drops, it's going to be Baby TZ Alyssa to spray and burst it all the way through. Yumi's the only one left. She saw it. She gets the first hit. She sprays onto the second and a third. What? She managed to get the shot, the left click, just as she jumped away. What a shot from a Yumi.
I said in my mind, I was already calling XNS has this round just because of Baby Teasy's Bulldog and them catching them off guard. The rotations for AECL was already not in their favor, and the kills that they got. But Ayumi pulling off these types of shots, and with a fadeaway jump. Is this another sport? I think this is not Valorant. This is like basketball, and she gets a 3.
That 100% was a fadeaway. Oh my god. And now they're expecting XNS to push out. This is great from Alter Ego Celeste. They know how to adapt to this. Showstopper in, committed, not quite as effective, but it does push them back towards the C site.
That use, though, I don't know if that was... Like, I think they sensed the threat because of the gun buys of XNS. But as you can see, the minimap, right after that sound cue, they all run back to the C site. They don't want to be collateral by that showstopper.
Oh, nice. Then now the Nightfall, the Trail, it kind of gives information away. It's a free frag on towards Baby TC. Turret Force instantly nullified. Still though, Muffin, what an insane tracking shot. She gets one onto the top and then double, and then the trades come in. Alter Ego Celeste managed to gain control of their site through these trades, and that leaves Polly alone. Trying to seize the initiative to deny the spike plant, though, she will be denied the kill instead. So Alter Ego Celeste now 2 wins in a row. They come back 3-4.
This is so great. Look at this second headshot, the tracking, like all of them like exuding brilliance here in the map of Haven. It's just that it wasn't enough. Alter Ego Celeste, they're quicker on the trades, and even Ayumi there trying to plant down the spike as if she was like already caught off guard, but she was quick to pull off that plant and quick to get the kill. And I love the exchanges. The push and pull for both of these teams. And Muffin already knows that Ayumi has run past them. The kills come in, even Bolly with it, Sheriff.
She was blinded. She still got the shot. Now the rest of them all hunting down Alter Ego Celeste. This round was supposed to be a thrifty. It's turned into deathmatch. Off the overdrive, Elka's down to 18 HP. And she cannot pick up the spike. Fragment at her feet. Only 1 star available to her name, 2 now. But with this positioning, she cannot even go into astral form. Ginny goes in for the peek. She sprays it down. 1 more headshot will do. But instantly, as soon as it drops, Alyssa a little bit more ready. A single bullet takes her away, and 5-3 in favor of X10S.
What are these rounds? Exchanges so quick. The thrifties for X10S with the ultimates, the headhunters delivering the kills, and it all boiled down to Alka. I was wondering if she didn't really use that quick smoke, if she was able to pull off another kill.
You
and
might be
clutch it
right, because she possibly would have seen her opponent first, but whatever it is, Donut, I am feeling the heat. One team pushes, the other one pushes against them, and they just keep going for it. Fire with fire. Ice with ice, and now they're chilling on both sides.
A little bit of a chill there. Celeste, they're waiting for that push, but... And look at how Ayumi is playing back here. Just waiting with that headhunter. But Muffin wants to double dip. Her pigtails must be seen at this point, so she has to be careful about that.
Double dipping, not the most hygienic thing, you know, I don't know. Depends on people, but she definitely continues to double dip, triple dip. She gets the information for it. That's a great reward. Alter Ego Celeste, the question is, do they want to adapt around this, or are they going to double down and continue to head into the A site?
Looks like they're going back just because of one utility. It's the KO utility that brings them back and force now to rotate
30
to another
seconds left.
site. But they have to be careful about Baby TZ. Oh, the timing! She just dropped down.
Still has the angle though. Lands the shot. And at this point, it's a little bit too clear. 20 seconds remaining, and Alter Ego Celeste has to make a move, has to push into a site. And unfortunately, they will be running straight into crosshairs of the X10S players. This will not do. They have to die as well because they have nothing but pistols. Iceberg managed to slip all the way through to C site, but not enough time to get the spike planted. Takes about 3 or 4 seconds to get that through. Unfortunately, she will lose her life. 6-3 now. X10S repeatedly pushing like this. All of a sudden switching to the operator hold. They are able to win.
Yeah, I think it's also how they maximize not only the utility but also the gun power that they had. At that point, the reason why they pushed out was because they were on a thrifty round and they just had nothing else to lose. Yes, we'll lose these guns. Yes, we'll lose our life, but it worked out for them. But now that they have the value of the firepower, then they just anchor themselves onto the site. And I love that Baby TZ is holding these types of angles because she might be so forward on top of that generator there in B, but she just immediately repositions. I doubted when she dropped down, but the angle that she was holding, it was off angles, and AE Celeste did not expect her to be peeking out.
Definitely, and Neri was trying to clear out the more immediate positions instead, and did not quite expect Baby TZ to be holding that position with an operator as well. That's the thing that impresses me so much about Baby TZ. Normally the dedicated operator for her team, she still has the capability to swap over to something like Neon on Fracture. It's incredible, but 6-3 is the score right now, and Alter Ego Celeste still has to climb up this hill.
And she's waiting yet again with another sliver of an angle there.
Oh my god, they're pushing up.
Yeah, Ascent as they keep on pushing forward. Paint shells in return. Get
kind of finding Muffin, but then the Rolling Thunder gets sent out by Iceberg just to push them back. They want to fight this. They want to contest for this. They want the kills, but at the off angle, Alyssa holds, and she gets the spray down. A second player gone. She's still alive. How? It's
player standing.
Iceberg finally snuffs her out, but not before Ginny makes it a trade. 1-on-3 for Alka. She's been put in this position before, but now all across the map, she is not quite sure how to approach this. The remaining 2 players could be anywhere. Ginny has to be somewhere towards the A site. And this is not a good feeling. Constantly watching over your shoulder, don't it?
Yeah, and if Ginny is the one watching over your shoulder, that's going to be a big threat, right? But she still manages to get the plant down. She does have 2 stars to use, but she repositions, not really knowing that Ginny might be there in heaven. But she has a good assumption where they are, but she's been detected. And if she pushes forward, there might be a chance, but Polly denies that. And they still win this round off of what? Getting A main control. And they have had a lot of success. They've done that out of 3 out of 5. And they win those fights. I think the ability to contest was just for Ayumi taking down Muffin. But I think that's about it.
Yeah. they were only able to take down Alyssa Muffin for a second. And that's also at the hand of 2 ultimates spent by Alter Ego Celeste. Iceberg followed by Nabsky. It's way too expensive for my taste. And, I mean, Polly's doing such a great job at supporting Muffin in those pushes as well. Look at the star placed outside of A lobby right now. Alter Ego Celeste no longer want to contest that.
Yeah, and if you pour on your utilities to the ones pushing, then you forget your objective of actually pushing onto the site. And if you use, not necessarily waste, but exhaust your utilities on the smaller objectives within the map, then it's actually a round lost. But now they push forward.
Push forward and they lurk as well, able to take out one, but Alyssa makes it a trade. Baby TZ has been so devastating with that op, just hiding back of sights. It's easy for her to trade, it's easy for her to find kills because she's the last one to be detected. Right now though, Icebergs being detected thanks to those Seekers. Making quick moves towards the A site. They will run straight into Baby TZ's crosshairs. Going for the white swing. Unfortunately, it's not quite safe. And then Iceberg. We've seen these 1v3s. It's about 3 times now. Different players, sure, but so tough. And Baby TZ might be stunned. But that only buys a little bit of time. Iceberg, what are you going to do? She's trying to use the off angle to take her away, but that leaves the spike defenseless. Alyssa and Ginny are going in for it. She wanted to go for the aftershock, but that left her back open to Baby TZ, the sniper for X10S.
She thought that there would be a rotation
round
from Baby
in the
TZ at that point, but I mean, she does not move a muscle here. Even if it's unfavorable for her on top of the box, there in C, even on B, she just stands like a plant, planted like a tree, and it's so strong. And it's been a nuisance for AECL. Look at this, 14 kills.
Yeah.
For Baby TZ. And that was just what, four in the past 2 rounds just because of the operator.
Super impressive. Come hell or high water, this girl does not get phased. And she just does her job. So incredibly patient. Landing shots every time anyone tries to cross. 14, 6, and 2 right now, Baby TZ. And she has a Tour de Force available for this round, too. Last round of the first half, and Alter Ego Celeste are just buying up whatever they can get. Ayumi, if she could get 1 frag, that's a Tour de Force. If Inari can get 2, that's a showstopper. Those are big ifs.
Yeah. And we're all wondering, right, these ifs, will they actually happen? Because at this point, the orbs are being racked up here by X and Sapphire instead of Alter Ego. Because I think the A main control is not just about the space and taking these frags away from AECL, but it's also about the orbs.
Yeah.
Them just putting it in their pockets and just paying it in kind. And when I say kind, it's not really kind because the kills just go in their favor, right?
There's no
They have to
kindness
answer
here.
to this. Yep. Do they answer back in kindness? What
Ooh.
if?
Again, a big what if. Technical pause at our hands, and it's tough to say how Alter Ego Celeste will actually be able to perform off of this, because round after round we are seeing X10S dictate the pace, whether it's pushing up onto A long, pushing up onto C long, or even just holding and defending with Baby TZ on her operator.
We haven't really seen so much value from the ultimates of Alter Ego Celeste. The Cosmic Divide was used earlier on by Aluka, but in terms of the push, right, it was more defensive to them than it was used for offense, just to take the plant down. But for the rest, right, the Nightfall was used defensively because of the push of X10 Sapphire and Neri pulling off a Rosa ult because they were threatened by all of the utilities sent to them by X10 Sapphire. It means they're shaking. If you send out a relay bolt and then you get a showstopper in return, that's a big statement.
That's like your fight or flight response is triggered, and you just went in for that. It's not very well thought out or calculated. You're trying to deal with the immediate threat that's being shoved down your throat. It's not a good feeling.
For Neri's case, though, it was both. She flew with the satchel, and then she fought with the showstopper, but it didn't really deliver the kills. And these are the impact frags that we are expecting to see mid-round from AE Celeste. Even if XN Sapphire gets the first kills with Alyssa and Muffin pushing up A, we know AE Celeste to really maintain composure. but we're not really seeing that just yet.
That's the craziest thing for me. Composure. This is Alter Ego Celeste's map pick. This is a map that they're incredibly comfortable on. When they played against Ascent Sapphire, or I think they were known as Mad Army last year, Ginny had a 1v5 ace as I think an Omen, and then she did some crazy maneuvers, just being able to read and think that far ahead about how Alter Ego Celeste would play. I think Alter Ego Celeste wants a bit of revenge, but at the same time, I have never seen them this uncomfortable before. Breeze was already pretty bad, to say the least. Breeze, they were getting counter-shredded to hell. And now on Haven, they are getting pushed. A team that used to play this way against their opponents are now getting a taste of their own medicine. And this is really strange to see this sort of look, this sort of form on Alter Ego Celeste.
I think Ascent and Sapphire are getting pages from the strat book of Alter Ego, right? With how they played before. They're not just noting it down and trying to craft a counter, but they're using it against them. And I love what you said about that this used to be AE Celeste on the defense, just pushing forward. I recall that round where Inari would just have nothing to fear with a showstopper.
Oh, yeah.
But this time, it seems as if it's the other way around. Yes, they do have Ginny with the suppression blade, but I think that's not just enough to fear, right? I mean, Ascent and Sapphire, I think they're as a team, they're looking more like beasts now, and I love that they've managed to pull from their emotional state from before to now being very feisty.
Very, very feisty. They're all communicating. They're all pulling off these crazy strats of just repeatedly pushing out. And it's crazy to think that all this changed within the span of a year. The entire lineage of FSL or VCT Game Changers APAC, and it's brought them to this moment where Alter Ego Celeste might just be sent to a 5th map. Now trying to hold for A main. They're thinking about the push, but it's just baby TZ. You gotta look elsewhere because Muffin's all the way down mid-window.
Concealment! Concealment!
Oh, man. And then we have Alaka all the way towards the C site. It's
30 seconds left. You are divided!
I think they might be trying to think about rotating back if the situation calls for it, but then they have to watch out for lurkers towards mid. Polly set up the perfect trap right here. And now she's going in for the kill. Gets down the spike carrier. Almost the spray transfer. And down to 10 seconds. Alka cannot do anything at that point, even with the Cosmic Divide. Easy frags for Muffin. 1 second and gone. 9-3. That's the end of the first half.
They run out of time. The lead of X10S, their ability to create that speed, to take A main control, to take C long, but they can also play it slow and play like an anchor of the sites and run the time and let it pass by. But I do have a lot of questions about it. So let's ask the analyst desk on what happened and why X10S won this with a lead.
Yeah, tell us.
Yeah, right. Thank you, Quack and Donut for that question, because I think those are questions that were on our mind as well while watching this particular half here. A phenomenal performance coming in from X10, and you know, I think there are two key factors that play into it. One is the aggression that they've been showing time and time again through mid as well as A lobby. They've been able to get A lobby for free, in fact, most of these rounds. And I think the second X factor that we're seeing for the first time in this series is that operator finally coming online for Baby TZ. Because look at the impact she's been able to have with it.
That's absolutely right. Actually, I feel like the last round kind of encompassed how X10S was able to get that one up at Alter Ego Celeste. You have you started the round. Baby TZ had that shot from A, and Alter Ego Celeste immediately backed off. And then you had, Alyssa with the blind coming in through mid, followed up by Muffin, and they were always that tandem, pushing in on out, ready for that flank. And then you had Polly sneaking in from either it was B or C. So that sandwich was pretty much what they were doing. And once they got into the groove of that, it was just like lather, rinse, repeat all around. And Alter Ego Celeste couldn't really decide whether they wanted to take this fight over here on A, or was it this fight over here with the Neon on B, or was it this fight with Polly on from Garage. That was what was happening to Alter Ego Celeste, and I feel kind of surprised that they didn't anticipate this, especially since that didn't happen just that last round. It happened for several rounds, and I'm pretty surprised why didn't they have a backup plan for that?
Yeah, they just haven't been able to really adapt at all from all these plays coming in from X10. Especially, a player that I would like to highlight for the side of Alter Ego, who's been having a little bit of an off game so far, is Neri. On this attacking half, you usually see her shine and create so much space with the satchels, with utility, everything that you usually see from her. It just seems to be completely lacking because she's never in a position to really invest it. She's just being constantly taken off guard by these X10 players, and they're just playing so fantastically right now. That Thrifty coming in as well. Alter Ego, they get a few rounds, but I think you can mostly attribute that to individual brilliance, like that clutch from I believe it was Aluka. Just beautiful plays coming in. But 9-3 in, they are going to be switching over to defense, and they're going to have to put up a hell of a performance to really take this to map number 5, to keep this from going to map number 5, because X10, they're on fire right now. But I think that's going to be it from us today. We're going to throw it back to our casters. Quack and Dota, you have it.
A hell of a performance is what we need, and maybe a hell of a performance is what we will get, because Alter Ego Celeste right now are even fighting for their lives. There's a bit of an earthquake going on. I hope everyone's safe. Stay safe, guys. We're back into it, Donut. This is now the second half.
Yeah, yesterday we were talking about avalanches. I didn't know it will happen. I hope everybody else is safe there, but here, Alter Ego Celeste, they have to create this set play, even on the defense, because they lost a lot of these rounds already. 6-round lead for X10S, and they're on the attack. But if they manage to pull that off on the defense, then I'm not going to be surprised if they carry that through in the offense.
Oh man, and they're already going again. It's this pressure onto the A site, A long especially. Bit of a flash, and an area has no choice but to send out her paint shells. It does find Ginny. Damn, all right. Can't quite get away, though, so she's going to have to fight out of this one. And she will be able to get the shots to pay for it. Polly and Baby TZ left. Hiding inside a sewer now. They have to retreat the spike. And then, question is, where do they go?
The rotations come in, but there's already a Yumi pushed so forward. And she's waiting with the headhunter. Oh, timing though. She looks away, but at least she gets one kill. And Polly there with a response, but it's Aluka yet again here in the seaside. She's gonna use her own smoke. Will probably rise from it and get the kill. And as expected, the first 2 kills actually that went in favor of AECL just sealed the deal for this round, because I think this is the type of play that AECL showed us yesterday against the team of Zolmiraki. They're going back to their basics. They might not be taking so much space like X10S is, but they're playing it for the style of utility. And with Aneri's first paint shell kill here, it was just beautiful. It was just well timed, an assumption that Ginny would be there, and if Ginny repositions, she will just be caught by Aneri and Nabsky.
Yeah, different from what we saw before from X10S. X10S pushes up using the players to gain that space. Alter Ego Celeste are using that utility like you mentioned, and this is possibly Aneri slowly starting to wake up as well, but X10 just instantly dash into the B site to try to take that space. They can't quite get those duels though, not unless they are able to do it together as a team. 2 classics much better than 1. And they do have the spike planted down as well. Ayumi trying to land her shot with the headhunter, but not quite getting that range, that distance. The Judge not effective as well at that point. It's going to be the boom bot and an area, the rest of the squad to collapse in onto the site to seal the deal instead. Alter Ego Celeste now slowly clawing their way back into the game.
After the pistol round,
Save the
an
day.
expected round win for this one, but it looked a bit shaky because of the reposition of X10S. Like, maybe they had an intention, they wanted to defend it from Garage, but it was to their disadvantage. Navsky just pushed forward and sprayed them down. And at this point, X and Sapphire, they just got to be so quick. That was a great one for them. They just pulled out the smokes, used the nebula to their advantage, quick plant on towards B, and I'm not surprised if they're able to do it again. But they send down to, like, AE Celeste, they have a Yumi, and they have Iceberg. They're guarding the B site.
Yeah, this time trying to fortify whatever was weaker from the previous round. But again, X10S. Quick moves. They go in for that A push once more. This time leading with utility. It's being heard, being detected by Alter Ego Celeste. So Boombot just to push them back a little bit, but now the rush goes in. Muffin instantly sliding behind the flashpoint, a little bit late from Iceberg, allows for X10S to just completely consume the entirety of this A site.
They demolish all of the ones who are holding the A site, but it's now down to Alaka. Even heals come in for the team of X10S. So once they walk through, I'm not really sure if AE are able to take down at least one or two with them. Smart smoke for Alaka. She actually isolates one. But Ayumi is still alive and still kicking. So probably preference for these exit frags. She's found out.
She bought up the Judge.
And the rest of the members of X10.
Oh no.
No. I don't want to do anything with that Judge.
Do you die to the spike at this point? I think you have to, right?
Oh, she's
but no,
saving
she saves it instead. I mean, she is playing defense after all, but again, this is X10S.
X10S finding their footing there for that push, and I loved how they poured out the utility in such an organized way. The relay bolt, didn't really come in, but it was the stun that got to Iceberg, and that's why they weren't able to hold the line. It was a smart piece of smoke laid on to the site, but I think X and S were so ready for those surprise attacks from AE Celeste, that's why, okay, they just mow them down. They cleared the site one by one, each and every corner, and they swept it so clean.
They're now trying to repeat that same success, but Alter Ego
down
Celeste a little
A.
bit more prepared, using their guns to their advantage. They will be able to deny one. Aneri, though, unfortunately caught in the crossfire's collateral. Stuck inside the corner, she cannot get away. It's just a little bit of a shame to see Aneri get gunned down like that. But if we take a look at the mini-map...
Yep. AECL are gaining that space, but they do have a trademark that they have to worry about here. And Polly's just waiting, and Navsky has a sense. I think her spider sense are tingling right now that there probably might be one towards B, but they re-hit A instead, and it's a clean sight. Nobody to worry about except for those that are in heaven.
Just a quick swing
left.
off their webs, and they instantly go in for the site. So now Baby TC watching the back gets the first one down, and Alaka sprays right on through. Back to a 3-on-3. The retake still underway. Post-plant positions are held so incredibly well, but Flashpoint makes it a little bit easier. Polly coming in from behind, though, and Iceberg has no idea. Leaving Alaka alone at 10 HP. She can't do all that much. Polly, just a wallbang through the boxes, seals the deal and brings us 11-5.
I mean, X and L, they were so smart. about re-hitting instead, because they know that there might not be a threat, well, except for the team who are defending it. But in terms of utility, they already exhausted the Nightfall, so there's not much to really work with in terms of the hold. So Polly just stayed there and made sure nobody was flanking them, at least through mid. But I think the ability of Baby TZ to make sure that it's not just one kill, but Alaka bruised at that point, made them win that one. And Inari, proactive, so aggressive. We missed the boom bot though, but at least she gets one kill.
Yeah, she's had enough. She wants to take things into her own hands, but fortunately pays the price, down 5 HP. She is 1 point away from her ultimate though, so if she just holds an angle, she could find some value in this round. But then again, it comes down to the reads. Where are X10S heading toward? And do Alter Ego Celeste have the information for that?
Not quite, because it's been so silent for X10S. They want to make sure that they have this, but Inari and Nabs here set up for this crossfire. I thought they were going to move forward and greet Baby TZ, and Baby TZ is going to say, hi, goodbye. Oh, but goodbye is it.
You're right about that, Donut. A little bit unfortunate, and it forces the rest of them to continue pushing outwards, where Inari unfortunately will fall. Muffin getting one on the site itself as well, and that's Alaka, the lone survivor.
She's always in these situations where it's a 1v3. And I think X and S have been doing so well in terms of the push that they leave everything up to chance for Alaka to clutch it out. Well, I'm not discounting the fact that Alaka is such a great player. It's just that in these uncomfortable situations and the pressure moments, you can't really deliver that much of the expectations from you. But this was what I expected, right? Baby TZ just holding down the angle, not being so aggressive, just waiting for AE Celeste to be more proactive with the quote-unquote info. But AE now on a timeout, and they need these big strategies to come out now or never.
Because if it's not this one, then they're going to have to do it on the next map. That's going to be Icebox.
It's not really looking too good in Icebox. X10S, this has always been their map pick against AE. Before, at least.
Exactly. It's not a comfortable spot for Alaka to be in, especially when she's always on the other side of the map. And X10S are just hitting the other sites instead. It's tough for her to clutch it out on her own. And I feel for Alter Ego Celeste, because in these situations, either they get surprised by X10S, who's suddenly going super fast, or they're playing it safe and they can't really get information as a result of it. Even if they do, if Inari pushes out, she gets bit for it. She gets a chunk of her health instantly getting taken away by X10S. So now down to the smokes again. Nebula spotted. Inari trapped inside of the corner. She has to satchel away or fight herself out of this one. But she gets sprayed down by Genie instead. Overdrive being popped by Muffin, and Icebreak is able to hold it herself by 1 second. Takes out Genie as well, but because of the null command, instantly picked back up. Ayumi and Alka left. It's match point. If they don't do this right now, then we're gonna go to Icebox, and Icebox. That's not an advantageous map for Alter Ego Celeste.
Definitely not. So they have to bring out the big guns, which Ayumi is actually drawing. But again, the silence is something that X10S uses against AE Celeste, and they might hit back here in A.
It really is that silence again. They're waiting for the time. Down to 40 seconds. Then they push in. Ayumi does have the angle, but it's so narrow. Has to thread that needle.
Holly's still alive, so there are a lot of smokes available
30 seconds
for her.
left.
I think she still has 3, so just a little bit of coverage here, and they're able to safely plant down the spike.
Like, what is your plan at this point? You don't see anything. The Cosmic Divide comes up. Oh no! It is impossible, near impossible for Alter Ego Celeste to win at this point. And then the Seekers! XNS knows where they are. They knew that there was one on top of heaven now.
They had to
All
confirm
the
where
stars.
they were coming from.
Oh god. Oh god. 0 point as well. At 12 to 5. This could be it. A Yumi peeks out, misses the shot, swaps to the headhunter, able to get one, but Ginny spraying it through. We get sent to a 5th map donut.
And I'm loving the smiles on X10 Sapphire's faces at the moment because it wasn't really a sigh of relief. They were so confident in this map that I never really doubted that they were able to close this out. Because at least if AE Celeste managed to get 3 in a row and close that lead to probably 3, then that's where the doubt might have come in for me. But X10S, so solid even on attack. And I love that the change of pace of them being explosive in defense and then playing it back on the offense just left AE Celeste not knowing where else to go in terms of the def.
And it's really weird to see Alter Ego Celeste like this, but you know what? Maybe our panelists can give us an idea, an inkling of what's going on inside of Alter Ego Celeste's minds. Mika and Zach, what's happening?
What's happening? We are going to a map 5, Quack. That is what's happening. And Zach, I am so surprised that it was pretty much the same strategy on attack. Baby TZ gets a pick, Muffin charges on in, either assisted by the blind or the knife from the KO, and then Polly cleans up from the flank. It was almost the same thing.
Yeah, you broke it down perfectly there, Mika. Just the fact that Baby TZ was able to constantly create that space, get that first pick with the help of that Neon utility, and the fact that the rest of the team were able to just follow up behind and get those trades, it's phenomenal. It just came down to X10 Sapphire really playing that numbers game perfectly in that second half, constantly being able to get that first pick and just keep trading until they win the round. We did see moments of brilliance coming out from Alter Ego, but I feel like they never really had the chance to get online in that second half because of how X10 were playing on that attack. They just looked impossible to stop, and you know, we maybe expected a comeback in those last couple of rounds, but again, just in that last round when it's a 2v3, you pop all 3 ultimates in fact to make the round work, and you convert the map off the back of that. It just shows that X10, they might have been a map down in this one, but they're not going out without a fight, and that's exactly what we're gonna see on Icebox. And now, frankly, between the both of us, I am scared for Alter Ego because Icebox, like I believe it was Donut who mentioned it, not exactly a map that Alter Ego are super comfortable on. You know, I think they did win it against Ren in this particular Elite tournament, but aside from that, they barely play it. Compared to X10 anyway. But again, looking at the scoreboard, right, it is going to be Baby TZ on top. They're 4 first plus 300 ACS. Oh my god.
That's crazy. Baby TZ did have, you know, had such a performance on this map, and Napsky as well. But I do have to bring up, Napsky and the Fade. Well, not exactly Napsky, but I just wonder if maybe a KO might have been a better option as an agent in this map, because we saw how, you know, on attack they were having such a difficult time, and I felt like they needed an extra push, an extra assist that maybe the Breach or the Fade couldn't quite do or couldn't quite offer. It just seemed like, you know, on the side of XNS, they had that push and they had that confidence to be able to push because of the KO, because of the blinds that came in from the sky, and that wasn't there on the side of Alter Ego Celeste. So now that we're going to Icebox, I'm just hoping that, you know, you guys mentioned that Alter Ego Celeste, this isn't a very comfortable map for them, but it's been really weird, Zach, because, like, you know, on Fracture it was Alter Ego Celeste, and then now it's X10 Sapphire. They're kind of switching map picks here.
Yeah, they have, and you know, I think the main reason why this map did work out great for the side of X10 is Baby TZ. You know, not just her being able to constantly get that first pick, but also just being so pivotal with that operator on defense. I think this is the first map that we've really managed to see her get in that operator action, and it just shows that there's a world of possibility out there for X10 if they can continue doing that on Icebox, because Icebox is also a map with the kind of angles that you really want to have an operator watching, especially on that A side. So you know, I think that if they can manage to convert a lot of defensive rounds, because if I'm not wrong, it's going to be Alter Ego starting off on defense. So Alter Ego, they want to do the same thing. We did have a taste of it in the previous map on Fracture, where I believe they did manage to get they did manage to get the operator online. But you know, Icebox, I genuinely think it could be anybody's game, Mika. It is neck and neck right now between these two teams. And at this point, Alter Ego, they have the history, but X10, they are not letting it go without a fight.
Well, regardless, it's gonna come to an end here on Icebox map number 5 when we return after this quick break.
Sticks and stones won't break my bones. As long as I am breathing, yeah, I will stand tall. Take me down, shut me out. You ain't never, ever gonna see me bow. I'll do anything to prove you wrong. As long as I am breathing, yeah, I still stand tall. See me stumble, see me fall. You ain't never, ever gonna see me crawl. You can try and shoot me with your dirty lies. You can try and cut me with your sharpened eyes. Like the dust and like the tide. Still I rise. Ain't nobody who will ever bring me down. Ain't nobody who can take away my crown. Like the dust and like the tide. Still I rise. I keep on banging my drum, 'cause the best is yet to come. So I keep holding on. I'll do anything to prove you wrong. As long as I am breathing, yeah, I still stand tall. See me stumble, see me fall. You ain't never, ever gonna see me crawl. You can try and shoot me with your dirty lies. You can try and cut me with your sharpened eyes. Like the dust and like the tide. Still I rise. Ain't nobody who will ever bring me down. Ain't nobody who can take away my crown. Like the dust and like the tide. Still
Welcome back to VCT Game Changers APAC Elite, the Grand Finals, and what a Grand Finals it is, because we are at series point right now for both of these teams, X10 Sapphire and Alter Ego Celeste on map 5 Icebox. I mean, I've said it before, I don't think we'd have it any other way, especially with two teams of this caliber. So good, fighting for that spot to represent the region in Berlin, Germany next month, a little bit over a month from now. Now, interesting because Alter Ego Celeste, we haven't seen them much on Icebox lately, Zach, and I'm wondering what to expect, especially since, you know, records show that they aren't exactly very comfortable on this map.
Yeah, I mean, statistically, they have a really good win rate. They are at 88%, if I'm not wrong. But that also comes from barely playing it. We did see them win quite comfortably against Ren Victress in the upper semis, if I'm not wrong. So it's not exactly a hopeless cause for them, but this is one of Xtend's stronger maps. And it seems like over the course of this tournament, they've been saving it for this particular moment in time. Because Alter Ego, they're going to be flying in blind on this one. They haven't seen Xtend play this particular map at all since the LCQ, and things can change. Things have changed, in fact, and you know, you'd expect with that extra month's preparation time that both of these teams have been able to get into LCQ, it could genuinely go either way, Mika. It is neck and neck, and I am terrified right now. I'm on the edge of my seat, more or less, considering how close it's been so far. But you know, heading into this particular one, Xtend, they're definitely gonna have that momentum buff heading in. They're a very momentum-based team, and now that they managed to win Haven in such a dominating fashion, I think that on Icebox they're gonna be looking pretty comfortable, especially since they are gonna be starting off on attack here, where their win percentage is just a little bit higher than on defense.
Interesting. I think also that X10X, you know, because they are starting on attack, the strategy that they've been doing, like on Haven, works well on Icebox as well. When if they do have, you know, have Polly covering up that sweep, and then they do have Muffin charging on in, I'm wondering. I think the ball now is on Alter Ego Celeste's court, because X10X have already shown us, you know, what they're capable of now. It's up to Alter Ego Celeste, unfortunately, to up the ante for this one, especially since they are the defending queens, and it would be incredibly bittersweet for them to let this go, especially since, you know, I'm not taking anything away from X and Sapphire, of course, but for Alter Ego Celeste, I'm feeling that there's so much potential in this team, and I feel like there's so many rounds where it could have easily have gone over to them. Even maps, actually. Fracture could have, what do you call it? Breeze, I thought they would have much better performance, but I feel like, you know, maybe sometimes with Alter Ego Celeste, they just get too ahead of themselves as well.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that quite a bit on Haven. We saw them getting aggressive with that enough utility, being committed, and just being picked off one by one. Because I think the difference between Alter Ego and Xtend, at least on Haven, was that Xtend were just so much better as playing as a team. But you know, onto Icebox, it's gonna come down to just that, which team is stronger at the end of the day. Because Alter Ego, they've been managing to get by today off the back of some individual star performances coming in on a lot of their players, with the exception of Ascent, which is really hard fought. But you know, onto Icebox, especially considering I was going through the team comps that both of these teams like to run, right? For the side of Alter Ego, it's a pretty common comp. It's the usual meta comp here with the Sova, the Sage, the Jet, everything, Chamber, whatever. But you know, for Xtend, looking at the past few times they've played Icebox, especially in the LCQ, they like going in for that triple Sentinel composition, which we did see something similar coming in on Ascent as well. They go in for that Killjoy, that Chamber, as well as the Sage, in addition to everything else. So while that leaves them without a duelist, it definitely gives them a lot more utility to play with. However, though, I don't know if they're going to be rocking this, considering that they are going to be starting off on attack here. So it might be a little bit of a change that we're seeing coming in today.
Yeah, I mean, if they bring up something similar to what they did on Ascent, I wouldn't be feeling too comfortable on the side of X10S if they can't get that momentum, especially since we did see how they struggled on Ascent when once the sides flipped. It was difficult for them to actually do something against Alter Ego Celeste once they were on attack, because their composition just wasn't built for it, right? But I think that, you know, I hope that they will manage to remedy that going into Icebox, especially since, you know, for X and Sapphire, I feel like, you know, they really do work best when they do have these plays wherein it's like, you know, there's one thing happening after the other, because it doesn't seem like Alter Ego Celeste can keep up once they've set that into play. So it seems like there's a dance, and there's even like a ball that they, you know, keep passing the momentum on over. So previously on Haven, it was that initiate, passing on over to the entry, and then passing on over to sweep. So, hey!
Oh my god.
Hey!
Okay,
what?
okay.
Whoa! Wait, hold on, Zach.
Oh
I just had
god.
to stop dead there. This is a face that we haven't seen in a really long while in competitive Valorant, I feel. Hello? This is correct, right? I'm seeing a Reina here, right?
No, it's not just your eyes, it's my eyes as well.
Okay.
But yeah, this takes me back a solid year to just before Reykjavik, where in the main VCT where we didn't see the same Reina on Icebox. But yes, you have it here for this best of 5 final game in the grand finals, which will decide who is going to Berlin. Alter Ego, they make a statement here, Mika. They say that they are gonna be going in for this double duelist comp. They're not holding back right now. They're unleashing everything, and you know it's gonna be such a pleasure to watch this because Aluka was a duelist player before she joined Alter Ego, and now to have her back to her most fundamental roots, these double duelists who are starting out for Alter Ego, it is going to be such a treat to watch.
This is so exciting. I was not expecting this. Oh wow. We have the Reina and the Jet once again here on Icebox.
Woo.
It's like we've time traveled a little bit. I thought we were going to Berlin. I thought we were going to Berlin 2020, not 2021. But yeah. It's okay, all right, Alter Ego Celeste. But you know what? When we did chat with Aluka, I think like you know, with those last week, they said, you know what? If gut instinct, they have nothing to lose at this point. If she wants to go duelist, if she wants to pick the Reina, let's watch her do it as we get into Icebox. Let's toss it on over to our casters, Donut and Quack.
Ooh.
Who will be the ice bosses of Icebox? So cold with that pick of the Reina for Aluka. We're bringing things back, right? Her core as a duelist will be seen right here, right now. And if it's not too late to pull off that card, right? Why not? My name is Donut, and with me is Quack, and I am very surprised about that selection. A triple sentinel and a double duelist. What do you think will happen here, Quack?
I think that this is the calm before the storm. It feels a little bit weird right now, but I'm sure once they get into it, these are their comfort picks for a reason. They've been playing this for the entire year, the entirety of last year. And now just to come back to it, it feels like a great callback to bring the top two teams of APAC, of Game Changers APAC, to fight it out for that championship slot. Here we go, Alter Ego Celeste starting out on defense, and XNS on the attack.
I feel like this composition will be in favor when the sides have been swapped, right? But AE Celeste, if they pull off all of these aggressive angles as the Reina, but they push forward and B instead, they don't know if they know this.
Oh, God. And it's an area with the Sheriff as well. She's able to get a little bit of a wallbang too, and Aluka instantly for the third frag dismisses away. And all of a sudden, X10S have lost almost their entire team. And Neri holding the long-range angle as well. Alyssa, you were supposed to be the lurker, the one to watch out if anyone pushes out on the A site, but your entire team just disappeared into thin air. Oh, Mr. Stark, I don't feel so good.
Gun here.
Oh no, and the ashes are here, and Alyssa is the one to pick up all of it. But she's also gonna go down to Inari. Who would have thought that that aggressive push for AECL will bring so much fruit for this round? And they didn't even bring down anybody else. That dismiss from the Reina was just a ruse. And then once that peak out comes in, Inari is there as well.
Is exactly what I mean. They are comfort picks for a reason. Inari back to her Jet, Aluka back to her Reina. They are able to play their own style and not just trying to play safe or whatever it is. This is their home turf now. And with a snap of their fingers, XNS will have no choice but to back off. Now playing the default, waiting for Alter Ego Celeste to push up, but that's not what they're doing this round.
That's really not. They have no choice here but to go towards A, probably a feel safe for them. But it's the double duelist here, the duo between Neri and Aluka waiting for them. And Neri's just waiting with the Marshall, and
Easy.
she gets the first pick.
Just punch in the time card, instantly killing one player through center mass. Now Aluka spots the shoulders, instantly 2 quick kills, dismisses away, and then straight back in for that third one. A flawless defensive round for Alter Ego Celeste.
That was a double flawless. The pistol round, unexpected push. Now the hold with the Spectre and the dismiss. Aloka just so pristine and precise with all of those sprays. And of course, expected that of that pistol round. Now the big guns come in for X10 Sapphire, and they have to be able to counter this. No kills just yet for X10. And I think this is their time to shine.
Has to be now. But look at what Alika's doing. Trying to close in the distance too. Like, don't diss Reyna. If Jin can do it, if Asuna can do it, surely Alika can as well. Of course, now they have the full armor though, and that's the thing that they gotta watch out for it. But Inari trying to get that headshot flick. Not quite connecting the shot, but information has been gathered.
And information as well led Iceberg to rotate. So in terms of assistance, she'll be there to help with any info as well. Here comes in for Alika.
What I don't like is
destroyed.
That gives her a bit more information, but Ayumi has an operator, and she's all the way on the B side. If things go awry on A, she's gonna have to save. And looking by how this hit will go, she just might have to do that instead. Instantly, her teammates are all gone at the hands of those Vandals. 7.62 rounds puncturing through their bodies. And Navsky at this range, at screens, unless someone pushes up into her, which they're not likely to do, it's going to be tough for her to retake this on her own. Ayumi probably will just save this.
Yep, that's a right call. If they lose this high value of a weapon early on, it might not bring them so much value in the next few rounds. So saving this is the best call. Nabsky, she just really wants a pick, but they're not giving it to her.
Oh my god.
Even the turret notes her position. Sprays come in, but Nabsky actually survives that. And she still pushes forward, but she's slowed. Great use of utility there for
one enemy remaining.
There she blows. Dies to the spike. And it's just a taste of what X10S has in store for us now that they've got the full buys.
So quick as well. Alyssa taking on, I mean, they're not running a duelist as well, so they just peek off of each other. Alyssa with the first kill and the follow through for the rest. And I love their post-plant positions because they're ready for the close encounters for Nabsky Spectre. And at the end of it, right, the information gathered for Alyssa with all of her utility, they just play it back. They don't want to die.
Clearing out some positions with Ginny's shock darts as well. It's just incredibly smart from XNS. But here we go. Ayumi with the operator now. Holding a really forward position, I think, up on top of pipes towards the A site. But no one from X10S is making a huge move. Not yet. Oh, and then Ayumi's pushing up? No, she TP's back.
But I guess when the spike is here towards B, I'm not too sure if they do want to push forward here because the duo duelists here, Inari and Alika, they're just also waiting. They still have time though, so it's not going to be a case of the same mistakes as Haven, but it looks like it's going to be a B hit, and I'm looking forward to Alika's dismiss.
Mary, though, being careful about it. And there's the dismiss. Pops the Empress as well. Lear instantly brought up, but it doesn't affect Polly at all. Inari's got her back, though, and there it is. A quick double. Pulls out the knives as well. Might be dismissed by Alyssa just for a second, but that's 3 more targets that this Killjoy has to look out for. Make that 2. She gets 1 headshot. 10 seconds remaining, and she can stick the spike plant, but Iceberg will probably push up onto her if that has happened. No, goes in for the shot dart instead, and it doesn't hit her! Only 1! So she's down to 17 HP. And then she's got the lockdown as well. Backs up all the way behind green. Not the best possible spot for her utility. So has to go in for the gunshots instead, but she still gets the headshot! 3 to her name now. And then it's Ayumi. Swapped over to the pistol, looking for 1 single shot, but Alyssa! Oh my god, still swings out, snaps to her head, gets the quadra kill to finish off the round. X10S in the lead now, 2-2.
ice cold for Alyssa. Even if they were down to just one, her ability to take on these duels, number one would be a Neri, and then so far back towards Snowman, and then the last kill towards a Yumi. She was so low, but then she still pushed forward. A miss of that shock bolt, though, was really the big mistake there. They could have just pushed forward and then not dealt.
So unfortunate.
Yeah.
Oh, now the operator in the hands of Muffin. They're holding and expecting Alter Ego Celeste to push in, and they read it correctly. Oh, Donut, this is...
The holes are here. Yeah, and Alyssa, though, is gonna expect this. She gets a kill. Yumi turns her back, but Muffin is the one to shut down those who peek on mid. She's the Gandalf now. Not letting anybody else pass.
Those who peek on mid shall fall. Now information gathered. Are Yumi forced the TP away? It's all up to Iceberg. She gets a quick double, but Polly instantly going in for that trade. Genie in as well. Once more, when X10S start to feel themselves, when they're starting to read Alter Ego Celeste, things look so grim.
Silence.
I also love the utility coming in from Jenny, just to make sure that there's nobody else on site. Although it missed Iceberg, and Iceberg got a double. Quick response for X10S. But before that even happened, right, it was a 3v5, because 2 already fell down in mid. And even if AECL has this composition, they have to worry about the weapons of X10S as well. Now they have a full buy. Alyssa's still waiting. She's very cautious about this.
They have to worry about the operator in the hands of Muffin. And they also can't afford to let X10S gain too much space, because if they do, that lockdown gets deployed, that Viper's Pit gets deployed, you're going to lose a site so quickly. You won't even have time to say, I have the operator. Oh, wall banged.
You should run.
There it is.
Give Muffin a haircut, but that's all that she gets. Attacker lockdown is going to be in place. They're not going to be phased. Yumi has a rendezvous. Now's the time to strike.
Alright. Yumi's your time. An area as well. Comes the Viper Pit.
Planted.
The site is now X10S's. How does Alter Ego Celeste come in for this? This one huge green obstacle. So oppressive. The only way to work against this is together as a team. If you can take down Polly. But where could she be hiding? We dropped in just to clear out the back corner. Baby TZ not sure how to work around it. All the bullets whizzing all over the place, and she's gone. Now Polly comes in all of a sudden. A bit of a dismiss, but still not enough. Muffin collaterals onto it. Swaps over to the headhunter, but a Yumi pulls out the weapon of her own and answers back in full. 3-3.
The only solution there was to push together, and I love how they closed in on the members of X10S. Checking below first, and then slowly pushing in. This is the lawnmower strategy yet again, but this time we're seeing it from X10S. And they clear the corners one by one because they know this is going to be their comfort positions. And it was down to just Muffin.
Too
missed
comfortable.
The shot, unfortunately.
Too comfortable, and sometimes it just allows you to be read by your opponents, and that's what Alter Ego Celeste had. Also, just a Yumi with the headhunter, almost as if to say to Muffin, you feeling lucky, punk? This time. Not quite so much, I don't think you do. I've got your number towards the A site. Don't you dare peek into me. It's gonna be the owl drone that forces her back, though, and then they have a bit more space.
It's just one utility, right? And the amount of space that they've gathered already. Maze is clear, and even a Yumi is backing off. Because they think that it's only a drone, and it might be a rotation towards the B site. But no, They're still going A this time.
Oh, and it's great information for Alter Ego as well. Look at what's happening towards Garage. Inari and Alka on the flank. Baby TZ. I mean, Muffin watching it, though. That's going to be something that they have to deal with. Fortunately, the first one falls, and then the second layer comes in.
Left.
She sets up a rendezvous for herself to escape with as well. 20 seconds remaining, and they still haven't pushed up yet. Waiting for a bit more utility, perhaps.
Oh.
Goes in for the jump, but oh, what a shot from a Yumi mid-air flicked on towards it. 15 seconds now, and they just have to go in for that Hail Mary push. Alyssa goes in to deal with the operator as well. Muffin still from the top, Alka from behind. Everyone's chipping into this iceberg on the site itself, but she can't quite do it alone. Alka too far up front, and that's going to be Muffin taking her life. Iceberg only has shock darts to play with, and Alyssa hiding behind the box. Goes for tap, spots her head, and will be able to take her down. Recon bolt gets sent up, but she does not look above the headhunter. She still flicks upwards. Iceberg! Ice cold! Blue! She gets it all.
That was such a great clutch. If Alyssa can do it, then so can I. Her quick thinking to just check. It was the first shot towards the box was just assuming that she was there. But Alyssa, when confirmed, too quick for the headshot. Look at that.
Oh my god, that's fast. And then the next one.
And throws in the recon bolt just to make sure they're not up front there in maze. But then eventually sees the head and gets the kill. Now XNS is forced to a timeout. And it's these like big plays.
Hero plays. Oh my god.
Yeah.
You remember last year at Donut? She was the one who knocked.
Yes.
She was the one that forced her opponents, the same opponents, by the way, to kneel. So the timeout called now, and they've got 3 ultimates to work with. They've got the economy for guns as well.
Yeah, they do have enough. But their composure for that round, it should have been a round 1 already by XNS. Advantage in numbers, positions as well, but Iceberg, you don't come knocking, I come knocking at your door, and she delivers that, and I think that is a big threat. Utility-wise,
You want to play?
firepower-wise, individual showing, and XNS, you have to use all of their ultimates probably to just get space.
Yeah, and ultimately, sometimes, even with operators, you have to be very careful about the positioning of it, because once that spike goes down, the tables are flipped. It's a whole different scenario. Heyumi trying to be aggressive with it, though, in case anyone tries to cross over towards A. Muffin with the tour de force now. Checking towards the top. A shot was fired. Now Polly knows. And Neri and Alka getting the information that B site is clear as well. So, holding the off angles, Napsky should be prepared for this. None of the Hunter's Fury's beams connected. And she gets that first headshot. Spike carrier drop now, and Alyssa tries to make a quick move. Iceberg saving her recon for the retakes. They are preparing to go into this together as a team.
And I love the positions as well. They're watching the flank. They're making sure that nobody passes through. But Polly, first kill towards Iceberg. And the Yumi here with the operator. If she is quick, she is able to get the kill. But Inari with that fake defuse first. Just to capture where they currently are. But Polly is the first one to get the kill. And they finish so clean. 4-4.
Impeccable. Just the way that they held that. You talked about it, Donut. Those positions that they held once the spike got planted, even the way that they pushed in together was so clean. One watching the left, Alyssa watching the right. Everything is covered, and even if those two failed, you had Muffin with the operator from behind. Alter Ego Celeste, they need to pull out a little bit more.
Yes, and even if they surprised us with this double duelist pick, right? It's been a couple of rounds and they've been on eco already. So it means X and S, even if AE Celeste wins their rounds, their economy isn't really looking too good. Consistency of the kills is what they need, and the balance as well for the heads. That's what they basically need, and I think they do have the lockdown ready so they can take the B site and take space. But Ayumi's just holding this angle. The wall is gonna do them good. Push comes in. Ginny's gonna hear this, but she doesn't really expect that there's gonna be somebody close.
Okay.
Goes for the punish.
But unfortunately, not quite close enough to pick up a weapon. So she's gonna have to rely on the 2 remaining rounds of her Sheriff to deal with this res. She's able to take the Alpha away, but not for the second one. Runs out of ammo, and it's an easy frag for Ginny at that point. Lockdown buys out so much time. Navsky and Iceberg just cannot deal with this whatsoever. They only have a Ghost. Even with the Viper's Pit available for her, it does nothing in this scenario. It's a win for SNS.
And even Polly getting that last kill right. She was caught off guard, but the recovery, the movement. Navsky dies to the spike.
Oh my god.
It's very much needed as well. I don't know if they saved a couple of weapons for that round, but you know, failing to check the corners, right, and anticipating that Ginny would be holding that angle are some fundamentals that this team, the Queens, should actually know, but they did not expect. Probably they were so eager to catch them off guard that they did not consider Ginny there.
Failing to check the corners.
Aluka did
Trade.
get one, but no, that wasn't enough.
That one's for you, Sleepy. They failed to check the corner. But back into it. You can see that Ginny is starting to anticipate these flanks almost every single round. She knows that that's about to come up. What she doesn't know, though, is going to be a Neri floating up top of yellow because of her updraft. Tailwind at the ready as well. She spots some more heads. That's going to be a second one. A bit of a kebab as Ayumi finds yet another towards the middle. And we saw this before at the start of the pistol round. A snap of those fingers. 3 players from X10S gone.
And she's sitting so comfortably at the top, and nobody was there to contest whatsoever. Ayumi's gonna peek out. She's very low, but Ginny responds with a headshot. No escape for Ayumi there. And Neri delivering another headshot. And to finish and seal the deal is Ayumi's operator, and this is very close. If you can see, it's a push and pull between the two.
Oh yeah. 2 rounds won, and then X10S wins another 2. Now Alter Ego Celeste wins 1.
She's very happy there at the top of her summit. We are Everest, guys. And you have to take a fight to bring us down.
Supposedly. But then again, who knows how X10S adapts to this? It is still so early, still so even. Muffin buying back on the operator as well. Canary back up top, perched on pipes.
Here.
Like a canary eyeing down on her prey. X10S aren't making a move this time.
They have to use the utility. They have learned from their lesson. They didn't really throw anything else to AE for that B push. But now Ginny is ready with an owl drone. So that's gonna throw off, give space to Ayumi, but what they did not expect is gonna be Reneri. Navsky takes one down. Polly was up for the lurk.
Placing swarm grenade.
And it's these positional changers coming in from Alter Ego Celeste as well. Previously, we would seen them push up Garage a lot more. This time, they're just holding still.
Yeah. And now the rotations come in for X10S. And Aluka, she has a lot to cover. She's worried about mid.
Rotation coming through. It's the right call as well.
Yeah.
30
They have to be fast enough, though. Aluka hears all of this. The Poison Cloud just buys a little bit more time. As soon as the wall comes up, she's going to go in for the spray, and she does get the dink. Wall down as well. A little bit of aid from Inari. Brings out the knives, cuts out for the divide, and that's going to be Napsky with a snake bite to take Baby TZ away. 10 seconds remains, and they cannot get the spike planted any longer. 2 rounds back in the pockets of Alter Ego Celeste, and they are up 6-5.
They can see the timing of the utility and also setting up for that poison cloud. It was so fast. Baby TZ just took about 2 seconds to plant down the spike. And I saw the numbers just whit away from her HP. So smart for AE Celeste to use just their utility for these B holds. If they're not gonna push forward and rely on the firepower, then we do have our utility. And Napsky has been stellar with all of those. This time, they want to go back to A. Probably just see what's in there. And it's gonna be Napsky pushing forward. Destroying the drone.
That drone has been really pesky, denying Ayumi that first frag. Now she gets it. And that's big value for Alter Ego Celeste. XNS have to reassess if they want to push in onto A now. Thinking about it though, Napsky has the Viper's Pit possibly to block them off. Last round of the first half. And this determines if Alter Ego Celeste gets the edge for the second half or not. Both pits going up. Oh my god. And
This is the chaos.
It's going down. It's mayhem. It's pandemonium donut. But Napsky capitalizes perfectly onto it, spraying through. She just wanted to take down the wall, but she got rewarded with 2 deaths as a result of it. Paulie pulls out the shorty, trying to play close range. Ayumi as well. The Muffin just takes it away. Iceberg, Venom, shorty, still able to frag. And then Paulie comes back in full, swings all left and right, but Alka, it's way too overwhelming. Every single player collapsing on top of her. Alter Ego Celeste come out on top, 7-5.
And this is great. Finally, AE Celeste trying to find the calm in the middle of the storm. Right, Napsky with that spray, she knows there's a lot of decay, and she gets the kill anyway. And I love what Iceberg is doing with the shorty. Like she knows everybody else is low. I'm just gonna run through this. Drive by shorty.
That's exactly what they did. Feeling so comfortable in the eye of the storm. Panelists, hosts, Mika and Zach, are you comfortable watching this? I'm not, man.
No, Quack. I think I can speak for both of us that we're on the edge of our seats here,
on the edge
watching
of my
this
seat,
particular
can
map.
we?
Yeah, we're literally slipping off here, but you know that was a great half coming in from both of these teams, but especially for Alter Ego, considering that they were on defense, they really capitalized on that double duelist setup and double duelist setup. And you know, I like to talk about Inari as well. Quack, he set a line, Inari perched up like a canary, like that was exactly what was happening down on that B side. Inari played with the elevation. She was that warning signal that if they were coming to the side, and just that holes coming in from her and Aluka consistently. This is the first time we're really seeing them as a duo in action, and I really wish they would pick up the double duelist more.
Yeah, but I do think this is actually a triple duelist setup because it's a Neri, it's Aluka, and it's a Yumi on the chamber as well. It seems because you know, X and S, they will come onto the side, and then suddenly there's a Neri there. If you can manage to get past her, which usually they can't do that without, you know, a Neri taking down 2, then there's suddenly Aluka, which if they can get past her, there's suddenly a Yumi on the chamber, who, by the way, Aluka is just a distraction because a Yumi on the chamber is just taking heads right off from a long angle. So I feel like, you know, Alter Ego Celeste, they know that they have the firepower to do this. So they just decided, okay, you know what? Let's bring it all out. And I love that from them. I love that they're going back to something that you can tell that, you know, these girls are comfortable where they are, actually. I love the clutch plays that are coming in just because they don't have to worry about, you know, the utility so much because they just know these, they know this map, they know these agents so much. So they just decided, I feel, to play towards their comfort level. And it's refreshing to see that on them.
Yeah, but you know, talking about comfort levels, we are going to be switching sides right now, and X10, they're going to be on defense. They have a very optimized pick for it, considering the triple sentinel that they are running. You know, Sage takes care of mid, Killjoy, and Alyssa in particular, she has been a beast for X10 over the course of the entire day, but in particular on this map, on the Killjoy, she's been constantly the backup plan for X10, stringing together these rounds. She's the reason why they are at 7-5 instead of an 8-4 or even a 9-3 half. She has been phenomenal, and on this defense, I think that she is going to be a major player as well, because, you know, as a Killjoy, you're expected to lock down a site by yourself, and she's gonna have a lot on her backs here. But you know, with the 7-5 lead, Alter Ego, they're gonna be switching to attack now. Quack and Donut, you have the mic.
I mean, Donut, Zach said it all. It really is that triple sentinel composition for defense. 7-5 is not that far off.
Yeah, I mean, each of them can just cover a site, probably take mid, and then they have everything else covered. Not unless they dismantle AE Celeste. They have the ability to do so with that double duelist setup. So now they all just go through B. Sees Polly here, but they don't really consider the chamber. There is going to be a rendezvous away, but Polly survives that.
Just by the skin of her teeth. Alter Ego Celeste, they have to go in explosive in this moment. Hearing the owl drone though, Muffin backs up, and there is a little bit more space for Alter Ego Celeste to work with. But all that snakebite, all those utilities, they know that the players are still positioned on the other side of that thing. That's why they aren't committing the spike to this yet.
Not yet. They know there is danger behind that. And at least now, what I saw here is AE Celeste was able to, like, exhaust all of the utilities of X and S. Snakebite now has been used, but Ginny here, she didn't really see the head. She's expecting a push out, but she spams in instead. Oh, she does push forward though, and there's gonna be the punish. Alka takes one already.
Where do you look at this point, however? So many targets in front of you, and they leave Alka to deal with this all on her own. The rest of the squad are rotating to the A site, where Alyssa has all of her Killjoy utilities set up. 15 seconds though, and they have to go in super fast. Pedal to the metal. You have to reach the site. Alka continues to push up front. Eats a classic right click to the face. The nanostorm denies the spike plant. 5 seconds. You cannot get it any longer. It's gonna come down to the frags. Ayumi from behind. Nevsky on site itself. No plant though. And Baby TZ just sits comfortably inside of kitchen, inside of tube, and they walk away with a win like that.
That was such a great setup. This is where the triple sentinel composition of X and S will really be an advantage for them. Killjoy on A, Muffin just staying on top of the box there in B, making sure nobody gets past them. And even Baby TZ making sure that Alka no longer gets another kill. And that's a great setup. And I'm pretty sure AECL will really struggle on this attack, not unless they really figure out a very precise game plan for this. But instead, they want to go towards kitchen, where Baby TZ is actually waiting.
Well, it's going to be that Sheriff versus the Spectre at that range. Something that Alter Ego Celeste is looking for exactly. Unfortunately, though, they have to back up for that one. Just feeling that there is a lot more than just one Spectre on that side. If they can go in mid to A, though, that could be a potential way into breaking XNS's formation. But look at how far back they're playing. Ginny towards the back of kitchen as well. They're going to be able to work quickly off of this. As soon as Alka peeks out, 2 targets on the other side, and all they got to do is spray it down.
Oh, and the combination of that utility, the shock bolt plus the snake bite, but Inari bites back. She gets a kill against Ginny. And Alyssa, I'm not too sure if she's going to figure out that Ayumi is behind her. The kills go in the way of X and S, but do they know that Ayumi is here? Because she still has time.
Oh no, don't it? 20 seconds, and I feel like it's still a little bit too late. If she walks up, that turret spots her. And if she doubles back, exactly. There is no escape at this point. Alyssa, there she goes. instantly knows where she is now. 5 seconds remaining, and Ayumi has to do something. Just get a kill. But just going slow down, rappelling off the ropes. It's going to be an easy way for Alyssa to turn her into Swiss cheese.
And at this point, even if Alter Ego has a buy, I'm not too sure. Probably the best scenario is really to take down the Sentinels first. Yes, Jenny poses a big threat, and as well as Polly, but I mean, Alyssa has the A site on lockdown, and she puts all of her utilities in these unconventional places that when even if you sneak up, right, it has to be close already. So it's not just about the utility that she uses, but the way that it's positioned. So Alyssa, even if she doesn't have her eyes set on a main, she knows where exactly will Ayumi come from. And at this point, now they have the advantage, right? They have the guns. But I think a well-planned out strategy, they had the intention to go through kitchen. Probably if they overwhelmed Baby TZ at that point, they could have taken her down, picked up that Spectre, and then ring around towards green yet again. But that wasn't the case. I think Baby TZ was big of a threat for them.
I kind of know what you're talking about, Donut, because it's 3 Sentinels, and the way that XNS are playing them is really control the 3 lanes. They're also using it to gain information, to swing off of the turrets and such. However, if Alter Ego Celeste can just explode onto one of those lanes, completely overwhelm that one Sentinel, they should be able to take down a site rather easily. Now it's going to be 2 Sentinels on the A site, though. They instantly break the wall. Now, maybe TZ looking upwards in case anyone tries to take the zip line. This puts a wrench into Alter Ego Celeste's plans.
The drone first is going to be smart for AE Celeste because they have to figure out where the Sentinels are being held. And then they pounce. Now the lure comes in. Destruction of that piece of utility is going to be vital for them.
You're going to have to go in quick as the Panther, stealthy as a Panther, but unfortunately a little bit too obvious. Inari is going to be the first to lose her head. Now the rest of the team trying to find some of these duels. Ayumi off the top of this one box. Can't quite see all that much either. Has to take the zip line, and she makes use of it to get Alyssa. Still continue going off of it. They managed to spray, but Ginny getting a double with the Sheriff. Spots one as well. She's down to 1 HP. Trying to be extra careful about it. She backs off. It allows for Alika to sneak up behind, slipped the net. Ginny wrapping around the corner, though. What is this? Ring around the rosy? Whose playground does this belong to? Alika trying to stick the plant, but Ginny comes up right in front of her with the Spectre to put a bullet through her skull. The bonus round for XNS.
And it's just a matter of shutting down all of the utility that Alter Ego has thrown them. There's a recon bolt sent, immediately taken down, denying information. And XNS, this is everything that they need. Information held against AE Celeste, and they're making sure that they pounce at the right time. That was unfortunate for Alyssa that she went down because of missed shots, but Ginny to pick up the pieces for the team was so big. And at this point now, Muffin responds with a double. And Polly as well. No, it's just down to 1. This round is immediately the same way that AECL played against them.
You can't do it like this. And now they're just telling Iceberg, I dare you, I double dare you. Peek into green again, one more time. Oh my god.
That setup. Double from Polly and as well as Muffin. Each angle that they held, AECL did not stand a chance. Muffin was holding under while Polly was just there in yellow. And they were just the cavalry. I mean, it took 3 people to kill all the members of AECL.
Oh, and they just strike down upon them with great vengeance and furious anger. The Valley of Death inside of this one spot B. Alter Ego Celeste needs to be so much more careful rather than to just rush out like that. Now, supported by the Cloudburst, they get a little bit more space to work with, but I don't think it's going to be enough, Donut.
The space is also walled.
Oh, well, Aneri hops over it.
Yeah.
But I'm still so terrified. This is X10S on the cusp of double digits.
There.
It's funny because it really proves that they know how AECL plays, with how they just walled that out because of that cloudburst from Aneri. Aneri can pass through, but not the rest of AE Celeste, and they have to really push together. But this time,
Here.
they're all here towards green, and they're ready to pounce.
Oh gosh. Not quite ready. Muffin is readier. Oh god, goes in for the triple now! Natsuki tries to get in one from behind, but maybe TZ has the support as well. It's down to Alka, and yet another 1-on-3. Going in to retrieve the spike. Ginny knows this all too
30
clear.
seconds left.
Able to do a little bit more damage, but it's going to be the Empress. Now 2 double peeked into her. A headshot from Paulie, and that's X10S claiming the 10th win.
Muffin was just playing it like deathmatch, and there was no utility sent her way. She was just dancing behind this box and getting 3. I mean, 2 was enough, but 3 was a statement. I'm not gonna move anywhere. Even if I have a rendezvous, I can take you on.
Have to.
And Baby TZ with that follow-through kill. Alka used her ultimate during that round. She was intending to clutch it out, but clutch stopped immediately by X10S.
Just completely brought to a halt. And Muffin really took all of them on at that spot. If not for Napsky, she might have gotten 4th, maybe even ace. And you can see that doubt is settling into the minds of Alter Ego Celeste. They're kind of afraid to peek into it. Only Alka went up front, even with the jump peek. Muffin denies them. Please, please, don't go towards B any longer. This does not work out. The championship spot lies and hangs in the balance. And this is one heck of a comeback that Alter Ego Celeste needs to mount right now. This round might not do it. Perhaps the next. Ginny even spots them out right now. Oh, where do you go?
And it's been walled.
Oh.
You go nowhere else but mid, but it's Paulie watching it.
Poison's off.
Oh my god.
They walk through this valley of the shadow of death. Will you fear evil? Because Paulie is here. Alyssa gets the kill. The spike bite deals damage. And it's down to Iceberg. She gets the kill, although she's 4 HP. And Alyssa, just to put a period on that statement, we are strong in Icebox.
That is a deafening period. The last frag and the entire server falls silent. 11-7 now, Donut. And they
we were hoping for a closer fight, right? Even AECL, this is where it matters the most. They have a double duelist composition.
Look at the
Alvin and Mary,
second
they're
half.
duo.
6 rounds in a row from X10S, and Alter Ego Celeste has not figured out how to deal with this defensive hold. The Viper's Pit now up on towards A side. They managed to take Baby TZ away. That could be a crack in their armor.
No walls, no slows. It could just be a swift entry towards the site, and Alka just uses that rope.
Be very careful about it, though, because Alyssa's on the other side. Owl Drone comes out now, and Paulie's holding up close with the shorty. Alka kind of knows about that, but she doesn't have the utility just to clear out the corner. Perhaps if
When she
Natsuki
pulls
was...
that leer, she's gonna get found out.
Oh, you're so right. Oh, there it is. Uses the poison cloud to possibly give her an escape plan, but Aneri comes in. Oh, she spent the blades. She is going in, and she wants this site. She wants the win. X10S. Surely they can't come back into this. The Viper's Pit has been brought up now. Hunter's Fury doesn't quite connect just yet either. Maybe tagging Aneri just for 1 second. Plant goes in. Alyssa pushed back. And X10S holding all the way on the other side of screens, thinking about how they want to walk into it. They spotted Nevsky's leg, but still Nevsky gets the headshot. Muffin now pushes up in on her own, but then the trades, support from teammates all across the site. They will be able to come back in.
They finally found out the solution. Really, the first kill advantage going their way. Ayumi opening up the site and taking down Baby TZ. That's the solution. Making sure that the Sentinels are down first before they strike. And even Polly there was figured out. But not before, of course, she was tagged by the recon bolt. But she almost survived and almost got a kill. She dealt damage. So it's still a threat to AE Celeste.
Revealing area.
Huge threat. Bank built up and XNS just reinvests into the round. They want that match point. It's gonna have to be a win streak from this point on if Alter Ego Celeste are to make it clean. B is no longer an option for them either because they're afraid of Muffin. I've never seen this color on Alter Ego Celeste before, Donut.
Tag that by that drone. And look at this. They're just waiting for the recon bolt to refresh. About 5 seconds. They might be able to pounce onto that site.
Allowing for the utility to be sent out. Baiting out the recon, baiting out the toxic screen as soon as it falls. They want to go in off of it, but they have to do it together. The coordination, it has to be perfect. Snakebite just to block them off. But here comes the push together. Baby TZ and Alyssa. 2-on-2. And Alka will be able to take out the first. This misses away for a little bit more information, but no! That's gonna be Baby TZ and Ginny coming in from the top of Raptor. She brings back her teammate as well. Bring me to life. Wake me up and fight the rest of them. Can't deal with this. The only one Ayumi all the way behind. Flicks on a dime, gets one head. But with an operator, she can't get the defuse off. Ginny just sticks it regardless, and Polly watches her back. It's match point for XTNS.
This is not the performance that we're expecting from AE Celeste. Yes, first kill gets their way, right? It's Alaka's opening kill, but the follow through from Ginny was what really halted AECL. I mean, before you would really see AECL crowd the whole of the site, run through maze, make sure that the left side is clean, make sure that the right side is swept off. But no, because of the triple sentinel setup, they can't do that.
It's just too much to consider about. And now match point, Donut, series point for the championship title. Alter Ego Celeste, for the first time in Game Changers APAC history, just might be dethroned.
The queens here are looking for another space.
Oh!
And space taken. Polly's down.
They know where Muffin is. They managed to push up tube. They got Ginny away. Muffin's the only one on this site now. Maybe TZ trying to make it quick. Going to provide support from under tube. Taps away at it. She's able to get Iceberg on. Muffin loses her life. And now they have a little bit more control. They're trying to bait around Baby TZ as well. Alyssa all the way from behind Snowman. They're just holding the off angle. Trying to get the spike planted. They will. Last shot rings true, and that's going to be a Neri starting to wake up. The demon inside her wants to push this to overtime.
Definitely, and they looked for red carpet opening, and Inari just laid it out for them. They rolled out of it. There was contention, yes, Baby TZ got the kill, but was it Inari the one that she was waiting for to pull out of that small pocket? And she didn't even care to check. She just really wanted the spike to actually be stopped from being planted. But at this point, XNS, this timeout is crucial for them because this is probably one of their last full buys. You can see the economy not really so healthy. Polly has 200 left in her pocket, while Ginny as well. She's very happy and healthy with with this credit. But I mean, apart from that, this is probably their last chance. If they lose this round, AECL, this is the same thing that happened with Ascent.
Yes.
The lead is
But-
there, match point is there, but the follow through for ECL happened because of one small mistake of X10S. It's
That's
just
the-
really managing the economy.
The same thing, though, for Ascent is it has to be overtime for Alter Ego Celeste. Sure, XNS, I think they might be able to buy one more round. That could be so much to consider. 3 rounds in a row is what Alter Ego Celeste needs just to give themselves another life in this tournament, and another life towards that championship slot. And they're aggressing towards B again, thinking that this is what XNS would not expect, but Muffin's here to play. Goes back in for the repeak. Operator in line. Snakebite to push her away. And she recalls those rendezvous points. Waiting for that poison cloud to drop. They want to go in, and they want to go in now. But the rest of X10S are just holding on the other side of this thing. If there isn't a single wall, there isn't a single point of cover, they can't get the spike planted.
This toxin screen is going to be vital for their push. 2 years have been spent already. Cloudburst just 1 for an area as well.
Oh, this is not a great angle either. So they're going to use the toxic screen to get the spike planted. Genie's going to try to provide info through it. They've managed to deal with that.
Here.
Maybe TZ holding a great off angle, a position that would allow her to deny the spike plant, but Alika's preparing for this as well. Kind of spots her shoulder and goes in for the headshot. That's one position dealt with. And now the rest of them collapse onto it as well. Holly gone. Ginny looking up front, trying to get the spray. She will be able to get it down, but then the spike gets planted. All that's left is going to be Alyssa and Muffin. 1 from middle, 1 from the back of Snowman. 1 still with an operator, but that's been dealt with by Aneri. The headshots ever so sharp. Marksmanship up and ready. With Alyssa down to 50 HP, she has the credit she's going to save instead.
You know, not really looking good for X10S. Not unless the Tour de Force is open for Muffin to use, right? And then the buys would be great for them. They have to give another route to AE Celeste if they don't really want their buys to be in shambles. And this is very smart for X10S, just maintaining the composure for Alyssa. But I think it all started to snowball down when Alika really checked that corner. And she's been doing so well with that. We saw that in the A site from before.
Oh yes. Being able to just stutter step that way. She spots the shoulder first and she gains that advantage onto its finding that headshot. And at the same time, I think her leer gave Alter Ego Celeste so much more utility in being able to push out, being able to avoid Muffin's crosshairs. So now 2 more rounds. Alter Ego Celeste still hanging by a thread. Muffin playing the same spot, the same strategy, slightly altered.
At least it's just 1 player revealed.
Oh
But
god.
they want to go back. It's not going to be B this time. Their decision to go
Oh, Ginny.
back to B. And that smoke, though, provides coverage. And Ginny doesn't really know where they're going.
She wants to make sure that they won't be able to come through the middle. Hence the wall as well. So that means only A or B. Those are the only options that Alter Ego Celeste has.
It's going to be the duo between Alyssa and Baby TZ as well. 2 of the Sentinels, the answers for this map. It's been deleted, the turret is down, but the nano swarms are still up.
They are being popped off though. Timing it perfectly could help them. Elka with the Empress as well. If she can get 1 frag, the rest of the defenses from X10S might fall. This is the Tower of Babylon, and they are mounting up their defenses. Archers at the ready, up on top of the rafters. But it's all crumbling down at the hands of Ayumi. Alka up front as personal as well. Viper Spit popped up, but Napsky getting deleted from the other side. Do they know that Ginny has dropped off the rafters? Ayumi holding it down. Rendezvous away and gives the information to her teammates. Alka getting domed though. And that's going to be down to 2-on-1. Pulls out a little bit more utility as well. And Yumi up on top of Pipes will be able to spray and bring Ginny down to her knees. 11-12. One more round for match point, Donut.
Yeah, I mean, overtime is gonna be here. They don't have enough for this round. They spent everything, half armors, just to buy Muffin, that operator. Yes, they will have the Vandal, a Bulldog, some Spectres for Extend Sapphire, but I'm not sure if that's going to be enough. Yes, they managed to pull that off right during the third round of the second half. But given that ECL has already been steaming their way on towards this, I don't think that this is enough.
I'm still holding my breath. I don't know about you, Donut, but I still feel like anything that X10S has can still be very deadly. Look at how Muffin's positioning around this. She's gonna be able to catch a Neri. Oh, she rendezvous away. Neri almost died. One more bullet and that could have been it. She can't heal up either anymore. Do you still want to push into this, Alter Ego? I feel like they might want to back off, but they're not budging. One round is all it takes. One round for the championship slot, or for overtime.
Neri's bruised.
Teleport's ready.
No Sage to heal them, but they still push through. And there are 3 people guarding this, holding down their ground.
Oh no!
One's glowing in their favor, and they get the kills. This might be it, but Yumi responds, and even the Hunter's Fury misses.
That gives them a little bit more space to work against, but still they have to consider Muffin around by yellow. Iceberg goes in to clear it out. Ginny on the other side, though, she has the Spectre. She uses the Snake Bite plus Shock Dart combo. Oh, it's going to be enough. Spike Plant no longer viable for Alter Ego. They only have 2 players left. You have to get a little bit more now if they want to get the Spike Plant, so they're double stacking together, but the spray down! Polly! She is the storm that approaches! She is the claimer of this throne! Game Changers, APAC Elite, and the championship slot!
The kingdom has been brought down, and the Empire of Sapphires are gonna take the throne. After a year's worth of preparation, it has come down to Icebox. And unfortunate for AE Celeste, they weren't able to close the 4th map. That's why we got to Icebox, and the perfect solution to the aggression was a 3 Sentinel setup.
Oh god.
I have my jaws on the floor, and I cannot comprehend what just happened.
I'm smiling, but it's... I can't describe how I'm feeling inside. Alter Ego Celeste, they were the queens, but now, down to the final moment, they were taken down. Thanks to a triple Sentinel setup like you mentioned. Our hosts, our panelists, they must be feeling like a storm brewing inside of them as well. So I'm gonna let them let that all out. Mika and Zach, please take it away.
Thank you so much to Donut and to Quack, and appreciation for them as well. Thank you so much for casting the grand finals. But yes, X10S are your VCT Game Changers APAC Elite Champions, and they will be representing the APAC region in Berlin in Germany this November for Game Changers Champions. Zach, that was pretty amazing for X10S, and this was such a surprise because, of course, Alter Ego Celeste, they held on to the ground for so long, but X10S very careful plays, very calculated ones as well, and they read Alter Ego like a book for this map on Icebox. So painful though for Alter Ego Celeste because they almost had this, especially on map 4.
Yeah, it's a heartbreaker for Alter Ego to get so close to overtime and miss out like this. It's gotta hurt for them. But you know, X10, they deserve it. They've been grinding. They've been constantly sweating it out this year to make it. And to think they were an LCQ team, Mika. They qualified in the LCQ. They were the second last team to qualify for Elite, and now they're gonna be taking it all, as well as that slot in Berlin. And you know, talk about X10. We talked about how Alter Ego has been around since the beginning in the scene. X10, they have as well. In fact, last year's Elite Game Changers tournament. They were the finalists. They lost 3-1 against Alter Ego, and now they're gonna be taking it 3-2 home, getting their revenge, getting that slot, getting everything they could have honestly wanted. And I think on Icebox, it just came down to, like we talked about in the beginning, right? It did come down to that triple Sentinel setup that just, especially, you know, on that A side, it was just constantly being shut down by the Killjoy. And on B, once Muffin got that operator online, it was just too much for Alter Ego to really come, you know, overcome. They did manage to come back from, I think it was 12-7. They did manage to bring it to, you know, 12-11, but apart from that, they just could not take it further. Finally, at the end, Muffin again was able to step up huge, get those 2 kills, and just leave the rest of the team to clean things up. Phenomenal round. And to think, Mika, it all came down to that Shock Dart Viper combo to like prevent the plants and just make things so difficult.
Yeah, that was, I mean, I really thought they were going to get the plant down, and then we were going to see a standoff once again, but that combination really sealed the round, and by then you kind of knew it was going to swing in X10's favor. And oh my gosh, we saw the reaction as well. We saw them stand up and suddenly give a big roar, and you know, these ladies, they have worked so hard for this. I think that, you know, although we did call Zolmeraki our wild card, X10S, they were a wild card themselves, and you know, coming in through, as you mentioned, the LCQ, and I just feel like, you know, XNS, they really did prove themselves, especially since, you know, the question again was Alter Ego and their Empire, and who else could overthrow it? Well, apparently it is the only team that has made Alter Ego Celeste bleed themselves. So very poetic indeed. And I have to say, the power of the triple Sentinel, you know, they had all of their angles covered, like you mentioned, but you know, when you have Muffin covering one angle, that kind of means that she can take down 2 without a sweat already. So where are you gonna go? That's the question. And Alter Ego Celeste, they couldn't go anywhere, unfortunately.
I mean, if you think about it, it's almost a 4 Sentinel, because Viper on this map basically does function as Sentinel with all the utility you have. So, and again, like the constant mid pressure coming in from X10 as well, right? They, with the Sage and the Viper smokes, they constantly were able to wall that off and just cause so much chaos for Alter Ego. And I think especially towards that second half, it has to be said, but Alter Ego, they just weren't looking so crisp with the shots or the trades. They weren't able to really connect any of their bullets. And I think that it just made it so much more difficult for them to really get any space onto site. And Eri did wake up towards the end. We did see her getting multi-frags that really pushed them to number 11. But with her and Aluka both going down towards the end, it was just too much for Alter Ego to really like manage and to come back from. And you know, if it had gone into overtime, I generally think it could have been anybody's game. But X10, they deserve it. They've been grinding for this as well. I think that they've qualified for every single open, with the exception of open number 4, where they did bomb out in the group stage. They've been there since the beginning, just giving a foil to Alter Ego to really sharpen themselves off. And third time lucky, you know, the third time that they face off after defeating them twice, the third time in this final for all the money, they are finally going to take it. And it's been such a long time coming, Mika.
Yeah, definitely. So let's bring them on over to your screens. Actually, I think we have Ginny, the IGL of X10S, over here for a quick interview. Ginny, hello, congratulations!
Hello,
you guys
thank
have
you.
qualified for Game Changers Champions. I can feel the sigh of relief, and we saw your reaction, of course, when you guys won that last round. Can you take us through what went on that final round? What happened when you heard the plan?
You mean when they plan, right?
Yeah, the final round.
Yeah, we just communicate like, okay, if they plan, we just swing together. Let's fight them, not let them plan. Yeah.
Awesome stuff. Awesome teamwork. Zach, do you have a question for Ginny?
Yeah, so, you know, being the IGL for this team, right? And also playing that extremely, you use a lot of utility and you have to constantly coordinate. Does it get difficult for you sometimes, especially when you're playing against a team like Alter Ego, to read them and really like counter-strat them?
I didn't feel it's hard for me because Milo is always in-game leader, so I doing this job for a very long time. But sometimes, such as Ascent, right, we got to come back because I made a bad call, so I just feel a bit stressed. But I just trust my teammate, like, okay, never mind, it's my fault, we can do it again. It's just bad mistake and bad game. We can win all other map. Yeah.
It really takes something up to own up to it, but hey, it's okay. It worked out. You know, you're here right now, 13-11 on Icebox. How does it feel?
Right.
Sorry, again.
No, just how does it feel? Because all of us, we're just so happy for you guys to have you representing us on that level. You must be so happy as well, overjoyed.
Yeah, because since we lost at the first qualifier, we no time to stop practice or less. We just keep practice from that time until now. Like human factory, no time to stop. Yeah, so we spend so much time with Valorant because we all want to go Berlin. Yeah, I think I'm proud of my team. Yeah.
And finally, I want to know, Jenny, what are you looking forward to the most as you guys make your way over to Berlin? Is it the competition? Is it meeting all the teams, or maybe it's something simple? Maybe you want to try some good food over there.
For me, I just want to go international competitive once because I play Valorant for a very long time. But when I play with the male team, right, that time I didn't get qualified to go international, and this time I already get it.
You got it.
Yeah.
You finally got it, and we're looking forward to seeing you guys on that stage so much. You guys know that the whole of APAC is right behind you guys and cheering you guys on. So congratulations again, Jenny.
Thank you.
Congrats. Good luck for Berlin. Wow, she's so adorable, Mika.
She is, I know. Every single time we interview these ladies, and they're so fierce. I mean, you get into those maps and there's like, oh, headshot after headshot, and you interview them and they're like, hello, and it's like, oh, how are you such a monster in the map? It is so cute. But Zach, this is definitely overwhelming. And of course, on the side of Alter Ego Celeste, I mean, nobody is going to underestimate them, at all. They are still queens, and they are still one of the toughest teams, and will still be one of the teams to beat here in the APAC region. I mean, this was well fought indeed for both teams, and I couldn't have asked for a better grand final, especially since both of these teams, we had such stellar performances from everybody. I mean, there wasn't a single map. All of these names all these names on both teams, each of them had their own time to shine, Each of them had their map, each of them had their round, and I'm really glad that we saw the best out of these ladies.
Yeah, it's almost fitting that towards the end it was Ginny's shock dart that basically won them the round. The IGL, the captain, and of course the clutch master as well in that particular situation. But I have to say it's really a heartbreaker to see Alter Ego not perform on that international stage. Not taking anything away from Extent's victory, they deserve to be there as well.
Yeah.
But it is just so difficult that APAC only gets that one slot to really represent the region internationally. Because I genuinely feel after the match that we saw today, both of these teams do deserve to be there, and it's just a heartbreaker for Alter Ego. I'm happy for Extent, I really am, and they deserve it after these 2 years. But Alter Ego, to see them go out like this at the end, being so close to it, it stings, Mika. It stings.
Oh yeah, it definitely is very, very bittersweet. On one end, you're very happy for X and Sapphire, and on the other end, it's like Alter Ego Celeste, no. But of course, they still do have a chance. There is 2023 still, and hopefully they bounce back better. But for now, the whole of APAC is behind the X10 Sapphire as they make their way to Berlin to represent our region. And it has been quite a ride here at VCT Game Changers APAC. Zach, do you have any words to wrap up the year so far before we go to the grand finale?
Honestly, I think that it's been an amazing year. We've seen a lot of new teams and a lot of talent come up. Orangutan, W Streak, and of course we have the usual grinders as well, right? Bren, X10, Alter Ego, and I think that in this particular elite tournament, all of them played at the highest level that they've performed so far. We saw a few upsets coming in, but X10, they've really proven the fact that if you keep grinding, eventually you're gonna reach the summit, and they have stuck their flag in. They are ready to go to Berlin and represent us in APAC, and I think that all of us collectively will be very proud to cheer them on and make sure that they have our voices heard as well with them.
Oh yes, definitely. Very, very proud indeed for X10 Sapphire representing the APAC region at VCT Game Changers Champions. But that is it for VCT Game Changers APAC. Thank you so much for having us here. On behalf of the entire production, my name is MikaFabs. This is Zach. Thank you so much to Quack and to Donut as well as the rest of our casters and our production as well. Thank you guys for tuning in, and we will see you guys watching as well for VCT Game Changers Champions.
Woo!
Wanna get crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we get hype. Everybody round, everybody round. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get crunk with a couple hundred thugs.